And at the beginning of it all, a huge monster, with wings and a star on its back, is devastating a city. And our Prodoto, unlike everyone else who is running away from that gigantic thing, is heading towards the monster, standing in the middle of the street like a fool, until his body starts to change the dirty electricity in the boy's body, and he is thrown into a bunch of red lines that look like infrared, only to then receive an electric shock and disappear into the middle of a hole. And after a drop of mana appears on him who was sleeping and wakes him up, he wonders if he shouldn't be awakening his talent, thinking that he wondering if these hallucinations were caused by his awakening process. And he says that 100 years ago, countless spatial rifts opened above the Earth, and ferocious dimensional beasts invaded the planet and threatened the survival of humanity. And gigantic and huge monsters, which have a pretty cool design, start to appear in the middle of the city. But he says that the dimensional energy also stimulated humanity's talents, and a small number of humans awakened talents, thus leading humanity to the age of talents. And then they call the boy asking if he's finished, or if he's already awakened his talent. And hearing this, he decides to check, picking up a stone that says that his talent is weak tier, and he's disappointed with this. After all, this means that he's screwed for the rest of his life. And he starts to question himself, because if he doesn't become a martial warrior, how will he be able to protect his sister's future? And so his sister comes into the room calling for her brother, asking how it went, talking about his talent assessment, and he says it was excellent. She is very happy, with the boy telling her not to worry, because her older brother will, without a doubt, become a super powerful martial warrior. And he apparently doesn't believe his own words. And she starts celebrating, saying that her brother is the best. And she calls the boy to eat, saying that she made his favorite, saying he wanted to celebrate his awakening. So when she leaves, he looks at a window in front of him. However, as he stood there like an idiot staring into space, the girl asked what was wrong, and in that window all the girl's talents are spoken of. And he is surprised, and he is impressed by this, swiping his hand and seeing his own status window, which talks about him having weak tier cultivation. And he discovers nothing he didn't already know, but his sister grabs his hand and starts pulling him. But as he touches it, another window appears in front of him, saying that her talent is copyable, and he wonders what that is. Then the system asks if he would like to copy the talent, and he is incredulous at this development, noting that perhaps this situation is no longer so desperate. And looking at this frame of him, "I miss you so much. He was so brave." And taking him to the table, the girl says that she made her favorite dish, roast pork. And when he looks at the table, he notices that the girl really left it stuffed and thinks about the talent of copying, saying that this skill is incredible. But he says he can't test it on his sister because he'll have to select her, saying that her base talent is better than his, and that her frost talent is extremely rare, and after she awakens, she'll certainly be able to crush her opponents. And so he thinks about his father and mother, saying that if they're listening to this, they can be relieved now. And a while later the kid comes out like a psychopath in the middle of the street wearing a sweatshirt that makes him look like a criminal. So he thinks about testing this talent by looking at others, and looking for a good talent. He says that, apparently, the effective distance to see someone's talent is only 3 meters. It's a little short, but then he notices that everyone there has inferior talents, and he says that those talents are all very bad, and he has to copy at least one mid-tier talent, and he thinks he should be able to go check out the academy now that he's awakened his talent, even if it's a low-tier one, and he says he can copy someone else's talent too. It might make his talent change. So he thinks he can't enroll in an academy that requires a talent assessment, and so he gets an idea going to the 5th academy in the bottom line, thinking that's where he'll enroll, saying that there must be a lot of mid-tier people in that academy, and he thinks that with the copying talent he's awakened, he'll be stronger than all of them in the future. Using the hack even me, copying after it's done. And so, 10 days later, at the 5th base at Martial Stadium number 3, they tell them that in order to become a great martial warrior, they must first become a martial apprentice, and if they want to become a martial apprentice, they must first learn the body training technique. And so the instructor begins, telling them that they must remember that they will only be successful if they can create an air vortex in front of their chest. And our protagonist, who is Yi Tian, I don't know if I've told you before, starts trying to do this, and one of the students tells the teacher that someone fainted near them, and the teacher tells them to ignore those weaklings because their only hope of becoming a martial warrior is by creating an air vortex. And Etienne wonders how this is possible, saying that he can't create anything at all, wondering if his talent level is really that low. Then the teacher says that's enough, saying that that's all for today, saying that they're the worst class he's ever taught in his life, and they expect them to follow Shandong's example, telling them to increase their motivation quickly and not be a bunch of lazybones. Then the boy looks at teacher Japuto, and in that he asks Zhenbao, his chubby friend, who Shandong is, and he says that he's not an ordinary person. It only took him half a month to become a martial apprentice, and even the director himself accepted him as his disciple. And Ishan thinks that his level of talent must be very high. Zambo is all happy showing the boy an autograph from Shandong, and he says that when he becomes as powerful as the director, he'll sell it and get a good few months of peace with the money. Pro to himself, oh, had a stupid idea. Meanwhile, everyone beside him is excited, seeing Shindong, and he arrives there greeting everyone, and Zombo starts running towards the kid asking for another autograph. Meanwhile, Yi Tian thinks about that Shindong that everyone is talking about, getting his eyes red with greed while Shindong is acting like a politician. He sees the boy's status window, noticing that his cultivation talent is intermediate shooting, and he already noticed. And so, Shindong tells everyone to calm down, saying that he is there on behalf of the teachers to encourage everyone, telling them to forget about the autographs and such, saying that he will become a joke if his friends find out, while Zanbao runs away. Running, and Ishan asks if they can shake his hand, and starts saying that a handshake is a good idea, and he starts lining up for it. Then it's Ishan's turn, who looks at the boy's hand as if he were looking at a piece of gold. Then he gives a slight smile, an evil smile, as he shakes the boy's hand, and so Shindong tells him to work hard, and the boy just thanks him, thinking he succeeded, and then he goes home in the middle of a storm, and so the status window appears, saying that the intermediate tier cultivation talent was successfully copied, asking if he would like to fuse, and he starts to wonder if fusing is a good or a bad idea, thinking about his dreams, remembering when he got that electric shock, and he wonders what it means, but he thinks it doesn't matter, going ahead and fusing. And so he starts to glow, human appearing, but soon after that he starts to feel a pain in his heart, turning over and screaming, and he questions himself why this happened, saying that merging talents hurts too much, that he suffers to the point of becoming ugly, uglier than he already was, but then a shower of lightning appears outside. And so, in the end, he manages to reach intermediate shooting. And he says that changing his talent and being reborn completely new is worth the pain. And so he looks at his status window again, saying that the cooldown for copying talent has a time of 30 days. And he notices this, saying that it means he can continue copying the talent after 30 days. Thinking that this ability is incredible, and his eyes become increasingly greedy again, and he thinks he should try that body training technique that the teacher taught earlier. And he succeeds the first time, noticing how easy it was. That he thinks the technique is much easier to activate now. That he has an intermediate shooting cultivation talent. That he thinks he should forget about this martial warrior thing, because he's going to become an elite martial warrior, or even a great martial warrior. And the kid already leaves that cave with a completely different aura, while walking calmly and smiling evilly. And so, a month later, on a full moon night, the white wolf with huge horns begins to hover around the place. And a girl with her father in the middle of the street asks him what they're going to have for dinner. And he says it depends on what his little princess wants to eat. And our prota, walking down the street, says that although he is now a martial apprentice, he still has a long way to go to become a martial warrior. And he thinks that Shindong has individual sessions with the director, so he must be improving much faster than him. While he thinks about this, that family behind him is attacked by the wolf, with him ripping off the father's head and leaving the little girl behind. And when the boy looks at the scene, he sees that that little girl was left alone while her father is already dead on the ground. And she screams for her father in front of that huge monster, and Prota sees that he will have to do something. The crazy guy just activated the hack, downloaded it, clicked it, and now he will have to put his life at risk. What a difficult server this guy has. And all this addiction starts screaming that there is a monster there, asking everyone to run. And Prota, for the first time in his life, sees a monster. Scared of it, but then the monster jumps on top of that little girl, and Prota has nothing else to do but quickly grab her and get her out of the monster's clutches. He thinks that it's too fast and he won't be able to escape. But then a man appears attacking that monster quickly, and the monster dodges his sword. But then he looks at him again after turning around. And that guy who just arrived apologizes for being late. And so the boy asks who he is. And he says that everyone calls him Captain Gale Wolf, and tells him to leave Moon Wolf with him and go protect that little girl. And so the boy just agrees, and Gale Wolf goes after that wolf, attacking him with everything. And so the boy asks the little girl not to look, and he thinks that man is very strong, and he really manages to give the wolf a good time. But the wolf still keeps running away, and the boy thinks that this is to be expected, saying that one should not underestimate the speed of the Silver Moon Wolf. However, Gale Wolf tells the wolf not to forget that he has allies, and so other hunters arrive to attack the wolf together, and they all attack quickly, but the wolf starts to run. Then they shout, "Your captain." And he says that it's just in time, and they manage to get the wolf together, stabbing their swords into the monster, and one of them asks if he died. But then the wolf roars again, turning red. They notice that the monster is going to enter bloodthirsty mode, asking everyone to be careful. And when they are thrown away, they ask if the captain is okay, and he apparently is, and the wolf, now all red and berserker, starts to run away, but the captain tells them not to worry because that thing isn't going anywhere. While he runs away, a woman on top of a building using a huge bow starts to aim at the wolf, saying that she was waiting for him, and she shoots her arrow accurately at the wolf, which was just going to hit and decay. And the captain says that he is too weak to hold them, and they congratulate that woman who was on top of the building, saying that her aim is excellent. The girl gets all cocky, and the boy notices that those are the monster's talents, seeing that the Silver Moon Wolf has a blood talent, a speed talent, low tier, and beginner. For those who missed it, the order of the tiers are weak tier, low, beginner, intermediate, and high. Okay, the beast will be able to copy talents from anything that moves now. This kid is going to become a Tsug 2, I'm almost sure. And the boy looking at those talents is completely hypnotized. But then the monster starts moving again. Meanwhile, the hunters are talking, thinking he's dead. But then, the captain yells for them to be careful, because the wolf is still alive and he tells everyone to move away now. He gets away from the wolf and it starts to hiss. And they say that monsters are really terrifying, talking about that tenacity. And they ask the captain what they should do, and he tells them not to worry about it, because he's very weak now, and tells them to leave it with him alone. And he remembers talking to Yetia, telling him to leave that area because it is not safe, asking if the boy didn't listen to him, telling him not to just stand there. But Yetia is still totally ecstatic about that opportunity, thinking it is perfect. And so the boy simply leaves through everyone, who runs to the wolf and punches him in the face, and so the monster's talent is successfully copied, and he ends up doing a somersault over the monster and falling on him as if he were a horse. And the boy continues hitting him several times, copying the monster's talent over and over again. He is ecstatic, killing the monster with beatings and punches. But the captain goes to him, holding the boy's hand, saying that the monster is already dead, and he hadn't even noticed. However, the boy thinks that this is obvious, but he thinks that the most important thing there is that the talent copy worked. And so, the captain says that they will clean up that mess there, ordering all three to take care of the bodies of the man and the Silver Moon Wolf, telling them to also take care of the little girl. And so, the archer goes with her, and Gale Wolf talks to Yetian, saying that he did very well, saying that he can't wait for him to join his squad, and tells the boy to look for him when he has become a martial warrior. Agrees with him, but with a psychopathic look on his face. And so he goes home, first cleaning the blood from his face, because his sister Yi would probably be worried if she saw that. So after that, he looks in the mirror, noticing that his eyes have already changed. And a while later, he goes to his sister, seeing that she is sleeping, and she continues to talk to him in his dreams. And the boy becomes calmer, thinking that that was the first day he saw a monster with his own eyes. And he also says that it was 10 times, maybe 100 times more terrifying than the monsters in the stories. As he charges his sister, he thinks that in order to protect her, he needs to become a martial warrior as soon as possible. And in his room, he begins to wonder if the talent of the monsters can be fused to the human body. And he thinks that this may be more painful than the previous talent fusion. And there is the possibility of even putting his life at risk. But he thinks that he needs to become stronger, to protect the people who are important to him. And he quickly puts a cloth over his mouth to bear the pain, saying that no matter what the cost, he will become stronger. Prota's determined psychopath face is simply absurd. I'm rooting for him, and then he chooses the speed talent and starts to copy it, but Doro gets it right in an absurd way, and he falls to the ground crawling and scratching the ground and says it hurts because his bones feel like they're breaking piece by piece, and he stays on the ground in an absurdly ugly way, as if he were on all fours, and he sees his legs breaking completely, seeing them all messed up, and the boy asks if the talent copy failed. But then he keeps feeling pain, and the only thing that keeps me sane is thinking about Yo. And the next day, when the sun hits him, he wakes up scared, wondering what happened. He looks at his legs, noticing that they're whole. He starts hitting everything and notices that his body is much lighter. And when he looks ahead, he notices that his talent level is average and his speed talent is beginner. And he thinks that the copy was a success. And already in the forest of the 5th Academy, he goes to school running this time. And the kid is all happy because he is running just like Flash. And after a stop full of poses, he thinks it's cultivation. And then Zamble goes to the boy shouting at him, and he says that was why he couldn't find Yetian around there, because he was secretly training hard, and he is surprised, approaching the boy, noticing that he is hard as a rock, asking if he is already an apprentice. And the boy says yes. Then Zamble asks if he wants to improve his powers faster. And Tion asks if he knows how, and Zamble asks if he has ever drunk the blood of a ferocious beast before, and the boy says no, and Zamble says that he improved faster because he already drank some. And Ishin almost doesn't believe that the blood of a ferocious beast can do that, thinking it's a shame, because there was a lot of silver wolf's blood at that time, and he remembers the slack he gave. And so Zambo says that there is a way to get the blood of a fierce beast, asking if the boy wants to try it. And Etienne asks him to tell him. And so Zamble says that the authorities of the Siafrani base opened a wild area outside the city for the 5th Academy to carry out the test. Then he says that the prize for this test is the blood of a fierce beast. The boy asks what the level of this wild area is, and Zamble says that it is very low, and the fierce beasts were eradicated. He says that only one descendant of a fierce beast remains, a wild beast, and Ishin thinks that this is not bad at all, saying that it is worth trying. And Zanbao says that is what he is talking about, telling him to join his team and they will defeat the fierce beast together. But yet Ian starts to reject this idea, and Zanbao asks what that strange expression is, as he only said that because he is his good friend. The boy apologizes, saying that he will join him next time, asking him not to worry. Then Zambo says that he thought they were close and didn't know he was so cruel. But then Zambal tells him to wait for him because they may not be on the same team, but they are still friends, and Ishin thinks that it is easy to stand out in a team, and if his talent is exposed, it would be a disaster, and it is better for him to be alone because he has to take the blood of the ferocious beast and become a warrior as soon as possible. And a month later, at the 5th Academy, a man talks to Prada, asking why he went to sign up if he didn't even receive an invitation for the exam, asking if someone leaked the information. But he tells the teacher that he has already become a martial apprentice, and says that this means he is qualified for the application. And the professor is moved by this, telling the brat that he wanted him to live longer. But he says that it seems that all they want is to die, and throws the term of responsibility in the brat's face, saying that this is true, because if he wants to take that exam, he needs to sign a term of responsibility for his life. Then Proda understands, and the man says that if he is afraid of dying, he should get out because he shouldn't waste his time. But Proda looks at him firmly and continues leaving with a smile on his face, because he quickly signed the term. The professor wonders if they really think that this exam was prepared to stink them up, saying that they will regret it. But sometime later, Yayo wakes up, asking for his brother, saying that it is time for him to wake up. However, he notices that he cooked all that, asking if that is a special day. On the table there is a post-it for her, and when she reads it she wonders what kind of event lasts 3 days, asking if he won't be in danger. In the meantime, already in a completely desolate place, Proda is in the middle of that hell with several other people, and he notices that there are a lot of people there. And Zambal, in turn, says that of course, saying that they are all from the 5 main academies. And one of the boys who were there notices that they are from the 5th Academy, wondering if the trash from that shitty academy dares to take the exam. And the blonde next to him talks to his young master, saying that he can hunt both beasts and other humans during the exam, saying that the weaker you are, the better it will be. And so, the psychopath Miram thinks that the weak should feel blessed to be hunted by the strong. Then they ask if they are seeing because that is Mo Xiaobei, one of the geniuses of the 1st Academy. And Zanbao says that he is the strongest of the younger generation of the Mo family. And Etienne is not surprised that he is from his family. After all, he is not surprised that he is so arrogant. But then someone comes along, scratching his sword on the ground, and that blonde security guard tells him to stop himself, asking who he is and how dare he come to the 1st Academy's camp with his sword drawn. Then the boy stops, yelling to Mok Bei, telling him to get his ass over there, because he will cut him into pieces. And Xiaobai asks what he wants, questioning if he wants to lose to him again. And that kid stands face to face with blood in his eyes, looking at Xiaobai. First, Yaitian wonders who that is. Zanbao says it's Li Yusin, a genius swordsman from the 2nd Academy, and he was defeated by Mo Xiaobei in the past. And the teacher starts calling the 2 ignorant country bumpkins, telling them to stop messing around, asking if they're all blind, and gets pissed at his teacher, asking if he's the one who's blind there. And he starts saying that after being 50 years old on Li Shangyun, and the boy wonders who that guy is and why he's rooting for him, asking if he's not afraid of Mo Xiaobai, saying that this is kind of embarrassing. And Yedia doesn't stop rooting for him. Then they say that fights are not allowed outside the wild zone, saying that aggressors will be disqualified from the test. And Shangyun says he'll let him live for now, and puts away his sword, saying that when they're in the wild zone, he'll erase him. And Xiao Bei starts calling the kid flea-bitten and undisciplined. And Ni Shangyun goes to Yi Tian, saying that he has courage to root for him, asking what his name is. And the kid introduces himself. And Xiang Yong says that the kid's name is cool, because he's a rebel when the leaf covers the sun, which is literally what his name means there in Korea. I just agree. But then the gates open. Everyone runs inside with Mochubiai, out and running. Zambo says it started, saying that he'll have to find his team, saying that he finds the Yedia inside. So the boy tells him to be careful. And Xiang Yong says that the 1st Academy goes first, and they go after the 2nd Academy. And the 5th one will be the last one there. He wonders what cruel world they live in, but the boy says he has to go back to his team, wishing Yi Tian good luck, and the boy wishes him good luck too. But then Nadi goes another way, and after going deep into the forest, he thinks he must be hiding quite a bit. So he drops his things, looking at the status window where it says that the fencing talent was copied, asking if the boy would like to fuse, and he obviously agrees, and at that his hand starts to hurt a lot, and he says that he has already been through this twice, so he is slowly getting used to it. And he smiles sadistically, thinking that he has to get stronger. And so, in the end, he really changes. And he uses that fencing talent, cutting down several trees at once. And the sword cultivation talent reaches the intermediate level. And the boy, this absurd scenario is getting more and more BDS. This is absurd. The kid is getting better and better. They say that all 4 first academies have entered the wild zone, saying that now the 5th academy should enter. And so, the little guys who should be the rabble enter the place, taking their first steps, and Ishin is followed by a snake that looks like a gigantic dragon, and the boy just pulls out his sword, then goes after the monster, giving his first sword swing and quickly cutting off its head. And the boy manages to kill it with a single attack, and so he gets a point for free. And he says that a wild beast seems to be weak. But according to the test rule, the more wild beasts kill you, the higher your ranking will be. And he wonders how many points it will take to come first, and he thinks about the reward for the test, saying that it's a long road ahead, but he thinks it doesn't matter because for now he's gonna hunt more wild beasts. And then he hears a cry for help and stops to see what's going on. And several students from the 5th school start to be attacked. And Zombo is surrounded by a pack of wolves, and the boy recognizes his friend. Then he says he doesn't want to die. What's this? Protecting Zanbao, and so he goes there quickly, asking if the boy will give him the points. However, he tells Yetian to run away, saying that the boy is no match for the Tooth Wolves. But then, he activates his mana, becoming a B10 as hell and disappears from Zambal's sight, killing the wolves with a single attack, not even giving them a chance to attack. Yes, he puts his things away, and the talent of speed, the talent of the knife, does its job, causing a massacre in record time. And Zambal can only think that his friend is very strong. And then the boy starts to fight, asks Zambal if he doesn't mind if he takes the wolf's teeth. But the boy says that they are all his, and he asks if Zambal will continue in this state. But he says that he gives up, saying that the test this time is too dangerous. He is already happy to be alive. Then he says that all his teammates are injured, that he has to get them out quickly, saying that he must at least stay alive. Then Yetian says that the only way will be this, but the boy asks Etian to wait, saying that there is a fake ferocious beast inside the forest, telling the boy to be careful, and he thinks about this beast, scaling the period level that would be the wild beast fake ferocious beast and the ferocious beast. And Zombo says he heard that the guys at the first academy were gathering in a striped snake that was over 10 meters long, and rumors say it is at the fake ferocious beast level and it is worth 500 points. And so Etienne opens a psychopathic smile looking at the boy, asking him to tell him which direction she was in, and so the boy says that she was to the southwest. He leaves quickly, invoking his speed, and he says that with 500 points he will be in first place if he kills him. But Zambal tells him to be careful about this, while the boy goes out unbridled in search of that monster. But in that he notices something, seeing that other people were killed, and here it is in the uniform of the first academy. And he sees more fire on the horizon, wondering if the monster is there, and so he flies there quickly, getting close, and noticing that that fake ferocious beast will be attacked by several cadets from all sides, and Mochambe orders them to catch that thing, as they have to kill that beast. Then everyone jumps up and he says that the 500 points will be his, and after attacking a lot, Loro says that the fake ferocious Bista is starting to run out of stamina and thinks it's now or never, and she starts to roar desperately as she sees that it's getting bad for her. And so Mochalbai asks them to leave the rest to him, going after the monster and attacking it with everything from top to bottom, all happy thinking that that last attack he gave to the monster's head was a success. But then the creature starts moving again, throwing the motion bay away with its tail, and the kid falls far away, breaking a wall, but thinks that the 500 points are his. The culture starts to feel really bad, and Isha thinks it's a shame, because he arrived too late. And then that blonde guy congratulates his young doctor for getting the 500 points. And he starts to laugh, saying that the first place in the challenge belongs to him, Moixeo Bay. But then the creature comes back to life, roaring and turning purple this time, entering its berserker mode, and so they notice that it hasn't died yet. That thirst for blood, so the creature starts to run. And he says that this is not a fake furious beast. It is a real ferocious beast. And so everyone is surprised, wondering if they are still going after it. And he says that of course, because that is worth 1,000 points, and everyone is surprised by this and soon leaves. And Mocha the Good tells them to go faster because they will be giving an advantage to the others if they do not hurry. And he thinks that she has become very weak with her attacks and they cannot let anyone come across her, because otherwise all their efforts will have been in vain. And Etienne, on top of a building, is surprised that that is a ferocious beast worth 1,000 points. And the boy soon grows an eye, apologizing to all of them, because they are not faster than the boy. And he activates the speed talent at maximum power and immediately goes like lightning towards that thing, jumping and going straight to the monster. While he hides, and Ishin gets there quickly and thinks that the people from the first gym are not there yet, and he notices the mucus secreted by the striped snake. So he follows it, noticing that it is hiding on the day of sales in a mall, and he says that what looks like the 1,000 points will be his. Entering the place, he notices that the stench of the viper is torturous, and he realizes that it must be somewhere around there and starts walking. And then, he sees the viper dying in front of him and gets scared, seeing it drinking something that is falling from the top of that building. And he wonders what it is drinking, thinking that it must not be normal water. And so, he pulls out his sword, saying that he will leave it to worry about after getting the 1,000 points. Going after her, wanting to kill her, And so, the monster notices him there, and to Prota's misfortune, he is very fast, and so, he manages to hit him, throwing the boy away. But he manages to hold on, quickly, taking his bow, and shooting arrows, straight into the monster's eyes. What is it? Very effective, making the monster scream in pain. And so the boy falls, holding his sword, and going after the monster once more. And he quickly manages to fall on top of the monster, sticking his sword in the viper's skin. Then he makes a huge effort to wake up. He will kill that limb and begins by tearing it from the forearm up to the creature's shoulder. And after making that gigantic cut, her arm is no longer the same and he flies again. As she falls to the ground, and he thinks that monsters are really strong, because there is no way he would have been able to kill him without Mochubiai's group. But he remembers and starts to wonder what that liquid falling from above is, but thinks to himself that it doesn't really matter either, because if the monster is late, then it must be some kind of treasure, and he quickly takes a vial that he had with him and says that it is better to take some and leave it to think about it later. And so he also tears out one of the monster's eyes, saying that he will use its eyes as proof that he killed it, and he goes after the blood that is in its heart, saying that the blood from a monster's heart is extremely valuable, and he starts to take it too with one of those vials. And after all this, he goes to that water that was falling and takes it, noticing that he managed to collect a lot. So he says that even though he has no idea what it is, he's just going to take it. Well, that doesn't matter, he just can't let Mocha Obey get to it. And so, he quickly cuts it, putting an end to the leak that was there. And he notices that the stitches he got so far should be enough for him to put it in first place. And it's time to get out of there, leaving everything behind. And a while later, the group of Moshalbais arrives very late, noticing that the monster's eyes were raised, and the heart is also almost without blood. And so they say that the only thing left was the corpse. And the blonde asks his young master what they should do. And he gets really pissed off, wondering who dared to steal his 1,000 points, saying he's going to destroy whoever it is. Prota must be far away by now, drinking blood, drinking water that falls from weird rocks, and eating eyeballs. He can't eat eyeballs, right? He has to prove he killed a monster. But this time, the crime definitely paid off. And in the middle of the night, hidden in the rain, Yetia notices that they have arrived. And the blonde tells Mochalbai that the person who stole his points is probably hiding, asking him what they're going to do. And Mochalbai tells them to investigate everyone they see. They have to find that thief. And he says he won't let them get away with this so easily. And so everyone understands. And Etienne realizes that he'll have to hide for a while. And so he quickly disappears using his speed. And he thinks that eventually they'll discover him. When he hands over the parts he collected for the calculation of the points at the end of the test. In 3 days, everyone will know that he was the one who killed the Viper monster. And he thinks that he has to use the time he has left to focus on his cultivation and quickly improve his strength. And he thinks that there will be a good place to hide. And he first lets it all out, wondering how much stronger he can get by drinking that monster's blood. And he takes that thing, saying that it must be the most disgusting thing he's ever tasted in his life. But he thinks that it's a small price to pay to get stronger and protect his sister. And so he falls in, throwing it all down his throat. Meanwhile, his sister wonders who could be talking about her, wondering if her brother is okay. And the boy starts to circulate his mana using his blood as a hack and thinks that his cultivation speed is increasing fourfold. And he says that it's no wonder that Shindan and the others would be getting strong so fast, since it seems that in addition to their own talents, they also need the help of external substances. He says that he will have to cultivate as best he can in the 2.5 days he has left, since he has enough stuff there for that. And 3 days later, already at the exit, everyone is counting the things they got from the monsters and then starts to distribute the points that each of them earn. And Xiangyong arrives full of swagger, throwing his bag and telling the teacher to calculate his points. And so she says that he earned 195 points. Around the world is filled with envy, and Mo Xiaobei says that it's only 195, asking why they're so surprised by this. Appearing full of swagger along with a 2-meter albino gorilla of his, he then tells Xinyun that he really overestimated him, asking if the boy thinks he's qualified to challenge him with not even 200 points. And the boy gets pissed, and so he arrives throwing his things on the table, telling the teacher to count. And she says that Moishal Bei got 427 points. And everyone is amazed by this, saying that the difference between them is very big. After all, one of the girls only got 30 points. And Shang Yun gets all upset, calling him shameless, saying that he must have stolen the points from others. But Mo Xiaobei says that if he did that, he did it with his own skills, asking if there's a problem with that, and the boy gets irritated again. And then, a girl comes to kiss Mo Xiaobei's ass, saying that definitely with 427 points, the first place is his, but he says no, saying that the first place must be above 1,000 points. Everyone wonders how this is possible. And then, the teacher says that all the students who are alive must have already shown up. And the one who was counting says that anyone who hasn't shown up is probably dead. And he says that means Mochalbai will take first place. But then the brave, the proto, the blessed one arrives, leaving everyone surprised. And the teacher who was already giving the victory to the boy can't believe it. And while he comes from afar, Isha already comes with that nervous, limp face. And the boy gets there placing both eyes and some other things on the table. And the teacher writes down that they are the eyes of a monster. And he says that's exactly it, asking what his total points are. And she says that Yitian got 1,163 points. He got first place in the practical test. And his reward is 3 bottles of monster blood and 100 million yuan in cash. And Zanbao is all happy for his friend, while Xinyun is worried, asking how that kid managed it, and Mochalbai says that the thief has finally shown his face, because they thought he was one of the delinquents from the 5th Academy, and he tells the blonde to investigate and find out everything there is to know about him. And Zambal, in turn, says that Etienne really showed them, saying that his academy will finally take home first place in the practical test. And the girls start to get excited, saying that they never thought that this would happen, asking how he managed it. But their teacher gets pissed at Yetian in turn, and Zambal asks why he doesn't seem happy, since Yetian brought Gloria to the 5th Academy. But he says that boy offended and angered a powerful family with the smur, and he fears that his classmate may have a sudden death soon. And Zambal gets worried about his friend. And after the practical test table comes out, the top 3 get together for a photo. And so our pro is in the middle. And Mo Xiaobei says that he must have courage to dare to steal something that belongs to him. But then Yi Tian says that he could say the same to him. And Yo Shang Yong asks if young Master Mo forgot what he said to him earlier. And the boy asks what he said. And just as Mo Xiaobei said, Yi Qian also stole his points with his own skill, asking if there is a problem with that. And so, the boy asks about this own skill, asking Chen Yun who between the two he thinks is stronger. And so Yetia asks why they don't find out by fighting, putting a gigantic pressure on him, saying that if the young Master Moa has time for that, he will be happy to fulfill his request. And the boy notices that Yetia is not joking around. And so he says that this is interesting, and Yi Tian thinks that when you become the target of someone like him, there is no way to escape. And the only way out is to become so strong that he will not dare to challenge you. And sometime later, he returns home, finding his sister Yi Yu, and she runs to hug him with longing, asking why he took so long and where he was. And she asks if he wasn't hurt, wanting to take a look to see if the boy is in one piece. And he says of course not, saying that he is perfectly fine. And besides that, he brought some gifts for her, and he questions what it is. And so she notices that it's money and too much money, saying that we have enough money to get married. But he asks what the hell she's talking about, because that money is for her all to use on tuition and living expenses. And she questions seriously, saying that this means they'll be able to eat meat every day from that moment on. And she asks what that is. However, he doesn't know either, saying that he brought that book with pictures of treasures to find out what it is. And he soon opens it to look for it and manages to find it, noticing that it is the elixir of the Earth's core, with a uselessly long description that I won't read, and if you want to read it, pause there and try to find everything. And he says that viper from before must have been able to become a monster using elixir from the Earth's core. He never imagined that something he collected so easily would be such a powerful item. And then his sister tells him that thing can improve talents, and it will definitely help her. But he says he doesn't need it anymore. Instead, he will make her stronger, telling Yeyu to drink. And she is surprised by the boy's determination. And really, what he's doing is the best option, even because he can't be by her side all the time. After all, he needs to go out to get stronger. So while she's alone, she has to be strong enough to be able to defend herself. Or else, so he can send her to a really good school, where she will have a defense against this family that wants to rip his head off. I think Proda is being smart about this. And sometime later, still at home, Yeyu says he drank. But she says that it hasn't awakened yet, asking if it was wasted. And the boy looks at her status window and notices that her novice ice talent is still dormant. And there was a change. Now the cultivation talent levels are weak, second class, novice, mid, and top. And Proda thinks that her talent is at the second class. And if she drinks the Earth Core Elixir, it will definitely improve. But he doesn't know how much. And the girl starts to say that they can sell it, because they can get a lot of money selling something so powerful. And so the boy says that in the book, it says that there is something more powerful called Earthstone, where the Earth Core Elixir originated, but it has already destroyed the place. And he thinks that when the buyer asks for the Earthstones, he could only say that there are none, but he definitely wouldn't believe him, so in the end it would only lead to murder. And the girl wonders why he destroyed it, saying that it's a shame, but he says that if she doesn't drink it, it would be an even bigger shame. And so he opens the girl's mouth and starts to throw the thing inside. But she says that it's murder, getting pissed. He asks how it tastes and she just says that it's lukewarm, saying that it's fine. And so he wonders what's going on and wonders to himself looking at her status window because her cultivation talent is still in second class, wondering if the book is wrong. But then she starts to say that she's tired, saying that she'll cook for him when she wakes up. So he lets her rest. And he keeps thinking that this is strange, wondering why nothing has happened yet, and thinks that he will wait a little longer because it may be that the drug has not yet taken effect. And an hour later, he continues cultivating next to her, and thinks that this is a wave of very strong talent behind his back. And when he looks at the girl's status window, her cultivation begins to increase, literally rising to the average And he level. Notices that he has increased 2 levels at once. And he notices that she has an average talent cultivation, but an average very rare ice, and you will definitely become a high-level warrior in the future. He looks at her all happy and thinks that Mo Xiaobei can, because he will not lose to him. He already thinks about taking that blood quickly, and he starts taking that thing, and says that the taste of those is even worse. So he thinks he was going to eat when he was in the cave, but he finally gets to eat what he has by his side, wondering how much he can improve with the blood of a mid-level raging beast, and he thinks he'll try it with physical training, and notices that he's improved 8 times, getting stronger and stronger, and he says that the effects of the mid-level raging beast's blood are terrible, and says that if he has enough blood, he'll be able to reach warrior level. But he thinks it's a shame, since there are only 2 bottles left. So he wonders what he should do, and at the 5th Academy in the forest 10 days later, the boy goes there to cultivate, and Zambo runs over, asking what he's going to do. However, Yi Tian just asks why all the fuss, and the boy talks about Mo Xiaobei with the pirate quickly asking if he's there. But the boy says no, saying that he retired to go after the warrior level. And what the boy is saying is that he's definitely harboring evil intentions, saying that he's definitely just waiting to become a warrior, to go after him for revenge. But then Proto sits back down to cultivate, and Zambo asks what he's doing. Why is he sitting down again? Saying that this is serious. And the boy says that he took a look at Ma Xiaobei's talent, and his talent is average. And to reach the warrior level he'll need at least a month. And Zambo starts saying that if he really becomes a warrior, dealing with a boy will be like stepping on an ant. Then Etienne says he's also training, and it's not like he's relaxing, asking who's afraid of who now. But in that, Zambo says he's a disciple with a great background and a lot of resources, but asks about the boy since he only has 3 bottles of mid-level beast blood, and even says that the boy must have already finished with her, and he says that they really are over, and Zambo thinks that it's really all over, and says that as his good brother, he'll take care of his body and also take care of his sister. This fat guy is being a scoundrel here for me, man. I'll take care of your sister. You realize that the guy is nervous. Huh? He's making his sister huff and puff so no one gets involved. And Nietzsche and Etienne think that all he has left is the low-level blood of the striped snake and the blood of the heart. And he thinks that when he uses them, he will reach the highest level of the apprentice level. And even if he gets close to the warrior level, it is impossible for him to achieve it. But he thinks that with the talent of speed and the talent of the knife, he is definitely capable of fighting a warrior. And his look is not of someone who is afraid. And in the family, love, everyone gathers around a safe. Until then the door breaks completely. And so the blonde congratulates Mo Xiaobei for achieving the warrior level, hoping that he continues to prosper as always. And the boy leaves there, fidgeting without saying a word, because Shape is saying everything he needs. And still in the residence, a maid begins to dress Mokul Bey, and his father goes to him and sees him, saying that it seems that he managed to become a warrior, saying that he really is his son. And here he loved Mo Xiaobei's father, and the basis of the family's wealth loved. One of the 10 elders of the Elders Association, at the mid-elite warrior level, and he goes to his son all proud. And the boy tells his father not to worry, because he will never embarrass family love. He says that this is a fact, saying that his elder even said that he will reward him personally. And Mo Xiaobei kneels in front of his father, saying that it is all thanks to him and the help of the elders. But then he tells the boy to get up and says, "Ready, security guards, go see if the dishes in the kitchen have been prepared." And so he says that he himself will go, and reminds Shovi to come back later because he prepared favorite foods. And after leaving, the boy asks if he investigated the thing he left with him before isolating himself. And the blonde says yes, saying that that kid has no parents and no one to count on, and they can bully him as much as they want. And Shelby starts calling the kid trash with no record. And he becomes calmer because he was thinking that he had someone powerful supporting him, and he says that if that's the case, he should just go ahead and kill him. However, the blonde tells the boy that the base is different from the jungle, and if he just kills however he wants, no matter how powerful the Mo family is, they will still have problems. But then Mo Xiaobei asks who let him use the family name to kill, telling him to look for a shadow killer. After all, who would know if it's a shadow murder? And the blonde says that to hire the shadow assassin, he will need at least $1 million. Asking if a poor boy is really worth it, but Mokelby hid it. I tell the blonde, saying that a servant is really a servant and his mind works like that of poor people, saying that the base is so vast and yet only a few families manage to prosper, while others become slaves. Then he asks if the blonde knows why, and he says that it is because when they discover a genius among the poor, they kill him immediately. Look at the face of this psychopath saying something like that. Look. And Loro begins to notice that the 5th Academy does not exist to cultivate talents, but to conquer the weak and Mochalbi says that this is how the world works. Meanwhile, in the woods of the 5th Academy, Etion continues cultivating, but seeing that it's going to start raining, he decides to go back home. But while he walks calmly down the street, he notices something strange on top of a pole, and when focusing his attention there, he sees a status window of the human. With a second-class cultivation talent, the talent of beginner shadows, and the boy notices that there is someone following him, and so when Riken comes to attack him, the boy quickly manages to stop his attack with his sword, defending himself and staying alive. When he is thrown back, he asks who is there, and Lee Kun introduces himself saying that he is someone who came for the boy's life. The good assassin of Manhwa begins to lick his dagger, and Etienne wonders if he is an assassin hired by Mo Xiaobei. But he thinks that Mo Xiaobei has become a martial warrior and he can easily come fight him, but then he wonders why he would resort to such a dishonest method. But at that, the assassin goes after the boy, not letting him think for long, and attacks him from behind, but the boy quickly manages to stop that attack, throwing the assassin away and again. Then he notices that he has disappeared, and he says that his shadow talent is the kind that can make him invisible, and then he appears again attacking the boy from behind, and Etienne quickly uses his speed to disappear before being hit. And Li Kung begins to wonder how a mere martial apprentice is so fast, and so the boy says that it is his turn to attack, going after the assassin. Not letting him think so much, but he can't land that attack with the assassin disappearing again, and so he notices that he became invisible, saying that this talent would be very difficult for an ordinary person to deal with. But he says that against him it is completely useless. After all, he can see the information window next to the assassin, and he ends up hitting him, throwing him to the ground, and after starting to bleed because of that cut, he thinks that this is impossible, because even an elite martial warrior wouldn't be able to come through his talent, asking how the boy managed it. Then Etienne starts walking closer to him, asking if Li Kun really wants to know, and says that if he does, he should answer him first, asking who sent him. Then he says he'll tell him when he's at his last breath, attacking Etienne by surprise. But the boy quickly manages to dodge, because of his speed, and flies backwards, jumping over Li Kun, falling behind him and impaling the assassin with his sword. Then he says he'll ask once more who sent him, and Li Kun, already in his last moments, starts to laugh, saying that he learned from Marshall, the strongest he's found so far, and says he'll tell him, saying that the one who sent him was Mo Xiaobei. And with that, he crouches down near the assassin, touching him, successfully copying the shadow talent, and so the boy starts to disappear, and his status window just keeps getting bigger. And the boy thinks that his shadow talent is now his. And after that, to make everything better, the rain keeps falling, and the boy takes that murderer to the forest and buries his body there. But after doing that, he gets sentimental, thinking that humans shouldn't be like fallen leaves, left to the mercy of the wind and rain. And he starts to think that he's going to live his life the way a man should live. In a world like this, he'll be like the wind and the rain, never like a fallen leaf. And he gets quite motivated by that. And when he gets home, he goes straight to take a shower. And apparently, the kid is already building a really cool shape. And he gets dressed to sleep, all modified and sitting on the couch. He thinks that this is... But then he remembers something and wonders why Yu hasn't come back yet. And he says that Jack Ma Shalbin sent someone to assassinate him. He must already know everything about him, which means that there is a chance that Yayo was also assassinated. So he starts looking for the girl, thinking that she must be fine. So, after searching a lot, he arrives in the city center desperately looking for the girl. And he thinks that this is just a normal school and people with talents can't just go there and kill the students. But he wonders if someone like Mokoa Obey would respect and follow the basic rule of martial arts warriors. But while he is standing there, someone puts an umbrella on the boy's back asking him not to move. And he quickly stops behind that person, telling him not to move. But then, the girl tells her brother that it is her, and he is shocked by this, questioning what she is doing and why it took so long. And she says she's on duty that day and was cleaning the classrooms. And then she changes the subject, asking why he didn't bring an umbrella or put on shoes, saying he's all wet. But he says he was in a hurry and forgot. And then she starts to cover him with her umbrella and changes the subject again, asking how he made that cool move just now, asking him to tell her. But in the meantime, they continue using a car to watch the two. And Mo Chao Bei starts to wonder why that kid is still alive. And on the way home, they stop to buy some sausages. And so, the boy continues walking calmly with his sister down the street, deciding what they're going to eat that night. Meanwhile, he notices that he's being followed. And arriving home, the girl makes food for them. He continues to notice that there is someone outside with that car, becoming completely wary. And the next day, the girl calmly goes to school, and he keeps observing everything that is happening from the top of the building. And in that, looking at the parking lot, he notices that that black car that was following there is still behind the girl. And he realizes that it has been 3 days since they followed. And he gets pissed that they are daring to hurt even Yeo, saying that they really lost their minds this time. And he notices that that car is leaving, thinking that he has to follow them, and so he quickly uses his speed, following the car and stopping on the floor next to where they were. And he notices that the one appearing is Mokul Bay, becoming completely pissed and activating his invisibility. Meanwhile, one of those security guards beats up a guy, and the man who is getting beaten starts telling Xiaobai that he doesn't have any more money, saying that he'll pay him back so he can get enough money, asking the boy to let him go. However, Xiaobai says that if he doesn't pay that day, tomorrow it will be double. And he says that, after all, money doesn't grow on trees, asking if the guy doesn't agree. Actually, it does, right? That it's made of paper. And even if it's those plastic notes like the old 10, it still grows on the tree. It still grows on the tree. And the man says that his interest is too high and he really can't pay that day. And he says that he has elderly parents and a small child to take care of, asking the boy to let him go. But then, a man comes talking to Xiaobai, saying that he's back, so he asks if he has any news about the shadow killer, and the blonde says that he couldn't contact that killer, saying that he'll try to contact him again through someone else, and Isha notices that the killer was really sent by Mo Xiaobai. And the psychopath starts to wonder if some people think that descendants of rich families like him are easy to cheat, stepping on that guy who owes him again. However, the guy starts to beg for mercy, saying that he wouldn't dare do that, saying that serving him faithfully is all he wants. And the blonde also agrees, saying that he never dared to think about it. Then, one of the guards goes to that man who was being beaten, noticing that he's dead. And Xiaobei just tells him to get rid of him, and they also talk about Tion's sister, asking if Blondie already knows how to deal with her. So he says that he was planning to entrust this to a friend who just got out of jail, says that what seems to leave things to others may be a mistake, so he will personally take care of this problem, telling his young master that he doesn't need to worry about it. And so Xiaobei gets pissed and hits Blondie, throwing him away. He asks why the boy did that, and he says that this is the punishment for not doing his job properly. But at that exact moment, Ishin thinks it's a good idea to take his primordial weapons and go after Xiaobei. And quickly, when he does that, Xiaobei can't even react. And the boy passes the Tramontina on him, giving a slight smile, still using his stealth. And with that, Xiaobei falls to the ground, stinking, and the guards begin to notice that the young master has been killed. And the blonde realizes that that is the talent of the shadows, who hides the body, asking if that is Ligong. But in fact, that one over there is Yi Tian, a Silva bastard, using the talent he stole. And the blonde wonders why it is him, how he could have the talent of the shadows, and says that he investigated, and he is just a failure with little talent, asking how he was able to kill the young master with a single move. Then he asks where Li Kuan is, ordering the boy to say something. And so Yetian gets pissed, already fed up with hearing that. He goes after the blonde with everything, using his talent of speed, as well as the talent of Lycum. Then the blonde says that he can't kill him, but contrary to what he's saying, the boy just passes the knife at him, hitting him left and right, already leaving the blonde in a very bad situation. And look how much he looks like Sung in this beautiful painting. And the blonde, after the only attack, goes to link in the bio. And the boy is sure to leave a paper behind where it says shadow. He puts away his daggers, preparing to leave, and says that he's not someone who simply waits to be slaughtered with a sheep, saying it was a shame that he chose to mess with the wrong target. So, an hour later, Mochalbiai's father arrives asking who did this and who killed his son. And one of the security guards talks to Sianton, saying that they found something at the scene, saying that the culprit probably. He is a shadow assassin, and then they say they hired a shadow assassin and he is inhumane, but then they call an elderly humorist who arrives there exuding hatred that zany great love. Elder of the rich Amor family, of the maritime base, and the only great warrior in the Amor family. And the ranking of the warriors is apprentice, warrior, elite warrior, great warrior, and grandmaster. And so Mochubiai's father quickly kneels in front of the great elder, saying that his son is dead, the prodigy of his family. Then the old man says he already knows this, telling him to get out. However, the bald man starts crying again, saying that Chabe has just arrived in the warrior kingdom and has just finished his celebration banquet. He had the potential to become a great warrior and revitalize the Moor family. But now, in such a sad moment, he has no head for it. And so, the old man says that he was the hope of the Moor family, for the younger generation. And he says that if the Moor family produced the second great warrior, his family's position in the maritime base would have increased greatly. And with that, the bald man says that his son's death cannot have been in vain, asking the great elder to avenge Xiao Bei's death. Then he hands that paper written in shadows to the great elder, talking about the shadow assassin. But then he remembers that family that has a grudge against them, saying that it was definitely them who hired the shadow assassin. So he brings it up, noticing through the paper that it has an iron tooth mark, getting very angry with this family that has nothing to do with it. After all, it was the bald guy's own son who ended up messing with the person. And he lost his head. That's it, people. He messed with the wrong person, got beaten up, and now he's done for. He's playing for Vasco. So what are you going to do? Now he's going to pick a fight with a guy who has nothing to do with it. And already at the academy, Zamble starts talking to Yedia about the iron tooth base, saying that it's much stronger than his sea base. And he says that the elders of the Amor family suspect that some families from the sea base are secretly working with the Iron Tooth base, all to kill the aces of the younger generation and swallow up the sea base. He says that rumors say that Mokal Bey, who just reached the warrior level, was also killed by them. And Zambal says that they even beheaded the boy. And he's telling all this to the guy who saw it all happen firsthand. And he thinks it's a good thing since it seems like no one knows it was him. And Zanbao says that the first person Mo Xiaobin would go after reaching the warrior level would definitely be Yetian. But someone got rid of him before, saying that the boy is very lucky. And so, Etienne thinks that he left that handkerchief with the word shadow behind on purpose, to throw the Moore family off the scent. But that Elder Moore discovered the symbol of the Iron Tooth base, and he wonders if he ended up revealing the Iron Tooth base conspiracy by accident. Or maybe it's just that old man making it up, but he says that to heat things up between the two bases on purpose, he must have his reasons. And the next day at 4 in the morning, the boy gets up quickly and gets ready to leave the house, showing off his pretty tough physique. And so, he grabs a backpack, and while he puts on his shoes, his sister goes to him, still sleepy, and he asks if he woke up. However, she asks where he's going at this time in the morning. So, he says he's going to train alone in the nature to be able to improve his powers. But she says he only got back a few days ago. He's going again, alone, asking if he can skip going or go with his friend. And he tells Yo not to look for herself, and that it's worth waiting at home for him. And so she goes to him and hugs the boy. Hey author, it could be a normal hug, why this angle, man? Why this angle? And then the boy is surprised by his sister's action, and she just tells her brother to come back soon, and he says that she can count on that and leaves, running away and using his speed to enter a desert place. And says that people say that there are advanced level ferocious beasts there, and with his current powers, he can only secretly hunt for low-level beasts abroad. And he must not attract the attention of those advanced level ferocious beasts. And he says that this time it is his turn to reach the warrior level. But then he starts to feel an earthquake, and when he looks to the side, there is a beast fight, and he thinks that that is a ferocious beast in full battle, killing another one. And so the Iron Cow's status window appears, and the blood is weak, and the defensive talent is second class, and the boy is tempted with those talents, wondering if the Iron Cow saw him. Then she starts running towards him, and he thinks it's just in time, dropping his backpack and going after the monster with everything, flying on top of it, unsummoning his daggers, and when he summons them, he starts to falls on top of the monster. But that cow creates a barrier around itself, stopping the boy's attack, and he thinks that defense is strong, being thrown away by her roar. Then he says that that's not a bad talent, and now it's his. Then he goes after the cow again, and after copying the beast's talent, he goes after it and starts zigzagging across its body, thinking that no matter what creature it is, the weak point is always in that place. And so he prepares to aim, throwing it at the monster's head, wanting to hit its eyes, but he stops at that barrier, thinking that he can't destroy it, and he keeps trying to hit it, but his daggers start to break, and he thinks that that's just a second-class defensive talent, and yet it's very strong. And the dagger in his hand breaks completely. So, the cow doesn't waste any time and punches the boy, throwing him away. And so, he completely blows himself up on a rock that was behind him. And he thinks that that talent is powerful, and he really wants it, and he thinks that it's a shame because the countdown to recharge is 16 days from that point, and he says that that cow in iron armor, it should be weaker than the silver moon wolf, but it's stronger than the violent scaled snake. And he looks at the broken dagger in his hand and thinks that it's big. He just needs to find a weak spot and attack it stealthily. So he thinks he has a chance to win, becoming invisible, activating the shadow talent. So he slowly approaches the monster, trying to get to a blind spot and enter it. And he starts hitting every possible part of that shield, while thinking that the shadow talent is so useful that the cow didn't even notice that he's attacking. However, Yetian comes to the conclusion that not even the sword talent is effective against its defense. And he keeps wondering where the weak spot is, and he says that this defensive talent doesn't have any openings, so he thinks it's a problem. But then he looks at the monster's ass, seeing two things there that look a lot like golden balls. Then he notices that the protection is weak there, wondering if its weak point would be coal. So he thinks he should try, and goes all out, activating the dark blade and throwing himself at the monster's ass, going through it from head to tail, ripping out everything there was to rip out in that middle, and the monster falls dead quickly, and he realizes that his guess was right. Dude, they literally did to the cow what Ant-Man wanted to do to Thanos in a more aggressive way. And after the monster is down, the kid manages to stick the knife in easily and thinks that the blade can only go through it after it's dead, and starts to drain the monster's blood, taking several vials. He says that no matter how strong his talent is, it means nothing if he's dead. And he thinks about that ox skin, saying that it must be very valuable. He also thinks that he's going to take the eyes and testicles, But he thinks that the most valuable item is probably that pair of horns. And so he quickly cuts, filling his bag, and he thinks that he needs to find a quiet place to start farming, so he goes to a cave and sees the blood of a fresh monster and the peanuts that his sister made for him. And he says that he's counting on them to cross over to the martial warrior realm. And after taking that thing and eating the peanuts, he starts farming. And after 20 days in that place, he gives his first smile, and then his body begins to undergo a transformation, receiving another dose of electric shock, and outside the monsters begin to flee. And some girls start looking at that because that is a very striking phenomenon. And one of the girls is surprised that someone has crossed over to the martial warrior realm in such a deserted place. And the girl who was there thinks that this is interesting, and she, apparently, is part of the martial pavilion. And Etienne, after this pyrotechnic show, thinks that that flow of power is enormous, noticing that that is the martial warrior realm. And he thinks about the armored ox because 20 days have passed, so the cooldown must have recharged. And he says that he will first copy the defensive talent. But leaving there and going to the corpse, the status window shows that the target status is incomplete. Copying cannot continue. And the boy wonders if he really had such a limitation. And he thinks that if he had known that before, he wouldn't have cut him into so many pieces. While he's there crying over the spilled milk, the girls keep looking at him. And the one who seems to be the servant wonders if it was the boy who killed that monster. However, the hooded girl says that he just crossed over to the martial warrior realm. But that monster had been dead for a long time. Lorena says that it doesn't make sense because when the monster died, he was still a martial apprentice. It's impossible for him to have killed that monster. And even though he was a mere martial apprentice, he dared to explore that mountain, thinking that the boy is quite bold. While they are there gossiping about him, he goes to an oasis in the middle of the desert and takes off his clothes, getting ready to go into the water, and he says that he has been in the mountains for more than 20 days, and he needs to take a bath before going back home. But then, the two who were watching him start saying that he is doing something indecent. So the other one tells them to get out of there quickly, and the boy dives into that. And already in the martial market of the Linhai base, he goes to the store that seems to be the biggest store in the market. But seeing a sign for the martial pavilion, he says that he will take a look at that place first, to turn around to continue walking in the market. He passes those two girls, and Laura recognizes him as the guy from the mountains. However, when Yi Tian crossed paths with that girl, she turned around, and he also turned around, calling her Yiyu. Yeah, the similarity is quite great, but I think this one is a move by the author to commit that, in 6th place, legalized. In this, in fact, he didn't call the girl Yayo, he called her little sister, and she is shocked that he is calling her that, but he thinks to himself that there is no chance of Yayo showing up there, and he notices that that girl is a true genius, and he looks at all her statuses, and the girl's talent is of a high rank, and he is surprised by this. Then Laura asks who he is calling little sister, saying that he has balls for a beggar, and the boy is shocked because he remembers bathing, wondering if it still stinks. But then the girl asks Xiao Yu not to say nonsense, so she says that she escaped, and Yu goes to Xiao to ask him to say something to the boy, and she goes to Yi Tian calling him an esteemed martial warrior, saying that she apologizes for offending him, saying that his mistress has already taught him a lesson, asking him to forgive her, and so he is surprised by this. And Yu says that his mistress needs to deal with something, so she will go back first. And she says that the boy came to the martial pavilion to sell materials, and his mistress is the supervisor of the martial pavilion, saying that she was wrong with what she said just now because to compensate him, no matter what he sells him, they will pay double the price. And the boy is surprised by this, and so she tells him to come in. And inside he notices that those are great items, thinking that this is what is expected from the biggest store in the martial market. And so they talk to him, telling him to drink tea, and the boy just thanks her. They notice that he has steel armor, ox horns, skin, and many things related to the monster, and so they say that it amounts to a total of $200,000. And since they are going to pay double, he will receive $400,000. And the boy almost freaks out when he finds out about this, and ends up closing the deal, saying that getting that money was too easy, and she simply gives him 4 white cards, which have 100,000 inside each, telling the boy to keep them safe. And he thinks that if his little sister saw so much money, she would definitely be very happy. But Yu talks to him again, saying that his mistress also told him to compensate her, because if he wants to buy something, everything will be half price. And he quickly says that he will accept this offer, but thinks that those items are too expensive, saying that it's no wonder that martial artist cultivation has become something exclusive to the big families, wondering how ordinary citizens could afford it. And looking around, he picks out a Yuan energy forging body technique book, as well as an atlas of great berserk beasts book, 3 bottles of mid-rank berserk beast blood, and 3 bottles of King Yuan solution, saying that he'll start buying with these. And so Yu starts picking, and says that with the discount everything came to $785. And she comes with a nice little line, saying that he can get it all for $700,000, and he simply gives her a gold card with $1 million inside, thinking that he luckily got a large amount of money from the killer, and she simply happily gives the boy his change. But he thinks that such a big martial pavilion, offering him so many benefits, was definitely not to compensate him for the word beggar. And then I take all that and he just runs away, thinking that he is a poor boy, wondering what they saw in him, and he starts to question if she is not going to say anything else because then he is leaving. Niziu asks him to wait, and he realizes that as expected it is not that simple, asking what happened, and she says that her mistress, the supervisor of the martial pavilion, wants to meet with him, asking if by any chance he would be available for this occasion. So he smiles and asks her to show him the way, so he can find her, who is sitting and drinking tea. And the only thing he can think of is that she looks a lot like his sister, and introduces her to him as the branch supervisor at Linhai Base in Yiling, and she is at the top of the elite martial artist stage, and the boy is shocked by this, and when he touches her, her high-rank cultivation talent is copied. And he introduces himself to her, saying that he is also from Linhai Base. The crazy guy on the site I'm looking at thought the same thing as me, because since he can't be with his sister, they released an identical mini without his DNA. He looks kind of like crap. She starts and asks him to sit down, saying that all those who step onto the second floor of the martial pavilion are considered valuable guests. But the boy says that he is just an ordinary bird, saying that he has no connection to any of those prestigious families. So I ask how valuable he could be, and she says that he is right, but says that his value lies in his common birth and his independence. And looking at the girl, he can only think that she is too calm, and unlike Yu, who likes to smile and is cheerful. And so Laura tries to offer him tea, and she says that she will be direct with the boy, saying that her objective, asking him to have tea, was to extend her invitation. And she gives him a rosary, asking him to join her martial pavilion. However, as he watches her make this request, he can only think of his sister, telling him to join the martial pavilion. Watching and remembering the two of them side by side, and he thinks he would never say no to that face, but says that there is one thing he does not understand, saying that Mojai is an extension base, so its power is unlimited, and he is sure that extended bases are never short of talents, besides the fact that he is still just a novice martial warrior. But then Yui says that extended bases become more extensive, and not because they run out of talents, but because they are always in need of them. And so he thinks that this makes sense, saying that it is unexpected, because despite having the appearance of a little girl, his words encompass the whole picture, and he says that it's as expected of someone from a base, saying that his foolish sister could never say such words, and Xiao then asks why he's hesitating, saying that this is a great opportunity, and she starts to say that not even elite disciples from powerful families who want to join meet her lady's standards. And at this, Etienne thinks that she's right, because this is indeed a good opportunity. But he thinks that joining any organization would mean being trapped. And if anyone finds out about his special ability, he'll definitely die a horrible death. And so he thinks that before he finds a way to deal with this, he needs to be as independent as possible. And so she asks if he's hesitating, saying that she's quite curious. Asking why he's hesitating, so he says that it's very hard to say no to her face. And so she asks him to tell her, and he says that he can't. And put it into words, and uses the rumor of the Iron Fang's invasion as an example, because that incident caused a lot of unrest among powerful families, but because of it he regained his peaceful days, and he says that he doesn't want to become like them. And he also doesn't want to serve people like them. And in that she wonders if in his eyes, she is the same as all of them, and he asks if she isn't. So she proposes a deal with him, saying that he can observe them for a while first. Saying that he doesn't need to answer now because she has plenty of patience, and so the boy just stares at her, and with that look he definitely can't say no. As he leaves, he thinks about being a martial warrior, wondering what that is and what talent is. And he wonders if martial warriors who have talent still remember the founding missions of martial warriors. And he wonders if martial warriors don't exist to protect people. And he sees in practice that this is not what happens, because a child kicks a ball near a martial warrior, asking him to kick the ball back. But then he lifts his foot and bursts the children's ball. And Etienne wonders why they need to tolerate oppression from some martial warriors, besides the fear of beasts, and ending the children's joy. Those two guys are still happy. Then Etienne thinks that it is not enough, saying that his position is not self-sufficient, and he needs to get even stronger. And the status window appears again, saying that the high-rank cultivation talent has been copied, asking if he would like to fuse. And he says that he needs to go even further, merging with the talent. And so, Yi Tian returns home after a long time, and his sister is surprised by this, running to him and grabbing the boy, noticing that he has finally returned. And she says that he seems to have gotten stronger in the 20 days he was away. Then he says that there is no need to even say anything, because her brother is already a martial warrior. And the girl is surprised by this, saying that the family has a martial warrior now. So she thinks it is amazing, saying that this is wonderful news. But he thinks that she is still stupid, saying that when her talents awaken, she will also become a martial warrior. So he says that he will continue to help her increase her talent when she comes across compatible items, and she remains in the intermediate ranking. And with that, she calls her brother, saying that she's gonna style him, then tells him to look at his hair because he looks like a beggar, saying that now that he's a martial warrior, he needs to take better care of himself. So she tells him to be quiet because she's gonna start. And he just agrees, telling her to cut it the way she always does. And boy, they gave Prota's sister a big snort, you know? Now I'm starting to understand Zombo wanting to be his brother-in-law, you know? And she says that he can leave it in her hands, because it's the only style she knows how to cut anyway. And so he thinks that time flies, because Yu has been cutting his hair since his parents died. And he remembers everything he went through with her with the two little ones together living alone. And when cutting his hair, she ended up making a mistake and cutting the boy's head and asks why they don't go to the hospital. He says it's just a little cut, saying that going to the hospital requires money, and he says it's nothing big and he'll be fine, asking her to just help him cut his hair short and treat the wound because that's enough. And the girl simply drops her scissors, saying that if only her brother had the ability of the deadly jellyfish, the colors would be different. Then he asks, and she asks if he's already forgotten, because it's from the story he told her, saying that the deadly jellyfish has a healing ability, and when they're injured, they heal almost instantly. However, the boy says that things like that were made for foolish children to believe, asking if she still believes that, but she says he doesn't understand, saying it's true, and keeps testing it. And he says it's okay, saying that he knows she cares about him, and when his talent awakens, he can gain a healing talent. Then he says that he'll never get hurt, and he'll be able to protect her even more. And so, in the present, he thinks that's it, remembering immortal jellyfish. So she tells him to stop moving because he'll end up ruining the cut, and the boy runs away quickly. She asks where he's going. So he goes to the illustrated treasure book he bought last time, and he starts looking for the deadly jellyfish, finding the monster. And he says it's a water-type beast with a healing talent, and the location is the Lake of Death. And she asks what he's whispering quietly there, and he thinks that if he can copy the healing talent, he won't need to fear getting hurt in the future, and Yu won't need to worry anymore. However, the girl sees him talking about the immortal jellyfish, asks if that isn't something only found in stories, and apparently she remembers the words he said to her, saying that those things are just inventions for foolish children. Then he tells her that she is wrong because some stories are real, and so she asks to continue cutting his hair once and for all. And after a while, he begins to wonder how strong a body training technique that only martial warriors can practice is. And he notices the first technique of the beginner martial warrior, the fortified skin, and the intermediate martial warrior would be the fortified muscles, and the martial warrior in the advanced stage would be the fortified bones. And so he says he will try that first, starting to cultivate. As he sits down, starting to gather here, he thinks that he would not know without comparing, because his absorption rate in the past was very slow. He wonders what the effect will be if he takes a bottle of intermediate beast blood. And so he throws it into that thing and starts cultivating even faster, noticing that the absorption rate has tripled, even though it was already very high. And he says that he will first cultivate at home, and when the cooldown time is over, he will go to the Lake of Death, to finally find the immortal jellyfish and copy its healing talent. And so he becomes more and more greedy, thinking about the future. And our protagonist goes to the martial pavilion, and Xiaoyu notices that it is him right away, saying that it is that beggar. And with that, she quickly calls him. Then she says that he must have come looking for his missus, and says no, saying that she's there to buy something. And he looks at her with a seductive look, and the girl says that clothes really do make the man, saying that he looks quite handsome now. And so she asks for forgiveness, saying that if he wants to buy something, he should follow her. And he gets straight to the point, asking if they have a map of the Lake of Death. And so she says that she does, saying that she'll look for it. And right away she hands it to him. He thinks that he'll definitely be able to copy some good talents with that. So he asks how much it costs. She says it'll be 100,000, and he quickly takes it. She wonders if he's going somewhere new to collect trash again. However, she remembers that Yui told her the other day that the Lake of Death is full of terrible aquatic beasts, and even elite martial warriors have difficulties surviving in that place. And she starts to hope that nothing happens to him. And so the guy simply sets off at his Mach 3 speed, and appears at the place, arriving at the Lake of Death in a second. And he thinks that that piece of land is really stereotypical and troubled, looking at that chaos that is there, and says that he will definitely copy great talents there. And when he looks at the place, he notices that it has been deserted for a long time, and the strange atmosphere there makes it seem like danger will appear at any moment. And really, when he gets a little distracted, a whirlwind appears next to the boy, and he starts to wonder if those are beasts, saying that he will remain invisible for now and just observe, activating the shadow. So he gets closer and wonders what exactly that is. So in the middle of that, a man appears holding an umbrella, telling his lady that they made it, calling her to go quickly. And Yui is in the middle of that, leaving the boy surprised. And so they almost get bitten by a gigantic beast. And that man with her thinks they won't make it, taking her out of there quickly, and they run to the edge before anything goes wrong. And they notice that it's a max rank beast, and the monster is gigantic. A disc appears in front of them, and Etienne is terrified by that max rank beast. Then that man says he's going to hold her first, throwing Yui away, and the girl even tries to say something, but the man leaves her far away, and she runs away, but he notices that there are more of them behind him, and the girl starts to be chased. So when she was about to be caught, Tion notes that there is a problem in front of her and goes after her, because he has no choice. And when the girl is almost bitten by that alligator from Chernobyl, she activates the secret technique. Then, a flower grows on her head and a gun appears in her hand. She activates the technique, changing the color of her hair, becoming similar to Sakura's color. And she quickly disappears from in front of the monster, appearing on top of it and attacking from above, cutting the monster in half. And so, Etienne notices that the secret arts are really very strong. And he thinks he was careless because this is not the fight that a novice martial warrior like him can handle. And she starts tearing those monsters apart easily. And he notices that Yiling is an elite martial warrior at the top of the kingdom. And he notices that after activating her secret technique, her power became similar to that of a great warrior. He says that even 10 of him wouldn't be enough to defeat her. And he starts to notice that apparently the sky is a little higher while that gigantic beast grabs the leg of that guy who was with Yiling, and he tells it to run away quickly while it gets bitten by that, and he says that the secret technique won't last long. And the item is more important because if she doesn't get out of there, the sacrifices of her brothers who dived will be for nothing. And she sees that, has no other choice, becoming sad about it, and even crying, she decides to leave, and Ediang thinks about those 3 submerged people, asking what kind of treasure is that, to go through so much trouble to get it, and he gets curious about it. But those beasts keep following Yui, and her technique ends quickly, with her hair returning to normal, and she loses her strength, dropping the box, and so she wonders who is in front of her, but she can't even see who it is. And Proto goes straight to that box wondering what kind of treasure that is. And she tells him not to touch it, and he, in turn, tells her to stop grumbling, because he won't steal it. Then he notices that that bunch is quite annoying, and picks her up, asking for permission, saying that it would be safer to find a cave to hide in, asking her what she thinks, because if she doesn't answer, he will consider it as a yes, and he quickly leaves. What's up, what's up? So much so that it's true. Personally, I liked her better with pink hair, and that might make him stop with this, this snobbery. And so in the cave, he's surprised that she hasn't woken up yet, wondering how much longer she's going to stay like that. And so, she starts to move, and the boy asks if she's woken up, and she gets up with Doris, asking if the Yeti in there, questioning if he saved her. And he says that by chance, because it happened he was passing by, and so she thanks him for his shirt, and thinks that he dared to go to the Lake of Death alone, thinking that this is impressive, saying that he almost recruited one of those talents for the Martial Pavilion, and she gets quite moved, taking something from his hand. So he says that he's going to go blind with that light, asking what she's doing. Then, she laughs at him, all scared, and says that it's a light stone, can store and radiate light. So you could say it's a lamp, and so she lights up the whole environment, letting it fly. And he asks how she managed to appear out of nowhere. And she says that he seems quite interested, saying that she'll talk a little more after drinking some of that healing potion. So she takes that thing as if it were nothing, and he wonders if it's some kind of spatial talent, saying that among her talents there wasn't any special one. And so the girl starts to cultivate, healing herself quickly, and a while later she goes to him poking the boy, saying that she's done, telling him to get up. And so he does that, and she asks if he wanted to know where the items came from. And she takes that box along with another little bag in her hand. She tells him to observe carefully, saying that that bronze cake is bigger than her bag. But he quickly goes in there, and he starts to understand, saying that it wasn't a spatial talent, but rather a spatial type artifact. And she agrees with him, then asks if he liked it, asking if he wants to learn how to use it. Because if they join the Martial Pavilion, she'll take him to the main base and other things. But then he says he's tired, saying he's going to sleep, turning around, leaving her talking to herself. She's shocked by this, starting to get irritated, saying that she'll recruit him one day. And Ishin, in turn, thinks it's just a spatial bag and a healing potion. And naturally, when he copies a spatial talent and a healing talent, those items will be nothing to him anymore. And he says that the problem is that she just made a mess at the Lake of Death, so it won't be calm anytime soon. And so, sometime later, when the place starts to get calmer, he wakes up wondering if she left. But then he notices something behind, questioning what it is, asking if it was already there. But when he opens it, he notices that it is a medium-rank profound training manual and 10 bottles of blood from a high-rank monster. And 10 letters also worth $1 million each, and he wonders if she left that for him, thus thanking her, saying that those items are enough for him to become an elite martial warrior. Then he says that there was a change of plans, saying that he will look for the immortal jellyfish. After reaching that ranking, drinking that stuff, and 4 months later, the boy manages to have another breakthrough and another thunderstorm falls on him. Once again, he manages to advance, reaching the realm of elite martial warrior. Even stronger and with longer hair too. So he thinks it's time for the hunt. It may be an unpopular opinion, but I prefer his long hair than that other gourd hair. As he leaves the cave and walks around the lake, the boy notices 11 new graves, noticing that Eling must have done it thinking about her, saying that with the amount of beasts in the lake, he fears that not even their bones will be left, and he thinks that the girl made the graves before leaving, noticing that she is kind. But then he notices something behind him, remembering they would have used that umbrella to dive, and he picks it up, wondering if it still works. And when he opens the umbrella, it creates a bubble around him, a waterproof bubble, and the boy is happy with it, thinking it's a great item. And he says that with it, he can enter the water without any problems. And he quickly uses his speed ability to enter the water with everything. And he says that with this umbrella, he becomes faster when submerged. And so he activates the shadow talent to become invisible too. And he starts to wonder what that is down there. And a status window appears, a beast and tiger claw of the innate talent medium rank. And he notices that that is B. Wondering if there are really jellyfish and deadly fish around that place. But then the tentaclus appears behind the boy. He ends up being shot without realizing it. And he wonders what that was. Then he notices that it is the deadly jellyfish that has the master rank healing talent. And he is happy about it. But that jellyfish doesn't look like a jellyfish at all. And it starts shooting with all its tentacles. And he pulls out his dagger to cut it. But the leg he managed to cut comes back to life quickly. And he notices that it regenerated too quickly, becoming more and more hyped with this maximum rank healing talent, and the jellyfish goes all out with its tentacle towards the boy and ends up touching him, and with this Ishin has the chance he was looking for by successfully copying the maximum rank healing talent of that athlete. But he is thrown away, hitting a rock and almost losing his breath. But he doesn't even care. After all, he's laughing now, because the healing talent has been acquired, and he gets more and more excited about this battle, with the jellyfish now shooting poison in his direction. The boy is surprised by this, but uses the umbrella to stop that poison. But the umbrella starts to corrode, as does the boy's hand. And he gets mad about it, saying that the broken umbrella won't keep the bubble waterproof. So he's down there, unable to breathe, starting to get desperate. But as everything bad can still get worse, several status windows appear near the boy, with several different monsters. And he notices that it's a swarm of deadly jellyfish. So he thinks he's already gotten the talent, so he doesn't need to get involved with those bastards anymore. So he just puts his tail on 3 legs and runs away. Yeah man, you can't play the hero all the time, you have to really get out of here. And so I managed to reach the surface. He searches for air. But the jellyfish tentacles are still chasing him and thinks they're too persistent, leaving there and activating the speed talent at maximum strength to escape as fast as possible. So he goes back to that cave again and thinks he's finally left there. And the system asks if he wants to merge the maximum healing talent, and he obviously clicks yes, and the pain comes again, but he's already smarter, noticing that he's copied the talent so many times that his body has gotten used to the pain. And he's surprised by this, a successfully integrated talent. And so, he thinks the fusion went more smoothly than expected. And Jesse prepares to test it, saying that the deadly living water poison is extremely deadly. And even a small amount can cause death in a normal person. But when activating the healing talent, everything goes back to how it was before. And so he starts hitting the wall like crazy. And he is surprised that not even traces of the injury remain, thinking that this talent is very insane. But he notices that most of the talents he has now are of the support type. And if he wants to fight someone stronger, he has to copy attack talents. Then he realizes that it is time to go back. And already at home he reads about the aggressive bear, thinking that it is SOSO. And the firebird is also nothing special. And his sister tells him to stop moving, cutting his hair, saying that she can't believe he left for all this time without telling her, saying that he is and apologizes to Yu. But then he notices the mighty ant, which is a low-rank beast specialized in combat, which is easily seen in colonies, and tells him that when it launches a collective attack, even great martial warriors have difficulty escaping. And he thinks that he wants that from there. And a while later he goes to the martial pavilion, and goes straight to Xiaoyu. And she is happy, saying that it has been a while since he went, asking what he is looking for. And he says that he wants a corpse of a mighty ant. And she is surprised, stuck with this, asking if he wants to submerge her in the wine, as it is good for recovering the body. And he starts to ask if she seems to be in poor health, but she says that they do not have any powerful ants there, but says that she has information about her, asking if he is interested. So he says that she can talk. And the girl says that the Lin High base and a medium base are building a trading circle. And there are many beasts between the two bases. So between them, there is a nest of powerful ants. And the boy thinks about this medium base, wondering if it is the ironbound base, thinking that it can only be her, as it is the only one in that area. And the girl says that it is the same one, saying that it is the ironbound base that is about 100 kilometers away from the Lin High base. However, the boy still remembers that someone from the Amor family died a while ago, and the Amor family suspected even the iron base. So, he starts to assume that the Iron Fang base is planning an invasion. And the girl says yes, saying that the Amor family went there to investigate and the Iron Fang base helped to end the misunderstanding. And the Iron Fang base was only able to reach an agreement with the Link family, because the Mo family helped. And the boy ends up understanding this, saying that if the Mo family is involved, something tells him that they are plotting something. And so the girl finds a card written there. And the boy asks what that is, and she says that it is the symbol needed to participate in the events. Initially, it was supposed to be from his lady, but they are a huge base, saying that working for a medium-sized base is out of the question, saying that it would be his dream. And she says that the two bases plan to send some martial warriors to clear the beasts along the trade route. And if he participates in that operation, it's possible that he might get his hands on the corpse of a powerful ant. And the boy thinks that the Lin family is the absolute ruler of the Lin High base. And even though they're the Moa family, they only deserve to be called subjects. So he thinks it's time to venture out, getting greedier and greedier. And in the Lin family, they start to gather. And the boy is impressed, but he notices that this is to be expected because they gathered hundreds of warriors at once. And he thinks he needs to act cautiously, while looking like a hooded criminal, all mean-looking and strange. And so he starts talking, saying that Li Min-jin has arrived, and welcomes him to everyone in the beast removal operation. And he is the current head of the Lin family, at the top of the elite martial warrior level. And that old man next to him, along with another bald guy, are not messing around either. And Ishin, seeing the two, thinks about the family, my love, because they have met once again. And the smile from here is of someone who is about to kill someone else. And so the leader begins by saying that everyone knows that his Nimhaya base is too small and the resources are limited there. Then he says that it is difficult to meet everyone's cultivation needs. And he says that by collaborating with a medium-sized base, he would extract incredible benefits. And he says that this operation is very important. And of course, dealing with a monster is dangerous work. However, the reward in this operation will be more generous than any hunt they have done before. And so, everyone shouts glory to the Lin family, and the boy is surprised by this, wondering if the one standing next to him isn't Captain Gale Wolf, who saved him a while ago. Then he wonders if he would still remember him. But then Lin says that to end everyone's doubts, he can guarantee it right there, saying that anything they acquire during that operation will be completely his. And everyone thinks this is incredible, but he says that they can wait longer, saying that his family has also prepared another reward. And everyone in the martial warrior realm will receive 20 bottles of mid-ranked monster blood and 2 million coins. And the elite warriors will receive 3 bottles of high-ranking monk blood and 10 million coin. And he tells everyone to go register quickly, because they expect them to come back full. And so they start to form a line, and they ask everyone to put their hand on that assessment rock, saying that it will analyze their strength. So when they start, the first one to go is a mid-ranking martial apprentice. So they continue this until it's our protagonist's turn. And he thinks that Yiling was right, saying that there's no need to work for powerful families, especially that damn Moor family. And he says that if they find out that he's an elite warrior, they'll cause him unnecessary trouble. And he thinks that this tool is based on power detection. And if he puts less strength, it must seem like a smaller kingdom. And when it's his turn to put his hand on that thing, he starts trying to control himself, wanting to look like an advanced rank martial warrior. Apparently he agrees with him, showing that the boy wanted it. And the bald guy from the Love family gets interested in that boy, and everyone talks about him. After all, he seems to be very young, so he wonders if he could be some genius from a powerful family, because reaching the level of this young man shows that he has an insane talent. And the boy says that this demonstrated part of his strength and still attracted a lot of attention, noting that it seems he should have used less force. And Captain Gale Wolf says that true geniuses are always discovered while they're still young, thinking about how old he is and he's still an advanced ranked martial warrior. The guys agree with him because they're still mid-rank martial warriors, and one of them talks to the captain saying that his team is one member short, wanting to call the boy, but he says that he's an advanced ranked martial warrior and everyone wants him, asking why he would choose him. But then, they notice that the boy is coming towards them, and Yi-Tion goes straight to the captain, taking off his hood and saying that it's been a while since he's seen him. And so he's surprised, saying that he's the martial apprentice who saved the little girl from the Silver Moon Wolf. Then he thinks it's unbelievable, because he managed to become an advanced ranked martial warrior in 1 year. And he says that he was just lucky, very lucky, and asks the captain if he could join his team during the operation. He says that of course he can, and Ishin asks everyone to take care of him. That girl with the bow says that it's more peaceful having another advanced ranked martial warrior with him. And the boy gets all embarrassed, and so they say that that's the mission area, saying that the map says that low-ranked monsters appear there. In that case, they should prioritize their safety above all else and not advance recklessly. And when the monsters appear, Etienne talks to the captain, saying that they are extremely fast. Then he tells everyone to calm down, saying that they are just snacks. Then he says that he will deal with the ones in front, while Ichan deals with the ones in the rear. Others should assist when necessary. And the boy quickly takes his knife off his back to go after the monsters. And when they are surrounded by those wolves, the captain orders the boy to go after them, and he actually deals with the first one easily. The second one goes for him, almost biting him, but the boy manages to kick it away, and accelerates with everything to finish the monster on the ground, and thus he kills it. Then the captain says he didn't do too bad, saying the boy did very well, but Estan walks behind him. After all, he killed 3, and Etienne thinks he was taking it easy so as not to draw attention, and that girl says saying that she likes him more and more. And the bald man says that he has such ability even though he is very young, telling the captain not to be so conceited. And the captain gets pissed, saying he wanted to brag for once in his life, asking if he has to embarrass him. But then the only sensible one raises a worthwhile argument, asking why the wolves didn't wait to attack in the valley, as they would have had a better chance. And the captain says that maybe they even wanted to, but they couldn't. Then they ask what he means, and he says that this is not their territory, saying there are stronger beasts in the area. And one of them asks about it. After all, the 5 of them might not be enough. But the bald man tells him to relax because they have 3 intermediate martial warriors, and 2 in the advanced ranking, and says that there is no reason to be afraid. Then the captain soon shows him something, saying that it is the Lin family's walkie-talkie, and he says that all the captains received one, and when they are in danger they can simply call for help, and he says that it is okay to go without worrying. And they continue walking, but as they walk, the captain hears something, and asks them to stop. But then the Yetian notices that the monster is coming from above. It is a gigantic beast that was above them in the trash, and recognizes it as the flame lizard, a monster with novice rank innate talent and low rank fire talent. And so the monster soon prepares to breathe fire at them, and they throw a huge fireball at the group, who can only run away, and then the monster throws itself to the ground, and with the entire area already burned. And so the bald guy and the guy in blue say that the 2 of them already had the entrance, asking them to leave it with them. And the captain says that judging by the aura, tells them to be careful with the flames, and the 3 of them go for it. Then Yetian asks if they're going to be okay. And so the captain says that it's just a low-rank beast, telling the boy to relax, and after a while, they finally win, and the captain congratulates them, and he says that it was all fun, those 2. But the bald guy also recognizes her for having distracted the monster with her arrows, and one of them says that that low-rank beast was very weak. Finishing her off was a piece of cake. But while he's calm, he's chattering. Another fireball comes at him, and Etienne needs to shoot quickly, activating his speed talent at maximum and getting the guy out of the way of that fireball so as not to be hit. Then he asks if there are more of them, since it's a fire talent and probably the same type of beast. But the boy notices that it seems like it's not over yet. And when they look back, they notice that there's an army of those things. Then the captain starts using the walkie-talkie, talking to the teams near Area B, saying that they found danger in Area C, and he starts asking for help, since there are 3 beasts there. But then he notices that those guys ignored his call for help. And the bald guy talks to the captain, saying that he expects a lot from the Lin family, saying that they don't care if he lives or if he dies. And so the captain gets pissed because he had thought he had followed the right person and brought all of them to earn a reward. He never expected that the Lin family would also be like this, and he finally realizes that the Lin high base is already rotten, and so he takes his axe, saying that he will stop them and they must flee. But then the bald man realizes the meaning in the words that the captain spoke, saying that he is not treating him as a captain, because he wants them to leave, they must all leave together. And so, the captain orders them to listen to his order, so everyone is moved by this. But that coward in blue proves to be the least loyal of all, saying that they are a bunch of idiots, and if they don't come, the only thing they expect is death. Then he says that they are too slow, running away, saying that he will leave first. And the bald guy notices that this kind of rookie is not trustworthy, saying that surviving will definitely kill him. Then they talk to Ye, saying that he is very talented, and that it would be a shame for the boy to die there. And the captain asks the boy to take his 2 brothers together and run away. And the bald guy says that he had already forgotten that the boy just joined the team, saying that if he wants to run away, he should. And the girl asks him to run away quickly and not ruin her bright future. But he says that of course he will run. But he already starts to activate his aura, saying that he will run towards the monsters, and he already starts to put on a great show, and the captain notices that this is the aura of an elite martial artist, noticing that the boy hid his true power. And they are all in disbelief with what they are seeing, while Yidienko thinks that he didn't want to show his true power. But there will be no other way, and he quickly cuts that fireball that the monster threw at him, thinking that it doesn't matter because if he doesn't do it now, Storm Wolf's team will be exterminated, and he thought at first that with the team leader's combat ability, escaping alone would be easy for him, but he chose to stay behind to let his companions escape, and while he continues killing the beasts, he thinks that if he continued hiding his true power, he wouldn't be considered human. While the boy gets rid of one of them, the others start trying to attack him. And he wonders, if he did that, what would be the difference between him and the more family's trash? And so, two beasts attack him at the same time. And he thinks about the case of attracting all kinds of danger due to exposing his true power, saying that he doesn't have time to think about it now. He believes that the leader of the Storm Wolf team won't bring him any problems, and the boy fleeing from the beasts quickly cuts one of the buildings that was there, making it fall on top of the two monsters. And so a huge explosion occurs, and the archer is surprised to see the power of an elite martial artist, saying that this is too incredible, and Yaeltion continues against the two. It's just Titano flying from one side to the other more than a bird. He prepares to attack with the blow of the shadows, making an extension of his sword and striking to everything that is on the side, breaking the beasts into several pieces. And so they finally fall to the ground, and the captain thinks that the boy is too strong, and without a doubt he already belongs to the highest power of the Linhai base at that stage. But while the boy deals with two gigantic monsters, that guy who ran away asks someone to save him, as he ended up being joined by those wolves that were behind. Then, the bald guy notices that that guy seems to have encountered danger, but the captain tells him not to worry about him, as he cannot expect to be saved after having tried to escape alone. And with that, Yichan tells them that he wants to go deeper, questioning what they are going to do, if they are going to follow him or if they are going to stop. And he says it in a very provocative way. Then, after thinking for a bit, the captain says that the Storm Wolf team will enter and leave together. And so they decide to follow the boy, until finally they let the traitor die. Man, if it were one of those Japanese animes, I'm sure they would forgive the guy, tell him to never do that again, and soon they would be betrayed again. That's it, bro. The guy ran away, chose his own life, chose to run away alone, and in the middle of the escape he ended up becoming pet food. And when tempers calm down, the bald guy starts to be taken care of, and the archer complains about how he ended up, telling him to look at the Yahello. And the captain shouts to the boy, thanking him for taking him there. And the boy, meanwhile, is on top of a building, observing the whole place, and he says it's no problem, but tell the captain that they're going to have to split up, because he wants to try something. Then the captain asks if he's going to continue even further, and the boy confirms this. The bald man says that considering the current situation, continuing wouldn't be the smartest choice. And Ishin says that they can go back, because he's going to go alone. The captain is surprised by this, but thinks that with his ability he'll be calm. But still, it's a little worrying. But the boy tells the captain not to worry, and he even tries to talk a little more with Yahello. But the boy doesn't listen much, and the bald man asks what they're going to do. Jonin is going to follow him, but the captain asks him to forget it, because even if he continues, they'll only slow the boy down. Because with his strength, he doesn't need any help. And Prota thinks that before finding even stronger families, and before getting into annoying situations, he has to test how strong his healing talent really is. So he drops everything and goes back into that fire, and notices that it stinks a lot, wondering if he's in his nest. And so, when he looks to the side, the whole ground is crumbling and he runs quickly and jumps, but is caught by a monster that punches him, throwing him far away. But even after being thrown, the boy quickly runs back up to that huge hand that came out of the ground and tries to hit it, but the hand kept chasing him, wanting to kill him like a mosquito. And the boy can only step back, and that giant comes out of the ground. And he notices that, apparently, it's the mother of those things. And the only thing the boy can think is that it's a giant guinea pig, saying that it's perfect, because he's going to use it to test his healing talent. And that her across from hell in front of him opens its mouth and launches a blast of fire directly at Etienne, who throws the boy away. Then they notice that he is struggling and the captain gets desperate with this. But then the boy thinks that this was expected of the king of the lizards, leaving there completely naked, but completely happy, because his healing is at maximum. And he talks to that thing, saying he has a suggestion, asking why they don't go all the way. And so the monster launches another blast at him. Then the boy receives it head-on and says that they will compete fairly. He wants to see if he burns to death first or if he kills him from exhaustion before that. Someone explained to me how everything burned, except his pants. Or maybe the artist doesn't want to show his cricket shins. I don't know, that must be it. And with a look that makes him look exactly like Sun Jinho, he goes after the monster at maximum speed, throwing himself in the monster's face, and the fight begins with him breaking with his. And the monster breaking with that laser beam of his, and all you can see is a huge explosion. And he talks to the captain, saying that there have been explosions in that area for more than an hour. Then he wonders if Yishin is alive. The captain says he's not sure, but they can't even intervene in a fight of that caliber. And so, sometime later, the boy finally sticks his sword in the monster's skin, and says that apparently he won this game because he finally managed to kill that monster. Wow, man, Prota spent an hour being roasted by that thing. And the thing is, he has the cure, but I'm sure he still feels pain, so that means he's kind of a masochist, you know? And he starts to think that that healing talent consumes a lot of energy, and he's feeling exhausted. But he says that it was an intermediate ranked beast. And he says he's going to use her blood to help with his recovery. And he starts to suck that thing. And soon after, he starts to cultivate. And the captain notes from afar that the fight has stopped. And then, the bald man notes someone coming. And it's Yi-Tian, returning, half naked, towards them. The boy asks the captain if he hadn't told him to go back first. And he thinks about it, saying that even though they couldn't help with anything, they were worried, so he decided to stay there. And he says that his clothes were destroyed by the flames. Asking if the boy is okay, telling him that there is an extra pair over there, saying that he can use it. And the archer still says that it might be too big. And the boy just stays calm, talking to the captain about what they should do with those things over there. Then he says that they will listen to Yahello about this, after all the credit is all his. But the boy tells the captain that since they didn't leave and the beasts are scattered, they should take them. But the captain tries to say something, saying that he has never seen so many beasts together. And the bald man says that the beasts didn't kill him, but if they come back, they will tire him to death. But Etienne tells them to forget about those small fish, telling them to deal with the lizard king first. Then the captain is surprised by this, asking if the boy is going to carry those beasts back with him, but he says no. Then the captain asks where the boy is going, and he says he's going to the area of the planetary ants. Then the captain is surprised by this again, telling the boy that what seems to be the most difficult mission of that beast extermination is the anthill of the powerful ants. But the boy doesn't care, heading there. And he says that although a single powerful ant is just a low-rank beast, inside the anthill they are everywhere, so he says that it's difficult to escape fighting alone and even for a great warrior, but the boy doesn't care about that, and the captain tells him that he needs to be extremely careful, and arriving there he realizes that it was there that all the most powerful groups gathered. And once again he looks like Song and notices all the big fish gathered down there, noticing that they are the more family here. Then the Link family is in front of them. He wonders who the family of that other old man in the corner belongs to. Then that old man asks who is spying on him, looking up. And Etienne notices that the old man is sharp, and the old man quickly orders him to be captured. But Etienne asks what is the worst that can happen, since he will have to infiltrate the front forces eventually. And so he goes down there with those men. And the guy with the eye patch automatically realizes that his strength is that of an elite martial warrior. And he asks who the boy is and why he is spying on the ice. And he just says that he's a martial warrior from the Linhai base. And he heard that a big mission would take place there. So he went there to help. And Nils covers her eyes, who seems to be a sensible guy, asks the henchman to let him go, asking what family of warriors he's from, and why he's not with him. But everyone there says they don't know the boy and that he's not from their family. And the man notices that he's already an elite martial warrior at such a young age, saying that this is rare, asking how no one recognizes him even though he's in such a state. But then Lin Min joins the conversation, saying that the old man has good jokes, asking what he means when no one knows the boy, saying that he knows him, saying that the boy belongs to the Lin Min family. And Etienne thinks about the guy's nerve, because he declared that the boy is a member of the family as soon as he heard the old man saying that he is an elite martial warrior. And he says that this is expected of this family, saying that they even beat the Amon family in picking talent. Then Limim asks why the boy is standing still, telling him to join his group, and he thinks that he got an elite martial warrior for free, thinking that it was a huge steal. Meanwhile, the boy is once again being watched by his sister's cosplay and the other blonde, who wonders how the Lin family dares to steal Yedia from them. Then he questions his lady, but she, with a totally killer look, says that Etienne can only belong to the martial pavilion. As they all continue marching with an army, that guy starts to go ahead, and Ishin realizes that everyone now knows that he is an elite warrior, and apparently he won't be able to train stealthily like he did before, but he thinks that with his current skill there is nothing to fear. And with that, that one-eyed man asks them to stop, noticing that there is something in front of him. And from that ball of energy comes another man telling old Kim that the formation is ready, telling them to get ready. And the one-eyed man says that what looks like those peaks are the nest of magic ants. And in front of that anthill is huge, and Tim is happy, smiling at it. And the one-eyed man says that that rogue can retreat for now. And he tells the whole army to retreat, and they keep wondering what that old man is trying to do. And he joins his hands, summoning a huge magic circle and slamming his hand on the ground, ordering a gate to open. And the explosive fireballs break everywhere. And so they are surprised by this, with Lin Min saying that it is a master formation, saying that the strength of the iron tooth base should not be underestimated. And then Tian notices that it is very strong. He said that he has to learn in the future, and Xiaoyu asks if that old man is crazy, because he is using a very precious formation. Then she says that the iron tooth base has its plans, and she thinks that one of those balls is enough to suppress the sea base, finding this interesting. And after the nest collapses, everyone finds that formation powerful, wondering if the monsters also turn to ash, because they cannot see the body of any ant. But as they calmly move forward, Etienne wonders if there really are no bodies left, wondering if everyone turned to ash, because he thinks that if there are no corpses left, he won't be able to copy the ability. So Yui thinks that that old man just messed things up with that formation. And it's like they've stirred up the hornet's nest now. Then they wonder what that hole is in the middle because they can't see anything. But then they notice several ants climbing up. They jump out of there and hit the first of the bellies that was looking, and he falls all messed up, and the ants start to scream, and they notice that it is a magic ant, and they wonder, how can this be happening? And Etienne could only keep his eyes shining with greed when he saw that. Then they notice that there are too many to stop becoming afraid of being killed. And so Keolia tells them to get ready, and everyone gets ready, and Lin Min says that all the warriors at the sea base must get ready to fight him, and he tells everyone to move forward, with Etienne cutting through the monsters easily, and after killing the first one, he leans back and stays in the so happy that they called Song to be his stunt double, because he decided to take a vacation because he was so happy. So, continuing with this, he notices the ant power growing in his fist, and the system says that the high-rank strength talent has been copied, asking if he would like to fuse it. And the boy on that totally chaotic battlefield realizes that apparently he won't be able to fuse now. So he thinks he'll find a safer place in a little while and leaves quickly with his speed talent. But arriving at a point on the battlefield, he is surrounded by 2 ants and uses the shadow blade with the phantom assassin, killing them quickly. But then, an absurd pressure comes out from inside that hole, shaking everyone who was nearby. And apparently a high-rank monster appeared, and it's probably Baru, or if not, Maruam. And then Keolha gets all excited, and the ant starts to come out of there, and it is golden. And they wonder what that is, because it is a powerful ant of high rank, gigantic, and with a mane near its head, and seeing that a monster has appeared, of high rank, and he orders everyone to flee quickly. Then the 2 Amor family officers say that they have to follow them, telling them to run away. He notices in me that those bastards are really quick when it comes to escaping, telling your men to retreat as well. And looking down from above, Yui calls them all a bunch of losers. But she, in turn, also calls the blonde to go quickly, because it's time. And she wonders about Etienne, but Yui tells her not to worry, because he will get out of there. Meanwhile, everyone running away wonders if they don't have a great martial warrior with them, fully capable of fighting that monster, asking why it escaped. So they say that powerful ants possess the talent of strength, and the combat power of a high-rank monster increased by the talent of strength puts it on par with the Grandmaster. Then they ask how a great martial warrior could do something, and ask if the boy didn't notice, because among the great martial warriors of the Iron Fang base, Elder Kim was the first to run away. They realize that they were fooled by that old man, and Etienne, just as he had already thought, realizes that he really can't trust those big shots. Then the ant starts flying towards them, killing several of those who were behind, and it activates its strength, paralyzing everyone. Then they can't move with that absurd pressure, and they notice that they can't breathe. But then Yaetian takes off running using his speed, and he notices that dark mist, realizing that it is some kind of suppressant, saying that he needs to get out of there as quickly as possible. As he takes off running, he leaves that dome that the ant created. And when he's outside, he notices that the golden ant will definitely keep an eye on the team, and apparently it's time for him to get out of it. As he runs away from there, he passes by the monsters he defeated with Galliolf's team, and notices that they really are professionals since they only left the bone, and after being far enough away, the system talks to him again about the strength talent, asking if he would like to fuse it, and the boy obviously agrees, receiving a wave of power that automatically transforms him into a character from the Those who don't know what I'm talking about, look for this manhwa because it's very good indeed. And the boy thinks that in front of those acclaimed big shots, having absolute power is the only way to contain them. And he is happy and smiling about it. And after managing to fuse the talent, he thinks it's time to go home. Much more powerful, shaped, and increasingly similar to a little Sun Jinho. And already at home, he continued cultivating, and thinks that a ranking strengthening talent high equivalent to increasing his strength tenfold. So, he says that despite still being an elite warrior, killing a great martial warrior in his initial stage would be very easy. And he is happy about it. His sister says that he finally came back, but he just stands there all day and says that instead of him answering, he is there pretending to be a master. And she gets more and more irritated with him acting like a dumb mute, and says that in that case he won't be able to cry later because he is screwed in her hand. And she starts putting salt in the food. And when it was time to eat, she called him all excited, happy with all the dishes, and she said that he had been working very hard, so of course she would prepare a feast for him to eat as much as he wanted, and so he tried to send it inside, but someone knocked on the door and he got up to see. And she kept insisting that he at least take a little bite before answering. And when he went over there, he noticed that the gay captain was listening, and the guy was all happy. And so the boy asked him to come in, and he said that he came to give him his share of the winnings. And he said that they had gotten a lot of things, but he said that he didn't need that. However, the captain asked how he could do that since everyone gets their share. And now the captain was there, the captain asked why he didn't stay to eat, since he had to ask him something. And so, the guy accepts with all goodwill and starts eating with great taste. And he says it's been a while since he's eaten such delicious home-cooked food. And the boy asks him to make himself comfortable. After all, he's not very hungry. And Nils and Ayu ask if he doesn't think it's too salty. But he says no, saying the food is very bland. That she must have gone easy on the salt. So, she's in disbelief. Well, as long as he likes it, it's fine. And so, the boy goes to talk to him. He says he's been growing at home the last few days. So he's not very up to date with recent events, asking what's been happening in the beast removal operation. Then the captain says that, from what he heard, the Iron Fang base and its Linhai base suffered great losses. Then the boy asks if he is sure about that. And he says yes, they said they lost more than 50 elite martial warriors. And they even lost 3 great martial warriors. And the boy is surprised by that, asking if it was in the nest of the powerful ants. And the captain says yes, saying that when the first platoon of warriors retreated, they organized bigger and better. But they failed anyway, and what happened angered the Iron Fang base. So they sent an extra grain that finally cleared that anthill. And Etienne is shocked that he failed, that he sent someone of that level, wondering if the trade route was cleared. And the captain says yes, but he doesn't know what the Iron Fang is trying to do, that it would be worth paying for the size. The boy thinks about it. And once outside, the captain leaves, saying that he doesn't need to accompany him. After all, he sees himself all the time. And so he says goodbye to the captain. But then someone goes to talk to Yetenha, asking for permission, and says that his name is Moyen, the butler of the Moyen family. And the boy is surprised that someone from that family is talking to him. And he says that he was ordered by the boss to invite him to a meal. However, the boy doesn't even take the letter, just apologizing, saying that he doesn't feel like leaving the house lately. And the butler just looks at him irritably and says that no one has ever dared to refuse an invitation from the Moore family. However, the captain, who is still nearby, asks the butler to take it easy. But the butler bypasses the captain and simply goes to the boy, advising him to obediently accept and know his place. And when he touches him, the boy simply takes the guy's hand away and shoves the butler's face into the ground. The captain asks him to stop it, but the butler just leaves with his tail between his legs, saying that he will kill him one day. And the captain says that it is better to provoke a knight than a petty man. But Yaetian says that it is okay, saying that this high-rank strengthening is totally absurd, since he barely used his strength and broke his arm. So, sometime later, the butler is tearing up that letter to forge proof, wondering how Etienne dares to provoke him, and says that he will regret having done that. Good now because of pride. Family goes after the boy, and I'm sure that this family will all, but all of them, join Vasco's base. Butler. Delivered the invitation and met with Yichon. He was polite and respectful, but for some reason that guy started ignoring him when he said he was from the Moore family. And Kongshin almost doesn't believe it. The servant says that not only did he hurt him, but he also tore up the invitation that he himself wrote by hand. Then the Kanchim wonders how dare he not appreciate his kindness, getting totally pissed off. However, his father who was behind him starts coughing and he worries. But the old man says that he is fine, and so he tells the butler to leave, taking a pill from his father and giving it to the old man. And after taking it, he talks about the battle against the powerful ants, saying that he had no choice but to use a secret art to escape, and he says that he had to fight with everything he had. Unexpectedly, he injured his core, and he fears that he will never be able to heal it. But Genshin asks his father not to say that, because things will get better. But the old man tells him that he knows his body better than anyone, and when he dies, the Moore family will no longer have a great warrior to take care of the family. So he thinks it will be a devastating catastrophe. And Kenshin begins to wonder if Etienne was waiting for the Lin family's invitation. However, the old man thinks that they have to win the Lin family over this issue. And since they couldn't invite him politely, they will have to take him by force. But at the end of the day, the surname Yi Tian will always be Yi, and he is an outsider. But Genshin thinks that even if they take him there, how could they guarantee that he will actually serve them? However, the old man hands him a bottle of elixir, saying that it can be done with it, and that this elixir can take away an individual's free will, and plan to use it during the banquet. But it seems that they will have to use it first, and he tells his son to keep it safe, and he is surprised when he touches it. And the old man orders to remove the boy's free will first, then brainwash him and give him a new identity. And they will only say that he is a bastard son. Then they will make him change his surname to a Moore, so that he can recognize his ancestors and return to the family. And Kenshin is surprised by this evil plan of his father, and the old man tells him to stop imagining things, saying that no one will steal his position as head of the family, that he may even be Kang Shun's bastard son, saying that it doesn't matter, as long as he has the Mo surname. However, Kang Shun says that his father worries too much, saying that he was only afraid that it might affect his reputation. However, the old man says that they have no time to waste, sending his son to make it happen. And he says that he will take 10 great elders with him to execute the plan. And with his people, he believes that they will have no problem in capturing the weak Yetian. And after saying these rather bold words, everyone leaves the Mo family towards the boy's family, all hooded and ready to do shit. And so they arrive at the boy's house, completely stealthy already in the guy's living room in front of his TV. And Kenshin goes over the plan, which would be to capture his sister to make him surrender. And so they understand this, that Kenshin says that they are outside ready to board him, saying that he will let them know if anything changes. But then the only guy who leaked himself enters the room of what appears to be his sister and finds a hair under a blanket, and Kenshin tells him to just do it. But then when he pulls the blanket, he takes his dagger and cuts the blanket in half, noticing that there is someone there, and that someone holds him by the neck, not giving him a chance to do anything. And our prota is very pissed off with their audacity, just giggling, and says that they took a while. These guys never learn, do they? Entering the guy's house to do shit. Yeah, let's see what will happen. And so, Kenshin keeps asking the guy who came in if he managed to capture Yayo, asking him to answer. But then, the guy can't even because he's being strangled by our protagonist full of evil intentions. And the boy squeezes until he almost dies. And so, yes, the communicator falls, and Kenshin keeps asking the second elder to answer him immediately. But then, the boy takes the communicator and says that he captured it, asking Kenshin not to worry, because he'll return it. And so they ask who it is. And soon he sends another man to try to catch the one who was left inside. But he also goes to the ditch. Then Kenshin asks what happened. And going down to the guy who dove to the ground, they notice that he's not breathing, and so they ask him to be careful, saying that that guy must have asked for help. But the protagonist scoffs at this crap, wondering who in this gigantic Linhai base would dare to challenge the Mu family. And hearing this, they ask who's there, ordering the boy to appear. They ask if it wasn't anyone, but he starts cutting off the head of the first one, appearing behind them and giving a clean blow, and noticing that they can't see him, they guess that he's the shadow assassin, saying that Ishin hired a shadow assassin, ordering them to spread out quickly. But the boy apparently has no plans to let that happen, activating his speed talent and quickly killing several of them. And they wonder what speed that is, but he doesn't have many plans to reveal it, using the knife on one more, until he finally reveals himself and they discover that it's the Yetian, becoming more and more courageous, ordering them to capture him, going after the boy. But this time, he even chooses his dagger to test his new strength rank talent, so he simply goes all out on them, activating his talent to the maximum and punching both of their hands. And they wonder how he managed to receive their combined attack and how this is possible. Then the boy activates the hidden blades, appearing behind them and activating the shadow assassin, passing the knife on a few more. Then, the man who was far away tells him to answer him, asking what the situation is. But then, Yetian goes to him quickly and activates his strength talent once more, stopping two others. Then, the one who is left asks what the hell is this, questioning if he wasn't supposed to be just an elite martial warrior. But then the boy asks if that is Mo Xiaobai's father, Mon. However, before the old man could answer, another ninja, who is speechless, jumps over the boy. But it doesn't have great results. After all, he has an absurd speed and can dodge easily. And so they think the boy is too fast. And he goes back to the base of the knife, cleaning up the one he just attacked. Then Myun says that it is him, saying that if he doesn't kill him, they can settle this nicely. But Itian tells him to his face, telling him a secret, saying that he was the one who killed his son. Machel is fine, but Mo says that he doesn't even care about that, saying that his foolish son must have offended him, and his death was deserved, and says that he has a lot of money, and if he spares him, he will give him as much as he wants, telling the boy just not to kill him. But the boy apparently isn't much of a negotiator, crushing the old man to the ground. And after doing that, he thinks that he should never leave revenge for the next day. And they tried to hurt his sister, so he's going to obliterate the whole family. And he leaves there very angry. Meanwhile, at the Mo family, the old man keeps coughing like a skinny dog, and he wonders why the 10 giant elders haven't come back yet. Then his son tells him that he doesn't need to worry, because at Linhai base nothing is impossible for the 10 great elders. But then Ishin's dagger comes with everything, ruining the old man's sofa, making him have to move, and he questions who dares to ambush them. And that wine cellar keeps moving where the old man was, returning to Etienne's hand, and he says that they sent people to kill him, and he still has the face. You can ask who he is, saying that this is unbelievable, and Kainshur is in disbelief that he is there, questioning where the 10 great elders are. But the boy tells him to relax, because he will soon meet them in hell. And Sanshin questions what he said, but the boy quickly goes after him, trying to hit him. Then he cuts him in the middle of the chest, and the old man runs after his son who falls first, picking him up, calling Yetian a wretch, because apparently Sanshin was a pain in the ass. And the boy notices that it is a secret art, saying that he has seen it before. After all, it is what he used to escape from the ants. And the old man loses control because the boy killed his son and starts acting like Zeus, leveling up his muscles and growing even more, saying that the boy is dead. And he goes after Ishin, punching him, and the boy receives this punch, receiving another one from him, and being thrown away, and the old man tells him to prepare to die, because not even his ashes will lessen his hatred for him. And the old man came out wearing a thong, all cocky, and all the Mo family's security guards start to gather, saying that the killer broke in. And so he prepares again to use the shadow blade. Then the old man orders them to kill him right now, and everyone goes after him. However, he starts to make a lot of kills, licking everyone with a knife, killing several of them. Then the old man wonders how this is possible, wondering if that kid has the combat skills of a great warrior. And so the boy calls the old man, wanting to see how long the secret part of him can worship. And the old man calls the boy an arrogant brat, picking up his sword again and ready to cut the boy in two. But Etienne manages to stop that gigantic knife easily with his little blade. Then everything starts to get messy around, and from afar they notice that the Mo family has a great warrior in that fight, saying that his skill is impressive. And the old man over there from that guy who was talking asks if he should take a look. But he tells Elder Zay not to be impatient, because they will wait and see how this unfolds. And here he ends up being Li Min, who is just watching everything from afar. While the two are there in that little sword fight, they continue to exchange blows tirelessly. And the old man thinks that the boy has incredible speed, because he managed to block his blow completely. But not only did he manage to block his blow, because he also manages to hit the old man right in the chest, throwing him back. And the old man gets desperate, very pissed off, throwing his sword up high and coming down with a very strong attack on top of Etienne, who manages to run away from there quickly. And so he thinks that the boy dodged it once again. And Song prepares to go back at the old man. And he says that he can't go on like this, saying that he came to waste energy. He should ask his family for help there while the secret arts don't end. But Etienne just throws fuel on the fire, telling the old man that he can come, asking him if that's not all. And the old man then quickly pulls out what looks like a smoke bomb and activates it in front of the boy to give him time to try to escape. And the boy notices that he's running away desperately and goes after him. After all, he has a speed talent that leaves most of them in the dust. And Violet starts to notice that Tion is hard to lose. But while he runs away, the two are neck and neck. And the boy wonders where the old man thinks he's going. And he starts to think that the boy has a high-ranking speed talent. So he thinks he's going to turn around, running away again. And the boy thinks that if that's how he wants it, that's how it's going to be, setting off after the old man again. And so he thinks that the secret arts won't last much longer, starting to feel some headaches, so that lightning that was on his forehead disappears, making him fall to the ground all over Mochimbi. And he becomes the same or even worse than All Might after losing his powers, becoming all decrepit, all skinny and coughing a lot on the floor. And he starts to think that something went wrong. Then Yichan says that this is the end of the Love family, telling them to reunite in hell. Then he starts calling the boy sir, and Yichan is shocked by this nerve. And the old man starts to beg him, asking him to spare him, saying that he will give him the most valuable treasures he has. But then, the boy wonders why this conversation seems familiar, and he asks the old man to show what he has to offer. And he says that it's that thing over there, picking up something, giving a ball to the boy, but that ball was apparently a trap, which starts hitting the boy from all sides, and several iron needles go towards Isha, but he manages to defend himself from them all. And he thinks the old man is despicable. As expected, the Moore family, who only knows how to play dirty. So he ends up getting hit, and the old man says that they have a lethal poison in them. And now it's the boy who goes to hell, saying that in the end he was still killed by his hands. But then the boy activates the healing talent, healing himself quickly. And the old man is surprised by this, asking how he has so many talents. But the boy doesn't even answer, going after the old man again, telling him to ask Yama, who is basically the god who takes care of him in the underworld. Meanwhile, the captain is wondering why Ishin hasn't come back, saying that he looks like his sister's nanny. But then the boy comes asking if the captain is complaining about something. So he is surprised, and the boy thanks him for taking care of Yuya. And the captain asks if he has finished what he had to do. And he says of course, saying that from that day on, the Linhai base no longer has a loving family. And the captain finds this quite cruel. But then he asks where Yuya is, asking if none of the assassins were able to track her there. But the captain says that that place is safe, and she is resting, since he missed a tranquilizer. He says that it is very good to hear that, but the captain calls him to come down because it is very cold on that roof. And when they go down, the captain says that now that the young family is gone, what would be the boy's plans? And he says that he wants you to start farming. And so the captain is surprised by this. And the boy wonders if there is a way for normal people to get better faster. Then the captain says there is no such thing. And he says that he can only improve if he is willing to spend money to buy resources. And he says that this is what children from big families do. Asks if this isn't simple. Then he tells the boy to take a look at Io, because she is in the bed above, and the boy goes over there looking at his sister sleeping peacefully in bed. And when he calls her, She gets up and is surprised by her brother going to grab him. I'm feeling that this author is biased only with. And she says that she was very afraid that he wouldn't come back, but he asks her to relax, because he will be with her forever, and she tells him not to lie. But he promises again, and so they discover that the Moore family was murdered, wondering how strong the person would have to be to do that. Then they notice someone arriving and that family there, noticing that it is the young master from there. Lin Min and also the great warrior Lin Jia. Xiao gets nervous about this, but Yu doesn't say much. And Lin Min goes there, surprised, because who would have imagined that the Lin patriarch would meet such an end? And he picks up that ball that the patriarch used to throw the daggers at Ishin, and says that it is probably the Moore family's secret weapon. Their clan's treasure is the Iron Pearl, and says that this weapon is sinister and can turn the game around on its holder. And it has a long-range attack and inflicts lethal damage. But Lin Jia says that it is used in unexpected situations, and not even a great warrior can avoid it. However, the individual not only escaped, but even managed to kill Shangqing, who was with that beauty. And he says that, according to the survivor, there was only one person. So at the very least, he possesses the strength of someone at the great warrior level. But they start to think that someone with this ability can't be from their baseline. And Lin Jia speaks to his master, saying that the Iron-Fed base might have done this to the Mo family as a show of power. And just like Lin Jia, Lin Min had also thought about this, and he says that when the base Iron suggested establishing a trade route, one of his spies reported something, and he says that near the Iron Fong base there is a large monster that will soon evolve into a king, and the base will face an enemy that will threaten its existence. And Lin Zhe asks if he is then saying that this so-called trade exchange route would become a migration route for them. So Lin Min believes so and says that when the two bases merge, the new and old powers will divide into two factions. And he says that the Lin family will no longer be able to represent the Lin family itself, and the old faction will be their leader, and he thinks they should take advantage of the Ironbound base's display of power. Smiling quite evilly, and he questions Anselmo if he knows what to do, and he says yes, and he says he will deliver a letter personally for all big families, inviting you to use the resources of the Amor family. And now at Etienne's house, he takes all the loot out of a bag that he took from the Amor family home. And the captain is surprised by this. And the captain begins to think that all those elixirs cost more than his entire mansion, thinking that the find. And Ayu asks if he's gone crazy, asking if all those elixirs are real, telling him to return them right now, saying that he finally managed to save money for a wife, telling him not to be fooled by the people who sold him this. And she talks about saving money for a wife as if she were buying it at the market, right? Come here, take 100,000 reis, but the boy says that they are real and they are really valuable. And so he sends her to Varun. And when she takes it, she notices that it is very good, automatically summoning an aura in her body. And the boy is happy to see that it is working. And outside, the captain asks if the boy is really going to leave. And he says yes, saying that he's going to the Thousand Leaves Forest because he needs to get something there. And he says that with the growing threat of monsters, the Iron Fong base has been sending more and more people to the Linhai base, and the two grandmasters won't be able to hold the monsters for much longer, and getting stronger is the biggest priority. Then he says that he has to get stronger before their defense fails. But Yayo says that he came back a short time ago, and he's already leaving. Then she asks if he can't just stay. But he asks her to relax. After all, he'll be fine, and says that he wants her to focus on learning the captain's body training techniques and that she takes all the elixirs and cultivates properly. And so she says that everything is fine, asking her brother to be careful there and says that she will wait for him at home. This little relationship of a wife waiting for her husband at home is complicated, you know? Okay, author, stop with that. It's not enough to have Prota's only romantic interest be like his sister. Now he has to make his sister act like his wife. So he goes to the captain asking him to take care of his sister, and he asks to leave it with him because his brother's sister is also his sister. But then they notice some people arriving on some very friendly motorcycles, and they notice those guys from the base tied up in iron. Then they notice that they are arriving in a large scale, and Sun Feng arrives making a huge mess. They say that that is the Sun family convoy, and they fly right in front of Prota. But he notices that that guy on the motorcycle has a very high status, with a high-ranking cultivation talent. And so he keeps watching that crazy guy. But as they pass by raising a lot of dust, Yeyu starts to cough. After all, they're losing on the line. So Prota wonders why he has a bad feeling. And so he says that it's better for them to go in because he's going to leave. And he quickly puts maximum acceleration on his speed talent, while the girl asks him to be careful. And already in the Thousand Leaf Forest, the boy starts to wander around there, noticing that the place is quite stereo, until he finds what seems to be the footprint of a black panther wolf, and thinks that if he finds it he'll be able to improve his speed talent. But then he notices something catching his attention and notices a very strong fluctuation of elemental force, noticing that the monsters must be fighting nearby. And he quickly proposes to go take a look. Meanwhile, a monkey that looks like a transformed Goku starts beating up a tiny domestic kitten, and the boy says that that is the golden dragon panther, saying that it is a rare mutant species, more powerful than the black wolf panther. Then, two of them are attacking that monkey. And he thinks about that speed, saying that it has to be an apex level speed talent. And he says that that gorilla must be a high rank monster with combat ability that rivals that of a great warrior. And he thinks that the two golden dragon panthers are intermediate rank monsters, and despite having the apex speed, it will still be difficult for them to defeat the gorilla. Yoko actually knocks them away with a single punch to the ground, making them retreat, and the boy begins to wonder how he copied the talent in the middle of such an intense fight. But then the little panther cub arrives beside him, licking the boy, and he wonders why there is a cub there and what it wants. Then he notices the spiritual light. Saying that Celeste is the coolest servant, and he notices that the little cub has a girl's voice, so he asks what he's talking about, and the little animal confirms that it wants to recognize Yetian as its master, and it says that it detected a benevolent speed hour coming from the master, and he opens the panther's status window, seeing that all the stats are very high, and he notices that speed, resistance, and healing, all three are strong, and he says that this is a divine beast. But then the little creature starts begging him to have mercy, because her parents are in imminent danger, and his mother is pregnant, asking him to save them. And so he asks the kitten to leave her with him, and says that he will call her Ginzenha from now on, and she will be his first pet. And so the kitten begins to thank him, which in turn gives him the apex speed talent. It is copied when he touches the kitten. The system asks if he would like to fuse it, and the boy obviously goes for it. And the boy says that already, that the little animal likes him so much, it is a natural pity that he lends his strength, that the kitten is already on his shoulder being affected by this psychopath personality. And the Yetia's status window is increasingly stolen, and he leaves from there, saying that first, Velvet generates his weakness, hitting the monster from top to bottom, which would be the odds, cutting one of them, and so he cuts both of them, blinding the monkey, who falls back already desperate, and he goes down near the panthers, who are scared of the boy, and he tells Jim that her mother didn't like him very much, asking her to quickly tell him that he's not the enemy, and she starts to talk, but her mother keeps hissing. Then he says that it's a healing medicinal pill, telling her to take it to avoid a miscarriage. Then he says it's safe, asking her not to worry, and she takes it, healing quickly. And she says that her father also wants a man. The girl already knew that, and they notice that the monkey is running away, but apparently those two panthers don't want to let the gorilla get away. So he says he'll go all the way, saying that it's impossible for the apex speed Tristallion not to defeat a high-rank beast. He says there aren't 3 talents, there are 4, because she's also learning to fight. The animal is stolen. Now there's a cute little pet that's also stolen, which has 2 huge animals next to it. And he says she's hitting herself. They quickly go after the gorilla, surrounding him, but Proto didn't know that the apex rank of speed was that fast, and he still hasn't gotten used to it. Then the monkey tries to hit him, but he quickly manages to disappear, getting close to the monkey's face, which hits him, using his strength talent, and the monkey falls backwards. Then the boy goes again, hitting him once more, this time in his abdomen, making the monkey ask to leave for all the sins of these 3 lives. So he continues to get beaten up a lot. The panthers follow him, but the monkey gets up trying to hit Proto. Then he thinks that it didn't die and the body is quite resistant. But one of the panthers jumps straight at the eye that could still see something, but only hits him by going through his head with everything, and the monkey falls backwards all torn up. And so Jim asks if they won, and he tells her yes. She is all happy, and he says he never even thought that one day he would fight a beast. But then the mother starts to feel sick and falls to the side, and the boy is surprised by this, and says that the female panther got hurt. And then Jim starts to call for his mother, and he realizes that the impact of the battle must have been too great. And he says that fortunately he always carries healing potions, and says that the time has come to use them. So he thinks that it will make her look brand new. And Jim soon thanks his master, because his mother is feeling much better. And he is happy about that, but while everyone is gathered, black wolf panthers start to approach, saying that they were attracted by that gorilla. And he says that by their posture, it seems that they want to replace their parents and thus become the new rulers of the forest. And Ginzenha says that's right. The boy says that he can't allow them to do what they want. So, invoking his apex talent and going after them, killing one with great ease. And seeing this, the tall ones start to get a little more nervous. The boy picks Jean up, lifting her up high, and says that she will be the ruler of the forest. And she herself doesn't believe what's happening. And sometime later, the panthers return home. But the boy says that her mother is still recovering, and she shouldn't be walking so much. But then, her mother talks to him, and Jean translates, saying that she said it's no problem. Besides, she wants to give him a thank you gift. And the boy is surprised by this and starts following her, wondering if they haven't arrived yet. Then they think it's almost time, since the cave is right there in front, and they go to the cave of the two beasts. And he notices that inside is a spiritual herb. And Jinho says that this is her mother's gift, but apparently the herb needs another 30 days to mature. So the boy will have to wait a little longer. And the boy doesn't feel too bad about it and decides to stay there so he can train, wondering what its effect will be. And so, a while later, the boy is all excited helping with the panther's birth and says that the baby's head has already come out, telling her to push. Then, finally, the baby is born. And he says that apparently another ruler was born. And a month later, the grass finally ripens, turning completely red. And he thinks that he has a beautiful rice, saying that it has finally finished ripening. And when he pulls it out, Jim tells him to eat it quickly. He thinks that she is very impatient. When he puts it in his mouth, he has an explosion and starts to bleed. And he falls to the ground all stiff, leaving Jean surprised at what is happening. A while later, the boy finally wakes up, thinking that he had a terrible headache, but apparently he has gained a mental ability. And he says that this is an ability that only martial warriors can use. He can already control it despite being an elite martial warrior. And when he uses it, he notices that his detection range has increased by those 50 meters. And he says that, in addition, he can now copy talents from a distance. And the system asks if he would like to merge the intermediate resistance talent, but he says no, because the resistance talent is not that useful. He needs to prioritize his concealment talent, and he thinks it's time to go home, because he got a lot of good things this time. As he says goodbye, he says that they will separate now, thanking him for the gift that was of great help. And the two panthers go to say goodbye to him, but Jim says he will too, saying that he doesn't want to be away from him. Then he says he's going to introduce him to someone and she'll love him. And Ginzenha starts to thank the boy. And on the way home, Jin starts to see that the world is very interesting, saying that she's never seen these things before. And the boy continues taking her and says that she's very silly, saying that the world out there is very dangerous. But passing by a certain place, he notices something strange. When he stops, he sees several people fallen and dead. And he notices that they are people from here at the academy. But then he sees Zombo all fallen there, asks if the boy is okay, questioning what the hell happened. Yes, he recognizes his friend, and he says that, thank God, his friend is alive, taking a potion, telling him to drink it, saying that it's the blood of a high-rank monster. And Zambal explains to the boy that the people who robbed him were warriors at the Faith prison base. And the boy says yes, saying that monsters destroyed the Iron Waste base. And because of that, 100,000 people escaped to their base there in Rai. And he says that thieves are doing whatever they want and it's complete chaos. Then the boy asks who's in charge of the base. Zambal says that the Lin family is still in charge, but in reality they're just puppets. And the boy says that he already imagined that, since they managed to take over the base. And so he returns to his house. But in the meantime, Yo is training fencing with the captain. And he apparently is taking her training very seriously, and she ends up losing again, but he says that she did well, saying that the girl is talented, but she says that all of this is because he taught her very well. While watching that, Etienne starts to clap for his sister, who is standing still watching her training, and she runs to him, throwing herself at the boy, saying that he is finally back. But then, Ginzenha comes out of the boy's hood, and she notices that it is a kitten, asking what its name is. She happily introduces it to her. The kitten, and the captain teases her, saying that he didn't expect her to choose the cat over him. And so he greets the captain, thanking him for his work, because now Yu is a martial apprentice. And he welcomes Yi Tian, saying that he must have heard about the invasion of the Iron Fang base, and the boy says he heard about it, asking if anything happened at home, and he says the boy can rest assured, because this place has always been safe. And he says that after he left, a girl named Xiao Yu came to deliver something, saying that she said that the Iron Fang people would never dare to hurt him after seeing this, handing him a symbol of the martial pavilion. He thinks it was kind of her to hand it over. However, the captain says that there is no guarantee that this will work, but he says that a person named Sunfeng doesn't stop coming there to challenge him in a duel to the death. And Etienne is surprised by this, saying that he remembers that name, because he checked his talent at the city gates. And the captain says that he is known as one of the 4 great geniuses of the Iron Fang base, and after entering the city he kept challenging the elite warriors, and he didn't lose once. And the captain says that it's better to be careful with this guy, because he's not messing around. And so he asks if Etienne is listening, but the boy can only think that this is interesting. His luck is that he has the hack coming out of his ear, you see? That guy with that personality would have died a long time ago. And already on the street, once again, Sunfeng goes to the boy's house and stops in front. But this time he comes face to face with Etienne, who is surprised, arrested by the guy's arrival. So he lowers his motorcycle, asking if he is yet Ian. And the boy says yes, so he thinks he's finally back, saying he'll give him the straight talk, telling him to meet him at Ming Square, 10 in the morning for a duel, saying they'll bet a bronze rank blade skill, asking if the boy will dare to show his face. Then, Etienne says that of course he will do it, saying that he accepts the duel for sure. And so, he uses his ability to successfully copy the talent and cultivation of a high rank. And Sunfeng leaves full of swagger, saying that he will wait for him. But the captain says that this was rash on Ishan's part, because Sunfeng's strength is formidable, and with the boy's current strength he will definitely lose. Yeah, Captain, you don't know what you're talking about. The crazy guy has already updated the hack about 3 times since you fought him. And so the boy thinks that he doesn't know that. So a while later inside the house, he thinks that his cultivation talent is already high, and he will try to stack one more. The system asks if he would like to copy the talent, and he says yes, and what he had predicted really happens, and his cultivation talent goes to the apex rank, which was the old max rank, and the soft boy goes to the window thinking that he is now looking forward to the duel the next morning. And already at Mingun Square, the next day, Sun Feng is full of swagger sitting waiting for the boy, and everyone starts saying that he changed the location of the duel again and no one has defeated him so far. And they say that the unlucky guy this time was called something and he had never heard that name before. And one of them says that the right name is Yitian and he heard, who is a child, asking why Sun Feng wants to duel him. But they say that his opponent is the unlucky one and the Nin's Monument of Merit will also end up being destroyed. And they say that every time there is a duel, Sun Feng uses the opportunity to destroy some family's monument of merit. He's definitely doing it on purpose. And they say that the Ironbound base has been destroying the influence of the other families. Finally, it's the leader's turn, and Yu goes to see that, and Xiaoyu asks his lady if she thinks Yitian will come, saying that she's a little worried about him, but the girl says that she doesn't need to worry, because even if he can't defeat Sun Feng, he'll be able to survive. I'm impressed by the faith that girl has in him, you know? Like, she could be his half-sister, let's put it that way. But she really believes in the boy. And then Ayu comes there asking why there are so many people watching. And the captain says that every time he fights it's a mess. That's exactly the kind of influence he wants to get. But then the girl asks how they're going to get close with all those people. And she turns to Yetia, asking him to go back, because that duel seems very dangerous. And he just touches her head, saying that it's going to be wrong. Quickly, and he leaves using his speed, falling in the middle of the arena, and they wonder who that is and if he's the guy who's going to fight Sun Feng. And he apologizes for being late, and Sun Feng says that he was already thinking that he wouldn't see it. And so he says that this is the bronze blade skill, a gift blade that will be his if he wins. And so the boy looks at his gift, and he says that there's a bronze rank blade skill of the same level as his. Throwing at his and betting too. A dark blade, and Sun Feng calls him an arrogant brat, pulling out his sword and charging at the protagonist. But he goes so thirsty to the podium that Yi Yu tells his brother to be careful. But he is completely calm seeing that investigator. And when Sun Feng gets close enough to strike, the boy just dodges calmly, and he thinks that Yitian is too fast and keeps attacking the boy with everything, but he dodges each of the attacks. Then Sun Feng asks if his sign is rat, because he only knows how to dodge, and he tries a diagonal cut, but the boy also manages to dodge underneath and only loses a few strands of hair, but punches Sun Feng in the solar plexus, breaking part of his ribs and throwing him away. And everyone was surprised by this, as he sent Sun Feng flying with just one punch, questioning who the boy is. Then he asks Suinfin if he still looks like a rat now, and Sun says that apparently he knows some tricks and says that in that case he will stop holding back. Summoning his sword with even more strength, he uses the current slash on the protagonist, but he easily dodges it by just throwing himself into the air. Those slashes destroy the Lin family monument, and Lin Min gets pissed at the boy, wondering how dare he do that to his family's monument of merit, while Yitian thinks that that was a close call, saying that those are some nice sword skills he has there. Then Sun Feng wonders how he managed to dodge his current slash. But the boy just says that it was worth dragging this fight out. And Sun Feng is in disbelief with what he said, wondering if he didn't attack back, because he wanted to see his sword skill. Then Yeti asks why else would it be, after all, he never saw him as an opponent because he's not even worthy, and says that this was all for the sake of demonstrating his skill. And Sun Feng starts to get even more pissed off, saying that he's taking this too far, going for the boy wanting to kill him. But when he makes that cut from top to bottom on top of the protagonist, he just breaks Sun Feng's sword with the base of the punch, breaking it in half, and the broken shard of the sword just sticks in the ground. And the boy holds Sun Feng's face with his bare hands, and smashes his head into the ground, creating a hole in the arena, and everyone is shocked by this, because that was definitely an easy victory, and Xiaoyu gets all excited cheering for Yitian, saying that this is amazing. And Yui says that he is destined to join her martial pavilion, saying that resistance is futile. So he goes to where the martial art is and simply picks it up, thanking her for the current cutting technique. And Nisya and you go after the boy all happy, asking when he got so strong, saying that that was amazing, and says that when they get back he will have to win that, because she wants to get strong too. And Limi watches everything, with Linza saying that Ishan won, but he says that his family lost, since Lin's monument of merit is gone. Then Lin Zhe asks what they should do. Yiming says that he doesn't have to protect him in the next few days and he should stand guard over Ishan's sister, saying that the Sun family won't let this go. And so, at Captain Gale Wolf's house, the boy says that that current cut can increase attack strength by 6 times. And he realizes that it's no wonder that Suinfin's blow is so strong. But he throws that aside, already totally bored, and goes to his status window, noticing that there are still 30 days until he can copy a new talent, and he ends up forgetting about it because after the cooldown passes, he will get Sun Feng's fencing talent, saying that he will maximize the Shadow Assassin and the current cut, and thus have the strength to face a master twice as strong, and he can be considered a true warrior. And outside, his sister continues training with the captain. And he thinks that although the confrontation is over, according to that family's behavior, the son will certainly take revenge. Then he wonders what they will do with this girl. After she trains, she asks if the captain was there watching, and he asks her to come closer. She asks what it was, so she tells him to put that on and not take it off, and she asks what that is, saying that it is very beautiful. He tells her to consider it as a protective amulet, telling her not to lose it. Then the girl says she will take good care of it. But while they're at it, that archer starts running to the captain, saying that she discovered something, and he asks if she discovered anything new about the Sun family. And he says that the Sun family members are looking for Lois everywhere to buy property. And the captain notices that the Sun family is still holding back. They won't become violent until they're stabilized. But in the meantime, Lindsay is camouflaged, just watching and listening to everything from the side, pretending to be a worker. And a month later, he continues to prowl the boy's house. And Yi-Tian calmly walks down the street taking notes on that man. And Lin-Ja notes that that guy is trying to read his mind using spiritual power. But he wonders how Yi-Tian learned to use spiritual power, because only great martial artists have this ability. And the boy notices that they sent a strong martial artist to guard him, saying that the Lin family has a lot of money to spend. And already at the martial artists market, the boy goes there in disguise, thinking that it's been a month since Captain Gale Wolf discovered some information about the Sun family. And in order to guarantee the purity of Ingegrim's talent lineage, the Sun family doesn't hesitate to marry close relatives for several generations. Wow, Game of Thrones. Wow, keep the lineage, huh? I know about this business. Hide Sunfire's sister. And she's in danger, and the boy says that if they have a child with a mental or physical disability, they'll secretly kill him, and he thinks that this family is completely crazy and sick and in the Sun family store. Sun Feng says that the store gives a discount on everything inside. He congratulates the boy, saying that the Sun family must continue to have wealth and continue to grow. And he tells everyone to come in, and everyone starts to congratulate the boy. And Etienne goes to him, noticing that his fencing talent has reached its peak. Then he says that he also congratulates the boy, copying that talent and telling him to go to hell. And already at the Lanshan cemetery, he goes to visit his father and he says that he decided to leave the Lin High base and take Yu to a better base. And he says that he came to see them for the last time and let them see how much the boy has grown. And then someone quickly goes to him, stopping on top of a grave, and the boy gets scared when he sees that man there, and he attacks him, but the boy manages to stop the attack quickly. And that man says that in order to defeat him, and the man says that if he had killed the boy after the battle, people would gossip, and he should thank him for keeping him alive for a month. However, Etienne comments that he talks too much, and the two start attacking each other again at an absurd speed. While exchanging blows, Etienne ends up noticing that the flowers he left for his father are being affected. And with that, the two separate, and the guy says that he is Sun Feng's master, and they are like father and son, and since he hurt the boy, then he will have to die. He seems quite excited about it, but he says that that is a good place. After all, it is a cemetery, and it is appropriate to die there. However, the boy just takes his flowers. And that guy says that if he kneels and beg him, he might show mercy, and then he'll open his parents' grave and let him stay with his family together. He also talks about Etienne's little sister, telling him to stay calm, because they'll be reunited soon. And so the boy gets more pissed off than anything, activating his apex speed, saying that that guy is probably asking to die. And when using the advanced speed talent, he lands a kick with everything in the guy's stomach, throwing him away, but the boy also goes around behind him, grabbing him by the shirt and throwing him away from that cemetery, making him fall and roll everywhere, and he's thrown to the ground like he was a trash bag. And so, he asks if the boy is a grandmaster. But it's too late, after all, he's already asleep. And the boy goes to him and starts moving the guy's body, noticing that he has the shadow of the sword, thinking that this sword technique must be good. And he also says that his gun is much better than the one he had picked up there. And he says that it's already late, saying that he better go back home, otherwise Ayu will start complaining again. And it's apparently talking about his sister. And it's problematic. The guys who are learning this are dying. And one by one, the proof of the sister complex is getting bigger and bigger. And still close to the captain's house, Linza continues only with black ones. Then the boy goes back past him, passing very close to Linza. And he talks to the old man, saying that it's been asking if he wants to come in and have some tea. Irons notes that he recognized him, accepting the boy's offer. And already at the captain's house, they go in. And his sister notices that he has arrived. Then he tells Yeyu to prepare some tea, since they have guests. And the girl just agrees. And the captain goes to Isha asking who that is. And Lindsay introduces herself saying that she is part of the Lin family. But then the captain is shocked that it is Lindsay, and he says that he is embarrassed by this. Then the tea is ready. And Ayu says that she had never expected her master to be so hospitalized. And Linja says that since Yi-Tian called him, there must certainly be something. and he says that there is indeed, asking Linja to take his sister to the Martial Pavilion and leave her with Miss Yu Ling. And the girl is surprised by this, and Lin Zai is surprised, as he never thought that Etienne would have anything to do with the Martial Pavilion. And he realizes that the boy even has the pavilion's emblem. And then Lin Zai tells him not to worry, because he can trust him on this, and says that he will hand over his sister to Miss Yu. And the boy also thinks that before leaving the base in Linhai, he would like to give a gift to the captain. And he tells Lin Zai that the man's name is Zhang Feng, and he is loyal and brave, saying that if they join the family, Lin will certainly become a great talent. And the captain gets all nervous about this, and Lin just says that it's just something small, saying that the Lin family is always looking for talented people, saying that from now on, he is his disciple. And Ishin tells him to go there and greet his master. Captain is all happy, asking Linja to accept his greeting and accept him as a disciple. And he asks the captain to stand up, but thinks that doing this favor will allow them to get closer to Yi Tian, and says that it is a great achievement for the Lin family. However, the girl says that he entrusted everything to other people, asking what he is going to do. And he says that he just needs to take care of a few more little things. And she notices, obviously, that he is lying, saying that it is not just a few little things, telling him not to try to hide it from her. And he says that it is just a little thing. And he goes and will be right back. And he says that in the meantime, Xiaojin will protect him. And she asks if that kitten is strong, and tells him to leave it alone, saying that there is no point in talking anyway, that he will not listen to her, and asks him to take care and not take risks, as safety is the most important thing, and he says he will be careful. And elsewhere in the Sun family, the guards are happy that it's another night shift, saying that they don't really need to see anyone on guard there. And his colleague agrees, asking who would dare to come and cause trouble on the Song family property. But then someone arrives and tells that idiot to get out of there, saying that people are not authorized. They can enter from there, but then our Prota starts to activate his talent and quickly throws the two up in the air, and the guard asks what he's doing, and he tells him not to worry, because he's just there to clean up the mess. But then the alarm sounds and they tell the boss that there's trouble because someone broke in and hurt his men, and the boss of that Song family building asks if this is serious because he thought everyone at Linhai base was weak, and he says that finally someone brave enough to go there and die has appeared. Then one of the leaders there orders everyone to advance and kill the intruder, but our protagonist continues to follow easily, throwing the first one forward, using his speed power and going after the rest, not even considering them a threat. And that leader finally arrives, noticing that they have already lost so many men. And Song Kong asks what Ishin's name is, and he just introduces himself. And he says he is a kid who has courage, ordering the elders to attack. And they all jump on top of the boy. He notices that it was an ambush, but even though he is surrounded, he just pulls out his sword, and one of them tries to use the controller, and he notices that it is not slow like a controller, getting stuck with his hands behind his back, and so he falls to the ground. And when everyone surrounds him, one of them says he waited so long for this, and only that kid shows up. Then everyone surrounds our protagonist and thinks that it's boring, and one of them says that he doesn't usually get involved, but he says that dying by his hands is an honor for him, and Song Kong thanks the elders for this effort, saying that that kid must have some treasure with him, telling him to consider it a gift from the elders and take it everywhere. But when one of them looks better at the boy, they notice that the knife in his hand is the knife of one of the elders, and he hits Etienne again, asking where the elder is, saying that he should be with the young master's son. What did he do? So he tells the boy to speak quickly, but yet he still makes fun of him, telling him to guess. So they send to look for the young master in the store, finding him at all costs, and they ask Sun Kong what they should do with the boy, but Prota just starts laughing. And Song Kong orders them to cut the tendons of the boy's hands and feet and throw him in the dungeon. And with that, he starts to pull the boy as if he were a real prisoner, and he quickly breaks free from that control, killing that elder who was with him. Then Song Kong notices that he was hiding his strength, ordering everything to spread quickly. In a retreat encounter, they think that that guy has a very dangerous time, and our Prota quickly advances on Song Kong, and he is surprised to be the target and says that he will show him what he is capable of. But even invoking his technique, the boy disappears from his sight and appears punching him in the middle of the chest, which Sun Kong notices that the ethnic group is really very strong. So he is thrown away, and after getting up from that beating, he tells everyone to stop just watching and attack together. So everyone starts to gather around the kid and go after him, but the first one to arrive is the buff Jason and starts to test his strength with Prota and Etienne. He says that he's actually pretty strong, but while they're dismantled, that old man from the restraint tries to touch the kid from behind, but before he can touch him, and Tion kicks the old man hard, throwing him away, knocking Jason down and knocking out the rest of the teeth that were left in the old man's mouth. And I'm sure that the old man's statue wouldn't like what he's doing. And the kid says that he won't fall for that twice, looking at the old man. So the old man says that he thinks too much of himself but doesn't show anything, and he ends up pinning Etienne's foot to the ground again. And they say that the atmosphere there is pretty heavy, and that woman says that now it's her turn to face him. And her design, oh, a 10. Awesome dragon power. If she wasn't evil, I'd root for MC to put her on Spider-Man. And with that, the boy quickly gets rid of that restriction technique and thinks it's better to retreat, because that secret technique looks pretty dangerous. But even running away at full speed, he ends up being ambushed and thinks it's shit, and so a deadly explosion happens. And from afar, Yui watched everything that's happening, wondering who this guy is and how dare he behave like that in her city. Then Xiaoyu goes to talk to her, saying that Linja, the great warrior Lin, says he wants to talk to her. And she wonders why this old man is back, saying he doesn't even want to see him. But she says that this time he brought Yi Tion's sister, saying that he doesn't know what the problem is. And the girl is surprised by this and goes to meet him. And in that, both he and his little sister are having tea. And the girl is still very worried. And in that, her brother is getting beaten up a lot, being thrown to the ground, all messed up. And they say that Elder Sun Ling is impressive, saying that even the master can't escape this explosion of death. And the boy falls there all messed up and they watch from above. And Song Kong says that this time she did very well, and she is very proud, and they ask the boss what they are going to do, because the boy is seriously injured, and he says that he doesn't have much time left, and Song Kong tells them to kill the boy right there. But then, the sword of that old man who was Link's sword in Bia a long time ago goes towards the guy with the restriction, and they end up hitting it, throwing it far away, and the boy uses his healing talent. They wonder what's going on, and the old man is already dead, and they notice that the brat is gone, and he appears behind Jason, smashing his head into the ground, already erasing the guy. Then he sends that dagger to his hand and it comes right back. And he goes for it, dancing the dragons, finishing it off with a single blow. So, she also falls stinking on the ground, and Sun Kong starts to get scared, so he haunted him, and the boy goes towards him and he tries to summon the axe and attack Proto. But he doesn't have much success, dying easily with a single attack. Meanwhile, Sun Feng walks by calmly and notices that the boy has just killed his father. And Yi Tian looks at him with a huge smile. And seeing that scene, Sun Feng can't even move. The boy notices who is there, and he says that Sun Feng arrived at the right time, because he didn't even need to look for him. And he starts to cry, losing control and going after Yi Tian, telling him to take his father's paws off. But the boy quickly dodges that attack and activates his strength talent, once again punching Sun Feng in the abdomen, making him lose his breath and fall on all fours on the ground, thinking that that boy is a bastard, wondering why there is such a difference in power. Noticing that that guy is a real monster, and Sun Feng can only mentally apologize to his father, because he is very weak. He gave up resisting, grabbing him by the hair, saying that he would then send him to his father and cuts the boy down, but while he was going to do so, a thunderclap falls on him, making the boy quickly get away. And he notices that it is a grandmaster, and a very imposing old man appears in the sky, dividing the clouds, appearing all full of himself. He asks if he is trying to kill everyone, saying that he is a very cruel brat. And Sun Fei notices that it is Grandmaster Yao Yi, and tells him to kill that guy, since he was the one who killed his father, and says that he needs to bring justice for the Song family. And Yi Qian notices that he should have killed that guy at once, so the Grandmaster says that since that is how it is, he should just die. And he quickly attacks the boy, but yet Ian manages to dodge that attack with his speed. However, he continues to be attacked several times, so he needs to run a lot to save himself. And the old man says that below Grandmaster everyone is ants and there is no point in resisting. So Sun Feng thinks it is better for him to run away, because if Grandmaster attacks, that city will be destroyed. However, the boy appears in front of Sun Feng and he thinks he is screwed. And yet Ian is totally focused on killing the boy. But then a lightning strikes them both, knocking Sunfen down. He asks Grandmaster what that was and he apologizes, saying that with age his eyes don't work very well. Yet Ian appears behind the old man, prepared to throw a punch at him, trying to hit him. But the boy's hand stops on a barrier that he can't see, and he notices that he can't break it, and he realizes that it's a barrier of elemental energy. And the old man remains very calm about the boy's attack. And after he fails to hit Yao, he is thrown away by the Master Garu, and the boy suffers a lot with those rays falling directly on the ground. Then he gets very tired, thinking that the power of a true master can't be underestimated. And he starts to tear the rest of what's left of his shirt, thinking that he's going to have to give it his all. Kid Proto is chipped. He says that running around in a Maki 3 all the time doesn't give you muscle. Tell me. And so, after putting it on the table, the brat will come face to face with Yao Yi, and wonders if he only has this ridiculous talent, noticing that the old man's cultivation talent is only advanced, and realizes that he must be an ordinary master. Then Yao Yi asks what he said, and he says that he's saying that it's not easy for someone his age to become a master, and he advises him not to get involved where he's not called, saying that if there's a fight and he ends up without arms or legs, there won't be anyone to take care of him in his old age. Then Sun Feng talks to the Grandmaster, saying that this kid is very arrogant, saying that he wants to destroy his Iron Fong base. Fong and Etienne is pissed that this brat hasn't died yet, and Sun Feng says that they have to finish the kid once and for all, and so the Grandmaster. He agrees, attacking the boy with another energy beam, and Ishin quickly dodges it using his speed, but just barely, and the old man notices that his speed is very good to be able to dodge his surprise attack, so the boy thanks him for the compliment, appearing in. And he even manages to hit that bald guy. But the old man says that his strength is very weak. And so the boy uses his strength talent, throwing the old man away. And for the first time he receives a blunt attack. He wonders what's going on because suddenly he managed to increase his strength, and he says that what looks like a Murik is not just any practitioner. Pissed off, De Silva gets up, but Prota doesn't give the old man a break, throwing a car at him. And the old man has no other option. If he doesn't get out of the way of that thing, then he uses his psychic power to bring the boy closer to him. He starts to be pulled, and the old man throws a punch, hitting Proto in the face, throwing him back. And not happy with that, he grabs his ankle, throwing the kid to the ground face first. Then he activates the 10,000 Thunders, summoning the Raising purely of electrical energy, and slams it into Prota's back. And after that rather forceful attack, the old man thinks it's over, leaving Prota lying on the ground all mangled up. And Sun Feng starts laughing, saying that Yetion died, saying that the Grandmaster is powerful and incredible, sucking up to him like crazy. However, the old man starts coughing up blood, wondering if he was really hurt, and he says he'll leave the rest to Sun Feng. He needs to go back soon and heal himself, otherwise it will affect his training. But while Sun Feng stays behind, he starts shaking, saying that his body became paralyzed out of nowhere, wondering if this is the pressure of a master. Then, with Ishin's body, he starts spitting in the kid's face, asking where all that arrogance is, because he was humiliated by his Sun family, and says that it's worth wasting and feeding to the dogs, kicking Prota, and with that he wakes up, grabbing the boy by the neck again, asking him to repeat what he said, if he has the courage. Then Suinfin's arrogance quickly disappears, and the boy takes the dagger, slitting Suinfin's throat. Faith, while he screams for help from the Master Degree, and Prota just looks back and sees the Master Degree trying to get away. And when he looks at Yetian, the boy uses his healing talent, returning completely to factory functions, and the old man wonders if the brat is still alive, asking how the wounds cured, not believing this is possible, asking if he has the talent of a lighthouse jellyfish. Then he asks who the hell Yachen is, and he says he's just an ordinary guy who awakened an inferior talent. And the boy uses the pure breeze cut on the old man. And he notices that it's the Sun family's technique, saying that there are a lot of them, thinking that he won't be able to dodge. Then he starts to be cut by Yetian's technique, receiving them all head on, losing the top part of his clothes, getting angry, cursing the boy, and saying that even if he dies, he'll have to take Yetian with him. And the boy goes after him, hitting him in the back, sinking the old man's face into the ground, saying that there's what he just did before back there. And the old man, already on his last legs, starts to tremble, getting scared. Yetia goes to him and simply steps on the old man's face, sinking his head into the ground, without any kind of pity, asking the old man if he let him move. And the old man shouts to a friend, calling Old Lee, asking if even now he's still going to just watch. And Old Lee says he warned him, because they came to Iron Fang Base only as guests. He told Yao to respect the territory of Linhai Base and be polite, but he didn't listen to him, so the boy wonders how he didn't feel his presence before. So the old man goes down there, saying that his name is Liemo, the master of Iron Fang Base, and talks to the young guide, saying that his talent is extraordinary, and he appears as a very friendly old man just fanning himself and walking calmly. And the boy, noticing that there is another master there, asks if he wants to play too. Man, Prota is totally absurd. Someone stop the guy because he's out of control. He wants to beat up everyone who moves. And he, thinking about the head of the one on the ground, asks if he came to get beaten. And the old man says that there's a saying about helping strangers and ignoring relatives. And he says he won't get involved in that. And he says that even though Elder Yao Yi is from the Iron Fang Base, they don't follow the same philosophy, telling the boy to do whatever he wants. But at that, Yao Yi gets pissed off, summoning one of his wings, scaring the boy, saying that then they're all going to die together. He activates the fiery explosion. He immunizes that the old man is going to self-destruct. So the boy thinks he's brave, but he says that if OIA is fighting him, how he's going to die is not in your hands. And he attacks the old man again, activating his Dark Blade's chaotic attack, making a huge braided X on the old man's chest, which kills him before he can destroy himself. Then he falls stinking to the ground, while the kid is in ecstasy because of that attack, but he feels a strange sensation, and something comes from the sky hovering above the boy. Then the old man notices that that kid killed a master and broke the limits, reaching the level of the great warrior. Then he says that it was impressive, saying that he didn't expect Young Yi to be able to kill a master being at the age level, saying that his strength impressed him. Then the kid tells the old man to speak without beating around the bush, and he says that Young Yi is quite impatient, and says that Aoye's family has always been against it at Iron Fang Base, and he steps on the ground activating his powers, saying that he advocates using harsh measures to establish himself at Linhai Base, while he advocates an equal approach to coexist with Linhai Base. And the boy notices that the old man has impressive speed. Then he talks to Young Yi, that since he completely destroyed the Sun family, he hopes that his anger against Iron Fang Base ends there. And from now on, both Iron Fang Base and Linhai Base will be allies, working together to prosper, asking what the boy thinks about this. So he says that's how it's going to be, ordering the old man to negotiate with the Lin family, as they are the leaders of Linhai Base, and the old man asks if the boy doesn't have plans to take over a base, and he says that this isn't just for fun and simply but the old man says that they were in a detailed meeting, but the boy says that he has things to do, putting his foot down, disappearing from the old man's sight, and so he thinks that this boy has a bright future ahead of him. And already in the Lin family mansion, the leader there is calmly making his bonsai. Then Lin Min goes to Lin Wanli telling his father that they discovered the reason for the explosion in the city center last night. And he asks his son to speak, and he says that the Sun family said that they attacked their building. Then, he says that they must be stupid because the Sun family has the master protecting them. But Li Min asked his father if he remembers what he said about the young warrior Yi Tian, and he says that he vaguely remembers. So, he says that this young man exterminated the entire Sun family, including Master Yao Yi. And so he drops his bonsai scissors, asking what his son just said. And he is surprised because a young man like that went to put an end to the battle between Iron Fong and Lin Hao. And with that, he says that both the Lin Hai base and his Lin family were saved. However, Lin Min says that there is one more thing, saying that the grandmaster of the base, Aaron Fong, Li Mu, agreed to meet them that morning. And to make matters worse, he is already waiting in the tea room. And so, the old man thinks he is just drinking peacefully, and his father asks if he has arrived yet, saying that he did not even have time and says that in that case, he will go there to talk to the old man, telling him to transmit his orders, saying that all the factions of the Nimhai base must protect Yi Tian and his family at all costs. And if Yi Tian intends to create his own influence, all factions must give full support. So, I'll say it in short, they must not offend the boy in any way. And Lin Min understands this very well. And in the martial pavilion, Jean is calm together with Yeo, and she wonders if her brother is okay. And the attendant there tries to give more tea to the captain. He gets angry about it because they have already drunk tea all night, asking what the pavilion master is doing, and the attendant apologizes, but says that she really doesn't know what is going on with the pavilion master. And he says that he has seen her a few times to discuss business, but he says that he has never seen the incredible pavilion master as they say she is. And he goes to his master, asking how long they will continue there. And Lin Zai asks the captain to be patient, but he also says that he has met the pavilion master before, so he asks if he has. And he also says that Yi Yu has also met her, and the girl is surprised by this. Then the master appears in front of them, and she notices that Yi Tian's sister really looks a lot like her. And the captain even gets a little dizzy, rubbing his eyes and trying to see again. And he looks at Yi Lu and looks at the two of them, noticing that they look a lot alike. And the attendant says that she already knew that since last night. Wondering if the pavilion master has a lost twin, Ellen Zay talks to Yui, saying that she is Ishire's younger sister, and he asked them to take her to the martial pavilion in search of refuge. But she tells the Chow that there is no need for so much formality because she already knows what happened at Lin Hai base last night. And Yi Yu gets a little cornered in front of her doppelganger, and Yu notices that his sister really does look like him, and wonders if that's why he treated her like his sister when he saved her. And she thinks Yi Tian is an idiot, because he even hugged her, thinking that this is embarrassing. And she asks Yu his name, and says that she can call him One-san if she wants. So the girl is shocked by this. And already at the Warriors Fair, the boy thinks he's back. But then, as he walks calmly, he wonders what Yui is doing there. And she says she's waiting for him, because he's important at Lin Hai base now. And she says she wouldn't dare respect Grandmaster Yi Tian. But the kid's back on the drip, right? Our Chinese swing is cool. Wow, this little thing is pretty. And when he looks at her, who by the way is one of the most beautiful characters in the work, he looks at her status window and notices that her cultivation talent has gone from intermediate to high. And he thinks that asking is unnecessary, since this is connected to the treasure of the Lake of Death. And he says that this woman really is impressive, and she starts to get embarrassed with him looking at her so much and says that staring at a girl like that is rude, and he says that he was distracted, but she tells him to forget it, saying that she won't fight with him, asking the boy to go for a walk. Says that of course. And she tells the boy that the beautiful family is interested in creating their own base for the boy, asking him what he thinks about it. But he says that that kind of thing doesn't interest him, and she questions what his next step is, asking if he's going to continue training alone. And he says he's thinking about leaving there and going to Mahai base, and she's disappointed by that. He asks what happened, but she says it's nothing. So. Everyone's happy that he's back, and he says that she's grown a lot and still wants to hug her tight right away, telling her to behave like a lady, but she says that she missed him a lot, and he thanks everyone there for taking care of Io, and so Lin just says that he doesn't need to thank her. Then Yui arrives there with Xiaoyu, and she talks to the girl, telling her to call Yizhong to the office because he needs to talk to him, and the girl is shocked, but only the kata warden. So, already in the office, Yuzhong thinks that this was sudden, asking Yu if she really is determined to do this. And she says that she is totally determined, saying that she will leave the rest to him. And with that, Lin Zai tells him that if he stays, he can establish his family there, asking if he doesn't want that. But he says that he doesn't need it, thanking her very much for helping him get a car, because now he can move around much more easily. And Lin Zai says that he is a young hero with a great plan, saying that she admires him a lot. And if he were a few years younger, he would definitely accompany him on his adventures. But the captain notices that there is something strange talking about you, asking why she didn't come to say goodbye, because they are close friends. So the boy thinks about it and asks to leave it alone, saying that he won't wait for her. So he says goodbye to everyone, with the captain telling Yu to keep training and not to be lazy. But while they say goodbye, Yu goes over there, telling them to wait a bit, and the boy is surprised by this, and Xiaoyu also runs after the girl, and she simply walks past everyone and goes to the car, getting in and sitting down, asking what he's looking at, telling him to get in the car right away, and he asks if she's going too. She says of course, because if she wasn't, she wouldn't be in the car, and he just agrees, telling the other two to sit in the back. And they agree to this, and he asks why she suddenly decided to go to Moreo base with him. And she tells him not to ask because if she said she wants to go, she will. And if she wants, she will do it. And he says that if she wants to go with him to train, just say so. He doesn't need to make all this drama. But she starts saying that her own desire to go has nothing to do with absolutely nothing to do with him, so being in his car is just a coincidence. And she's apparently quite the tsundere. The good thing is that now he has two versions of his sister, one to marry and the other to simply give affection to, keep from afar, and still be part of the family. And they say goodbye to everyone, and Lindsay says that the boy's future is very promising. And on the road, he finally says goodbye to the Linhai base. And on the road, Xiao starts asking why Jean doesn't want to give her a hug, and the girl says that the kitten is kind of shy, so Yui says that in 3 months, the Mohai base will release the secret land, asking if Tian is interested, and he asks what it is, and Xiao asks if he doesn't know what a secret land is, asking how he became such a great warrior. And she says that, in simple terms, a secret land is kind of a parallel space unconnected to Earth. And she says that what it looks like has to do with the disaster from 100 years ago. And she says that warriors go through spatial rifts to hunt rare treasures inside, and it's one of the most important ways for a warrior to increase their own strength. And he wonders if anyone can enter this secret land, but Yui says that not exactly, because secret lands have ranges. And she says that the one that opens in 3 months is only accessible to great warriors like them. And she says that weaker or stronger warriors who try to enter will be nullified by the restrictive force of the secret land. He says this is new to him, but she says that spots to explore the secret lands are in high demand. But there's one thing, if she gives him a spot, someone from the Yui clan will lose theirs. Then she says this is a rare opportunity, asking what he thinks. And he finds it complicated, saying that it will pass, because he is afraid of causing problems for others. But she notices that he is quite indecisive, saying he doesn't look like a real man at all. And she starts pulling the steering wheel, almost throwing him off the cliff. And in the afternoon they arrive at an abandoned camp, saying they're going to stay there overnight. So he just goes to wash his face, thinking it's a relief to be still, and then sets out to check out the dinner Yayoi has prepared. Yayoi again asks if he is sure that he doesn't want to go to the secret land, and tells him to think carefully, because if he misses this opportunity to enter, no one knows when there will be another one. And she says that opportunities are vital for them, the warriors. And he says that in reality he wants that much. But it is the first time that both he and his sister have left the Linhai base. And if he's not by her side, he can't rest easy. And so the girl starts laughing because that's the reason. And she asks if he forgot what his family does, saying that the Martial Pavilion has branches in Mohai base, and he must leave Yo with her. He asks if it's really serious, and she says it's just a small thing. And so he agrees to go with her. And she says it's good that he's decided, telling him not to waste time. He just asks her to leave, saying that now they will save a lot of money. And so Xiao says that she wanted to know everyone's opinion about something, saying that now they are more than 3,000 kilometers from the Mohai base, and asks if they prefer to get there as quickly as possible, or if they want to enjoy the way and explore the mountains and rivers, and they both say that they are fine with either option. She notices that they spoke at the same time, and they wonder what synchronicity was that, creating a silly atmosphere between the two. Then Yiyu calls Yiyo, and says that she wants to explore the mountains and rivers and see the world out there, asking if she can. And she says of course. And so, Xiaoyu asks if the two have anything against it, and they both answer again together that they don't. So they just go to rest. But as they explore the mountains and rivers, things don't go as they expected, with Tian having to carry the car by hand while fighting gigantic monsters. And so he begins to copy various talents. And the two are surprised by the things they are finding along the way. And so, 3 months later, they finally arrive alive where they had to be, at the Mohai base. And so, the captain of the ship that takes them asks everyone to disembark in an orderly manner. And the boy says that that place is really big, many times bigger than the Linhai base. And Yui says that it is divided into several districts, and then stops a car near the boy. And the man who comes out of there says that he is a driver from the Martial Pavilion of the Mohai base, saying that he has been waiting for their arrival. And Yi Tian notices that the Martial Pavilion is actually very rich, and Yu tells Xiao Yu to take Yu to the Martial Pavilion to get some rest, and she gets worried about her brother, but he asks her not to worry about him, and just go. And she tells him to be careful, because he'll be waiting for you, and he tells her not to worry. And when she's alone with Yui, she says that now is the time to start working. Then, in a certain district of the Morai base, a plane lands there. And she says that there are several ordinary martial warriors there too. And they say that she must have come to watch, after all. There aren't many good martial warriors around. Outside, they notice that the dimensional portal has started to appear. And Ishin noticed that it's really small here, wondering if people can really get in there. And she says that the way it is, of course not, and says that it needs to be broken by force. So man, you're surprised by this. But then King Yoon, he goes up there, and he starts to get closer to the portal. Then Yu asks if he's seeing that, flying in the middle of the air, saying that that's an all-powerful king rank. And the boy is surprised by this, noticing that after the Grandmaster comes the king rank, and one looks all full of himself in the sea. And the boy is surprised that the Morai base has that kind of person, saying that he'd like to see how he's going to break the dimensional portal. He just takes one of his fingers, points it forward, and makes a huge pillar in the air. And everyone is surprised by this, asking what kind of secret technique that is. And he throws that pillar, which ended up transforming into a finger-opening spacetime. And so the rift opens and everyone starts saying that Hey Yoon-hae is amazing. And after descending, the boy wonders what kind of talent he has. And when he looks at the status window of a king, he notices that his cultivation talent is transcendental. And Ishin realizes that in addition to the peak rank, he also has a transcendental rank. And realizing this, he says that he won't hold back then. And the status window says that he successfully copied the transcendental cultivation rank. Really, it was time for Prota to transcend. Let's go. Transform into a king. I'm excited. And with the gate in the sky, they say that the passage to the secret realm is open. And everyone must prepare to enter in 5 minutes, and so he begins to greet the king as he parades in front of everyone, and the boy thinks that a king also has a spatial talent, and he wonders what kind of secrets he keeps, and it's a shame that he can't continue copying, because he will need to wait for another opportunity next time. And so his talent also reaches the transcendental ranking. And Yui says that what she is giving him is an interdimensional cargo bag and a GPS tracking watch. He can store many things in that bag, and the GPS tracking watch can show him their locations and tells him to take them, because they will be very useful in the secret realm. And the boy thanks her for the items, and she says that she doesn't know where they will end up after entering the secret realm. So they will regroup as soon as possible. And he says that if they can't get out in a month, they'll have to wait for the next time it opens in 10 years. And the boy keeps this in mind, otherwise he will be stuck there for a long time. Then the guy who must easily weigh about 3 tons comes up behind the boy, wondering if this weakling is the professional that his sister Lin invited. And he asks if she is saying that that child has the skills of a great martial warrior, saying that Sister Lin is being deceived. And the others around say that that person's aura is quite oppressive, and everything he puts in front of his eyes is a problem, so think about staying away from that thing. And Yui talks to Chao, saying that he is her friend, so she tells him to be more respectful. And he asks if this weakling from somewhere stole his position as a friend. And she still asks him to respect him, saying that he can do this by patting the boy on the back. And the fat guy asks if he doesn't even dare to fart, calling the Yeti a coward, then tells him to get lost. House to drink his milk, saying that it's better for the boy not to even let him live there. And Etienne asks if he is always this cheeky. She doesn't even have anything to say. And the city radio says that the secret kingdom is officially open. And he wishes everyone a safe and productive journey. Then everyone starts coming in. And Yui calls him to come in too. As they leave, everyone watches from afar, while his sister thinks he needs to return safely. And once inside the place, he falls in a very embarrassing way and starts coughing. Thinking that his butt hurts, and looking around, everything is red, and he notices that that is the secret kingdom, which also looks like an ancient civilization. But as he walks, he steps on something, noticing that it is a century-old spiritual ginseng. And when he gets up, he realizes that there are several surroundings. He soon thinks that he will get rich, putting all those flowers inside his bag. And they come flying, while he thinks that Yeyu, that money lover, will probably faint when she sees that, and he says that he will check the other places. But as he walks, he notices that that person was attacked by a ferocious beast right after entering the dungeon. And from the looks of it, he can't be careless there. And with that, his watch starts beeping. And he notices that that is Yu Ling's location, noticing that she is in danger. And she really starts to get beaten up a lot, being thrown away. And when she falls, she looks quite hurt. And she prays for Yetia to find her soon, because she is being surrounded by goblins. And he goes at his maximum speed, thinking that it must be in that direction. And he asks EU to wait for him. Meanwhile, she is in a tough battle, being surrounded by those monsters, until one of them manages to hit the girl's head, throwing her directly to the ground. So, they start to surround the arena, and when she was about to receive the last blow, which would finish the arena, the boy arrives and throws that monster away, killing it with a single kick. And standing in front of her, he asks her to stay there and leave the rest to him. And he goes after the monsters, killing them quite easily. And they all run from the boy, but still, he goes after them and manages to kill them one by one. And seeing that, she thinks that with the Yetian, her father's incomplete wish will probably be fulfilled. And he questions what happened, because with her combat ability, those few ferocious beasts shouldn't be able to hurt her so much. And she says that, of course, because they weren't the ones who hurt her. And she says that she was hurt by the demonic eye serpent, and that advanced ferocious rank beast has a visual spell talent. And she says that she used this secret technique and escaped. But she didn't think that she would be ambushed during her escape. And she says that this dungeon has a precious treasure. And at the same time, there is the risk of death. and she says that this is where it really starts. I swear I acted like she was so weak to receive pressure from the little monster as soon as she entered. I was gonna tell you why she went, but if she was attacked by a boss before and had a short lifespan, even here, it's understandable. And when they enter the place, she drinks some beast blood and starts cultivating, healing herself quickly. And the boy says that since she knows a lot about the secret realm, he asks what the most precious treasure there is, questioning if she knows if there is a treasure of heaven and earth. And she says that the most precious must be the lifestone vein. But she says that this great resource is the target of the Yoon family. And the boy asks if that is the king's family, and says that it is also her target. But she says no, saying that she wants to find the treasure that her father left behind. And he is surprised by her father's treasure. And she says that 20 years ago, her father went there and discovered an extremely rare treasure. But unfortunately, it was guarded by a fierce beast with a teleportation talent, so he couldn't get it. And that's why this time it's her goal. And he's surprised that she said it was a teleportation beast. And she says that, according to her father, there's a high chance that it's a fierce beast with average spatial talent. And she says that it's very dangerous. And the boy thinks about this average spatial talent because the king's is only at the novice level. Then he says that he must get it for sure, trembling with excitement. And the girl starts stretching, getting fully in shape, saying that it was lucky to meet him. And he asks what treasure she's obsessed with, asking if he can tell her. And he says that now that he's become her partner, she supposes she can tell him, saying that there's a treasure called the Heavenly Soul Flower. It's a treasure of the earth and heaven that can increase one's cultivation level. And she says that, in other words, the Heavenly Soul Flower allows one to create a genius. And the Heavenly Soul Flower is synonymous with a great superior master. And she says that one flower like that is enough for someone to dominate a place like Linhai Base. So he thinks that this is amazing, but Yui says that not only does she need it, he and her sister need it too. And he says that he definitely won't be able to use it. But EU really does need it. So he asks if she knows how many Heavenly Soul Flowers there are in total. And she says that 20 years ago there were 10. But they may have been sold or multiplied in the meantime. And he says that the most complicated thing about a joint treasure hunt is the uneven loot. And he says that no matter how many are left, she is willing to give him half. But he must promise her that he will use all his strength to deal with that ferocious beast. And the boy says, of course, making a deal with her. Look, what I'm going to say is a guess. But in my opinion, I think he will contribute a little more than she will, right? Okay. But let's keep it 50-50 so that no one loses out and is wronged. And then he asks if she knows the exact location of the treasure, and she just asks him not to worry and to follow. I'm starting to think the author is going crazy. He put some stuff in that girl's bust. She's hiding some weapon there, it's not possible. And the boy, as he follows her, thinks that Celestial Soul Flower is really good, but he's more interested in that thing that spatial talent is. And as he continues, the boy says that her father was there 20 years ago, so he must have thought of a plan. And she says that of course there is a plan. Then she pulls something out and throws it into his hand and asks what it is. And she says that this thing is called a formation disc. And it was made by her father, who spent a great deal of money to have it molded by the formation master. Then she says that the formation pattern above is called a vacuum formation, which greatly reduces the effect of teleportation. And Geraldo is surprised that even teleportation can be restricted, and she says that of course, saying that everything in the world is complete, and also counterattacks no matter how strong you are at the moment. It's just that your natural enemy hasn't been discovered yet, and the boy thinks about it, wondering then what the natural enemy of his talent is. But she tells the boy not to think that his formation is perfect because its effective time is only 3 seconds. Effective distance is 800 meters. Then she says that her original plan was to activate the formation disc first and then activate the secret technique while cooperating with him. However, she thinks that it's a pity that in order to ignore the demonic ice, she had to use the secret technique beforehand, so she can't use it again for now. And the treasure hunt can't be delayed. And he says that he'll do his best. Kirlipinas gives him a little smile, trusting him. And so she stops during the night. And he asks why she stopped. And she says that they arrived. And with that she asks if he can see that cave, saying that the spiritual flora and the space beast are there. And he asks what she wants him to do, but she tells him not to rush, because it will take a while to find the formation method, so he should wait until she thinks of a strategy to attract it. And the beast remains there calmly, lying there, until it notices the boy outside and sets its eyes on him. And he feels her presence, and she instantly appears behind him. And the girl notices that she has already left, because she is a space talent with her own perception. And she appears behind him and is already pissed off at Sylvia. The boy has access to her attribute window, and thinks that it is a spatial talent and it really is good. So he says he will attract her first, telling Yu Ling to wait for the opportunity to open the formation disc. She agrees with him and leaves behind. And the beast instantly goes after the boy's body, hitting him, so he thinks it is similar to teleportation, but it is completely different from the speed talent. And she throws him away while he thinks that since that is how she wants it, he will play with her and they will have fun, using the healing talent and taking his dagger. Meanwhile, the girl places herself on the ground, activating that mandala, and asks Etion to try to hold on, because it will end soon. And she continues focused on that one, while the monster goes after the protagonist again, using teleportation. And when he enters that, he appears behind the boy. However, he was already smart and didn't let himself be shaken, with her trying to hit him, but him disappearing. And he says that she's not the only fast one there, because her speed isn't bad. And the beast seems quite focused, using teleportation again to appear next to him. But the boy manages to quickly escape and pull out his DAG, and with that he manages to counter her attack. Then he talks to Yoling, asking how long until the formation is ready. And she says that there are only 3 seconds left, and the monster teleports again. While teleporting, he appears on top of Yueling, even though there are only 2 seconds left, and the boy starts using all his speed to fall behind the monster, holding one of its wings. So she uses the vacuum formation, and opens it, and the shield stops on top of the monster, giving it the 3 seconds they need, and starts to pressure that creature. Then she throws it to the ground, and the girl thinks it's finally done. While they trap the monster, it starts to grow. Then Yui says that this is her gigantification talent, and says that this is bad, because the formation disc won't be able to hold it, and tells Yetian to take advantage of this opportunity. And he really takes advantage of it, and cuts off the monster's head with a single attack, using the shadow blade and splitting its jaw in two. And so the head falls next to the girl, and she is shocked, because that was just one blow and a very powerful one. And so the circle simply loses its strength and falls next to him. And he says it's a shame because a good treasure can only be used once. And she talks to the Yetian, telling him to answer if he's hiding his strength, asking how he dealt with the instant teleportation, and he says no, saying that in fact he was just fast and it was better to attack when he was giant, and it's all thanks to the formation. And he also reminds her to go see how many celestial soul flowers are left, saying that this is more important. She just gives up, telling him not to try to hide anything, because she'll snatch it from him sooner or later, and she runs off thinking about those 20 years, saying that she hopes there are some left, and if not, she won't be able to explain the same to Yeti. Meanwhile, he stays with the body of that monster and says that this time he won the lottery. Meanwhile, she actually finds the celestial soul flowers, noticing that there are 8 of them and it will be a fair division. But then, as she pulls, she thinks that it will be 4 for each and no one will lose. And she thinks that it is lucky. And Proto comes up behind her, wondering why this cave has a familiar aura on the right. And so she gives him the flowers that are his. And he thinks that this time the harvest was plentiful. But then he feels something strange and says that now he remembered, saying that this is the time of the golden dragon panther from when he was looking for the spiritual herbs, thinking that there are treasures there. Then she asks what he is doing, since they already got the celestial soul flowers, asking if they are not going to leave. Then he says that if she is in a hurry, she can go ahead, and then they will meet up. And she wonders if the celestial soul flowers won't satisfy her appetite. And she says that greed is taboo in treasure hunting. Asks if he understands the principle of moderation. But in that, while she talks to him, he just shits. Then he notices that it must be that way, touching the wall and activating his strength talent, opening a hole in that thing. And so she asks what Etienne is doing. Then she notices that there is a secret cave there, and he says that it was a great discovery. And when she gets to the front, she wonders what that is, with several fire lotuses. And he thinks that he really got something big. And seeing those earth fire lotuses, he asks if she knows what that is. And she says only a little, and says that this flower is rarer than the celestial soul flower. The market price is at least 5 times higher, and unfortunately, despite the high market price, there is no demand for it, and Proto asks if anyone wants it. And she says that the earth ensign lotus is used for someone's innate talent, but it cannot increase the level of the applied talent. And she says that it can only unlock new evolutions for the innate talent, but whether or not those evolutions can be used depends on the talent itself. For example, someone once used a lightning speed talent and it became wings instead. So she says that there aren't many uses for it, but there is a chance of it becoming a very advantageous ability, but it's 1 in 100,000. And she says that, regardless of that, it was concluded that this flower is not valuable compared to the others, and only the rich buy them in an attempt to change their innate talents. And that's why there is no demand. So, Proto starts to think about this new evolution, thinking that his innate talent is to copy talents. Then, he wonders what kind of evolution will come if he uses this form, flower, and starts to have very malicious thoughts. He talks to Yuling, asking if she is interested in making a deal with him, and she asks what deal it would be, and he asks her to wait for now, going there and getting the flower. Then she is surprised by this, asking him who said he could pluck it. And she says that she also has a part of that batch, telling him not to dare to take it all. And he tells her not to worry, because she mentioned that the price of that batch is 5 times that of the celestial soul flower. And since he has a share in both the lotus flower and the corpse of the bat, he asks how about he give her 3 tails of the celestial soul flower in exchange for half of her lotus flower. And she's surprised, because the price of 3 stalks of the celestial soul flower is even higher than the combined price of the lotus and the corpse of the bat. And she starts to wonder if he lost a screw or something. Then he thinks that, with a shrewd merchant, she should teach him a lesson. So she says that it's okay, because since he worked hard to help her, she'll give him this for a cheap price. Then he says that she can have it, and she thinks that she was really crazy, because it's almost like she got 3 stalks of the flowers for free. And she says that she got a total of 7 stalks of celestial soul flowers, only on this secret mission, and she says that this should be enough to negotiate with that person. So Proto starts cultivating right there, taking the lotus and sending it inside. Then he notices that now his talent has really been updated, and the system tells him that the second copy of the talent has been unlocked. And he says that to be able to copy a talent a second time, it means that he can copy talents twice a month. And he says that it is a sweet evolution of his talent. After all, the kid will be able to use the hack twice. Now he won't have to wait to be able to steal someone else's skill. He says he liked it, getting happy about it. And to test the skill, he tests the explorer's talent using his wave to see how far it goes. And he notices that there are 200 for 100, it has expanded to of more than 500 meters, realizing that it increased exponentially. This is amazing because in addition to being able to copy talents a second time, he was also able to increase the distance of exploration for 500 meters, and exchanging 3 tails of the heavenly soul flower was very worthwhile. And in fact, even if he exchanged all 10 tails, it would still be more than profitable, but he thinks that there is still something he needs to do. And so he pulls out the corpse of that bat he had killed. And the system says he successfully copied the average spatial talent, asking if he would like to merge the talents, and he soon says yes. Then talent blends perfectly with it. He gets a little tired, and his attribute window is getting bigger and bigger. He says he now has teleportation, spatial perception, spatial marking, and pocket inventory. And he says that this spatial talent is the strongest talent he has ever seen. And so he pulls out his pocket inventory, managing to pull out a square in the palm of his hand. And he says that this space storage is only 30 cubic meters, but it is enough to not be stolen by others. And with the pocket inventory, he will be able to hold all his items. Then he says he's going to keep everything there. And now he will start a new harvest. And what does the psychopath's face look like? Cracking, phi. And outside the girl continues taking a nap, waiting for him, and he arrives at her side and begins to think that she really looks like Yahello, wondering how she is now. And the girl stands up noticing that he has finished cultivating. And so, he takes his weapon, and thanks her for standing guard for him. And she says that since he got the item he wanted, she's going to leave the secret realm, asking and he's
if he'll go
surprised
with
that
her.
she's already going to leave, and says that, in fact, he wanted to train a little more in there, and who knows what kind of treasure he can find there. But she says that he's not familiar with the place, and it's too dangerous for him to be alone there. The place isn't as easy to survive as he thought, but he tells her not to worry, because he's definitely strong enough to stay safe. And he says that he'll accompany her to the teleportation point, because he should be able to get there before dawn. And she realizes that she won't be able to argue with him, and thinks that she needs to find a way to make Yeti and leave the secret realm with her, and starts to get more anxious. And so, he notices that the teleporter is almost there, and they keep running towards it. And getting closer, they notice that there are people fighting over there, and she says that they are probably fighting over a treasure, and it's a shame that they can't sense who they are, since they are too far away. And Proto thinks that it is the perfect opportunity to test his new ability using spatial talent and his spatial perception, so he can see everything that is happening there, realizing that this is his spatial talent ability, which is amazing. And so 2 guys are fighting, one with an axe and the other with a longsword, and he says that the calamity beast is already dead. The 2 humans are facing each other, and so one of them speaks to Zankai, saying that the treasure is all his, and says that it is better for him to give up trying to gain advantage. And Zankai says that they still don't know who will get the treasure in the end, so they go after each other. And Wei Ling notices that they are Li Kong and Zhang Kai. The boy asks if she knows them, and she wonders why they started fighting each other. However, wondering if the Li and Zhang family are not on good terms, the boy then continues using spatial perception, and notices that they must be fighting over some kind of treasure, but asks where exactly he is. And so he notices that corpse there, noticing that there is something in the mouth of the beast of calamity. Man, I'll tell you, that talent he got is really stolen, you know? The guy noticed that there was something in the animal's mouth, son. And the 2 continue to fight very severely, with the shield breaking, the axe jumping, and they both end up falling to the ground. Then the girl wonders if they died. What if they both died together? And then she goes down there to see what happened. But Proto asks what she's doing, asking if they shouldn't be there in the portal. But she says that those who don't take the opportunity to loot bodies for items are cowards. And Proto takes the opportunity to propose that they don't need to share the items they find, and each one will keep what they find, asking if she's up for it. And she says of course, saying that they will do it like this, telling him just not to regret it later. And he says he won't, but he thinks he'll admit defeat if he can find that sapling of spirit grass. And she tells him not to blame her for being smart and starting first. Then, he asks why he's suddenly speeding up, and she gets down there to the bodies before him and starts to notice the things that are there, and says that first she's gonna get all the items from his space storage, and as for the other guy, she gets closer and notices that all those items are his. But Proda, in turn, is already on top of the corpse, asking if she wants it or not. Then she says it's a corpse from the Calamity Fair, saying that it's too big and isn't worth much on the market, so he can keep it if he wants. And he asks if she's sure about that, and she says she already said she doesn't want it, telling him to feel free to do whatever he wants. Then the Proda gives an evil smile, saying that the corpse is his, telling her not to regret it, and she tells him to stop being annoying, because he's just the corpse of a calamitous beast and she doesn't want it. And so he opens the beast's mouth, and inside the mouth was the spiritual grass, and she gets a big scare realizing what happened. And the cynical Proda, not worth 10 cents, says he's very lucky. He has a spiritual grass seedling in his mouth. So she tells him to wait, asking him to let her see that spiritual grass seedling. But he asks, why? Because it's his. And she grabs his hand, noticing that it's the spirit grass of the fire talent. And Proda realizes that she can recognize what it is, then asks if this is really valuable, so she tells him to take care of it and starts to charm him, asking if he wants to trade the items with her, and he notes how much of a scoundrel she is and asks her to first tell him what exactly the spirit grass is, and why both the Zong and Li families were killing each other over it. And she says that it only has one ability, and it's actually quite simple, and that's to allow whoever consumes it to obtain a fire talent. And the pro of the question is if this is all. And she asks if he knows how insane the concept of adding a talent is. And even some monarch-level experts are just people with high cultivation talent. But none of them have unique talents like this, so for those families, high-level attack talent obtained from the fire talent spirit grass is extremely valuable. But Proda thinks that he can copy all kinds of talents without any restrictions, so this is completely useless to him. Calm down, daddy. Calm down, daddy. Not everyone has a hacker up their ass. Not everyone was born with their ass facing the moon. Daddy. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. There are normal people in this universe. And she says she'll be honest with him, saying that the Yu family's monarch-level ancestor is desperate for this too, and he urgently needs a unique talent, and if he gets this fire talent, he'll be able to increase his battle power tenfold. Hey, I don't want to be a jerk, but this guy here, he's kind of on the edge of his seat. Huh? Maybe it's not the smartest thing to give this thing to this guy here. And Proda says that since she needs it so much, he'll give it to her then. And she's more than surprised that he's giving it to her. And he says of course, not him, not his sister, they can use it, so it makes more sense. Give it to her. But the girl almost doesn't know what to say. He says that he'll look around and see if there's anything that's worth his time. Then he asks if that's the difference between him and the others, saying that some can see it as a worthy treasure to sacrifice themselves, while others cannot be influenced and prefer to give to others. And she says that Etienne really is someone who will achieve great things in the future. And he thinks that this item is useless to him, so if he gives it to Yu Ling, she will owe him a favor. Not to mention that if he were to sell this item to the Martial Pavilion, they would charge a fee and he will not choose a loss over a profit. And so he takes her to the teleport portal of the secret realm, leaving her in his mouth. She asks once again if he is sure he will not leave with her, and he says yes, saying that he wants to stay there. And she just gives up, saying that in that case she will leave the special storage with him. Since her sister needs the divine soul flower, she will give her one more. And she says that anyway, she can't take something without giving something in return, and he says he'll accept. And she also warns him that there's a limit to how long he can stay there, and it's 1 month. And the closer the deadline is, the more dangerous the teleport gate will be, and tells him to be careful. And the boy says he understands, and so she goes ahead. And she remembers to also say that if he sees someone from the family, he must remember to prevent him from running away, because they have a monarch-level expert. And he thinks about King Yunhe's family, and she talks to Yi Tian, saying that she'll be waiting to leave, and she simply leaves him behind. And look, man, her design is getting better, huh? The artist is using his entire hand to draw this woman. And while she's leaving through the portal, she thinks that it probably won't be long before he progresses faster than her. Oh, if I told you how strong this boy is, you know? Look, it's a good thing you don't know. And she thinks that she needs to try harder in cultivation. She'll stay behind, just admiring him from afar. The exact moment the girl leaves, Proda says that the dead floor is finally gone. And now he's going to break it, saying that it's his specialty. He simply disappears from there using his speed. And outside, they notice that the entrance to the secret kingdom is shaking. Noticing that someone is leaving after only 2 days, and Ellen appears in the center of the city falling. making a huge noise. So some guys think that she probably has some treasures, thinking that people who return after only 2 days are probably not strong enough and don't have good treasures. But they also think that if they do have them, this is the best time for them to take them. And the girl falls all hurt outside, which is quite strange. Meanwhile, they start to excuse themselves, passing by and pushing people, and a man goes to Yuling and asks her what happened and why she is so injured, and what happened in the secret realm, and she says that they must first return to the clan. Meanwhile, the king is up there watching, noticing that she is a descendant of the Yui family, and seeing how injured she is, she probably encountered a calamity beast and was forced to flee, and he thinks that she probably didn't find any treasure. And he starts asking his goose that lays the golden eggs to come quickly, making him not waste time there. Meanwhile, Eiling tells the crown that her wounds were superficial, and asks her what happened there, and she says that there are many experts waiting to approach and steal the treasures obtained in Rio de Janeiro, and in secret, and that's why she pretended she was badly hurt, and that she was forced to escape, to deceive them, and be able to get out safely. Then the crown wonders if she found any treasures there, and she says she found it, saying she found the fire talent spirit grass. And he is surprised that it really is the fire talent spirit grass, which is precisely the herb that can grant a talent to others. And she speaks to Uncle Ben, saying she needs to ask a favor regarding this fire talent spirit grass. And he says that she made an immense contribution to the family by finding this spirit grass, asking her to tell him what she needs. And she says it's a simple request, saying she wants to see her ancestor, and he's shocked by this. And she says she knows she shouldn't be able to see her ancestor because of their different positions in the clan, but this is very important to her, and she hopes he can help her. And he says she's a pretty cheeky child, and she says if she can't see her ancestor, then she'll never hand over the fire talent spirit grass, even if it means she'll be ruined. And he asks if there's anything else she wants, and she says she just wants to see her ancestor, so he says he'll make the necessary preparations. Day to night, after a big bath, she says she hasn't refreshed herself like this in a long time, and goes to the window wondering how yet Ian is doing in the secret realm. Meanwhile, over at Quillo dos Inferno, Proda is killing the animal with a knife and thinking that it's a nuisance and that there's nothing there that can stand up to him. The ADM bans this guy, the amount of animals he killed, this is pure hack. And so, in the real world, in the morning, a woman goes to Yiling saying that Elder Yubing asked her to take the girl to the meeting hall. And she says that she is already all prepared. And there in the hall, one of their elders says that to be able to find the spiritual range of the fire talent, she did a good job, so he asks her to tell him what reward she wants from him. And the girl starts shaking like a green stick, saying that she would like to meditate and try to understand the monolith of enlightenment. And Uncle Ben, in turn, starts yelling, asking if she wants to meditate and try to understand the monolith of enlightenment, saying that this is the foundation of the Yu family, and even he has no right to understand it, saying that she went too far with that request. And she says that she also obtained 3 seedlings from the divine soul flower in the secret realm. She is willing to give all the disciples of the family if the ancestor agrees to her request. Kuro continues drinking his tea calmly and says that the aura of the monolith of enlightenment is almost dispersed, and all those who tried to understand it found other places to belong, and he ends up telling her to change her request. Then she says that she has no other request. He is not interested in anything else, and so he gets pissed, throwing the girl away with only his intention. Then Uncle Ben gets desperate, while Corona asks how she dares to try to negotiate with him and stands up very pissed, while the girl thinks that no matter how much she cultivates, her talent will only reach the level of a grandmaster. And she says she's not satisfied with her potential, saying she wants to get stronger, and so he comes close to her already levitating, asking how dare she, then crushes the girl on the ground, and she notices that this is the aura of someone of the monarch ranking, starting to run out of breath, already desperate, and Uncle Ben tries to stop the ancestor, saying that Eiling is still young, and even though she has offended him, he asks him not to stoop to that level, but the girl tells Uncle Ben that this has nothing to do with him. Then she gets up even with that pressure, saying that she must understand the monolith of enlightenment. Then the old turtle is surprised that the girl can stay standing, despite the pressure of his aura. Then he shakes his hand, but at that the girl who was scared notices that the pressure is gone, and Uncle Ben begins to thank the ancestor for sparing her. And he says that it is as they say out there. There are rules in a country for people to follow, so there are rules in a clan in the same way. And he will not break these rules just to create an exception. And this is his personal nameplate, and with it, that will allow him to understand the monolith of enlightenment. And he tells the girl to get it, and she is happy to have completed her mission, even though she got beaten up a lot for it. And so, in the afternoon, Uncle Ben goes to the elder and says that Yuling brought 6 seedlings of the celestial flower and the fire talent herb, so he tells them to put them on the table. He questions the ancestor because at first he did not agree with Yuling going to the Monument of Enlightenment. But wonder how he ended up agreeing later. Then the crown says he likes her stubborn way, because it's like he's seeing his young self again. And so, there in that chaotic world, Prota finally finds some more herbs and pulls it out, noticing that it's another spiritual herb. But he ends up falling from up there, straight into a lake, but manages to get out calmly still with the herb in his hand. So he activates the spatial talent of the spatial cube and takes out everything he's picked up so far. He says that a few days ago he's already found a lot of spiritual herbs and that his bad luck isn't that bad. And he says that on top of that, with the monsters he's killed, he'll come out richer and richer. But at first he notices that he smells horrible and needs to change his clothes. And he remembers that his sister made him bring more changes of clothes. Meanwhile, a rat with red eyes, full of leprosy, Septoasperosa, watches him from atop a mountain. While the boy puts on his clothes without even taking a shower, he says he's going to have a good night's sleep. But first he thinks he needs to get something to eat. But while he thinks about it, something approaches, and he notices a boar full of thorns and bones, also with ivory looking like a mammoth, and he notices that the food came at him. Soon after, he's already making a great barbecue. He thinks the heavens have blessed him with good food, eating some delicious meat, but while he's doing his Rambo, that rat from before passes by stealing Prota's meat, desperate and hungry. Then he says that his meat isn't running after him in search of a measly piece of meat. After a long time, he says that whoever has, when he steals your meat and you're screwed in his hand. But then he notices that it's a treasure talent, noticing that the purple gold mouse has a peak blood talent, along with a high treasure talent. And after growing the eye, he simply goes after the animal, screaming, trying to catch him, but the mouse quickly manages to give Prota a big look and disappears, and he asks if he's thinking he's going to run away, activating his spatial teleportation talent, going after the mouse and managing to grab him. Then the mouse starts talking to Prota, telling him to let go. And so he notices that the little mouse is a female mouse, and she keeps telling him to let go, asking how dare he hold her like that. And Prota soon asks if she prefers to call him master or turn him into barbecue, and she soon asks him not to kill her, saying that she accepts him as her master. And so they form a spiritual contract. And he says that seeing those purple patterns on her, he'll call her Chelsea. And she starts thanking him for the new name. And he thinks that the gold mouse has a high treasure-seeking talent, and that will be very useful for him. And he says that Yuling said that the energy stone mine is the most valuable treasure in the secret realm. And the Eye family is keeping an eye on him. And he says that although the Eye family is powerful, now with the little face and his talent, maybe he has a chance, saying that he'll take the risk. Then he talks to the little face, asking if it knows where the energy stone mine is. She says that of course she does, and with her treasure-seeking talent, she can clearly sense the location of the energy stone mine. Then he asks if she's serious, telling them to go there right away, and she says she's going to climb on his shoulder right now. Then he starts to apologize mentally to Yahello, because it seems he can't avoid confronting the people from the young family that she warned him about before leaving. And he immediately thinks about stealing the prey from the tiger's mouth along with the little mouse. And he runs over there, getting very close. Then the mouse says that the energy stone mine is very close, but he smells humans too, and maybe it's already been occupied by someone else. Then he asks if there's anyone there already, using his spatial perception talent, and he says he sees a lot of bodies, and there must have been a little war between the families there. And so he uses his teleportation talent to get closer without being noticed, rolling around there, who is very close, hiding, and he notices that the battle is still going on, and one of the people uses the forbidden land spell, Boulder Rain, then starts throwing rocks at his enemies. And one of them starts finding a gap to attack that guy who is throwing rocks. But he slams his staff on the ground using the ground thrust, making a stone pillar appear, and that guy impales himself on it without even thinking, having to do anything. And then a boy says that that was really cool because only the genius of the family laughs to kill so many people like that from the young family. And the crazy guy has the design of a badass wizard. Awesome design. And his talents are peak, medium, beginner, and high. Nothing too flashy. And the girl says that now that the kids are gone, it's the adult's turn, pulling out a great sword to fight him. Oh man, his design is so beautiful, man. Man, killing her would be a shame. And the girl then goes after him, saying that all her treasures have the last name Ion. And he says he wants to see if she has what it takes, activating the forbidden spell on Earth, Diamond Shield. And the girl simply takes her sword, casting the Wind Wake Cut, cutting all those stones. And he realizes that she really fused the wind talent into the weapon, and even the most resistant diamond shield was cut in the blink of an eye. As the stones fall, the girl brings her leg up to his face, throwing him far away, without even being able to live. Then he activates the forbidden spell of Earth, rain of boulders. And the spell activates very close to him. She gets a big scare. And when the rocks start falling, she starts deflecting them all with her sword, asking if that's all he can do. As the rocks fall, he activates the Forbidden Earth spell, Skyfall, and simply throws a mini Shinra Tensei at the girl with a huge rock, and she realizes that this is a top Earth ability, and activates her speed talent to get out from under it, and the rock can't hit her, and he's shocked that she managed to dodge it. Then she says she's gonna show him the Forbidden Wind spell, Sharp Blade, that starts from that rock and goes straight to the old man, launching him into the air, with a lot of cuts on his body. And she asks if the mine is in that cave behind him. Then he slowly gets up, and says that this mine is something he found with great effort in the secret domain, after 10 years, and he definitely won't let anyone touch it. Meanwhile, Proda, as mischievous as ever, watching from afar, notices that the mine is in that cave, but his spatial sense can't detect anything, asking if there is some kind of restriction. Then the girl says that he won't let anyone touch it, asking if he can protect her, and says that she really didn't want to use it there. After all, consuming that spiritual herb directly has a great risk, but now she just wants to eliminate him. And throws that thing inside, and he thinks about that spiritual herb, saying that it is a spiritual treasure that can increase talent. And Proda thinks that eating the spiritual herb directly can make him explode and die, asking if the girl has gone crazy, but the girl throws it inside and the paths start to jump, so she almost has an ecstasy eating it, starting to hit in a controlled manner, and a huge ray of force comes out of the girl. And Kuroa, who is there facing her, notices that the girl's talent really got a big dumbass, and apparently her shorts got a downgrade, right? It got a little smaller. And with that laugh, he realizes that her talent was upgraded. The Transcendent Realm. If Proda still had a talent copy there now, the animal would be so happy, and he thinks that this is incredible because she really evolved a transcendent cultivation talent. And so she talks to Hillian Bick. If he begs for mercy now, she might consider leaving his body intact. But he says that this is arrogance because even if she evolved to a transcendent talent, it doesn't mean that she will defeat him. He uses his magic again, but the girl uses her speed to simply cut him apart. He gets to his next one without him even being able to see. He only receives that attack falling backwards. And she talks about his advanced speed talent, that with the help of the top talent of the wind system, he greatly underestimated the power after the talent upgrade. And she asks if his combat intuition has already become so weak, and it seems that the genius Tito of the He family is no good anymore. And he says that in this path of cultivation the so-called geniuses are countless, and even if she defeats him today, in the future she will only be a stepping stone for others. Then she says that this is very ugly, losing is losing. And she even says such useless words that tell her not to forget that his Yun family is the most powerful family in the Morai base. All because they have a king level in command, and in the face of absolute power there is no enemy. Oh, if I tell you about a certain guy, oh, if I tell you I want to see that fight. So the little king guy is all exhausted on the ground, asking if this is the end of his life. But Proda comes close to him asking if he is okay. Then he asks who that is, and he says that who it is doesn't matter, and tells him to take this healing medicine first, because he should be able to recover from his injuries. But he says that it is useless and that attack destroyed his internal organs. He is already with, and he asks if the boy also came for the ore. And Proda says yes, and he says that he is surprisingly honest. But the boy says that this place must have some mystery. Otherwise, the elder would have extracted everything long ago, and he says that is exactly it. And inside the mine lives a ferocious beast at the apex that guards the vein of vitality. And he says that it dug countless tunnels in the cave, and anyone who enters will certainly get lost inside. And only the purple gold rat with the treasure talent can find the true location of the vitality stone vein. But the rat is an extremely rare mystical beast, and he has not found one and not even 10 years of seclusion. Then the Proda asks if he is talking about that thing over there, and he almost gets a fright that chokes him because the rat is in the boy's hand, and he notices that the honorable one from the other purple asks how this is possible and starts coughing. And so he talks to the boy, saying that he actually tamed the rat and even formed a spiritual contract with it. Then he says that it's unbelievable, because he never thought that this would happen before he died. And he says that he suddenly feels that the 10 years of seclusion are quite ridiculous. And before he could even touch the rat, his hand doesn't have enough strength and falls to the ground. And he thinks that it's really fate playing with us. Then he simply dies in front of the proton. And inside that girl Young asks how can there be so many caves and gets lost. She says that she'll choose one at random and leaves with her sword inside it. Meanwhile, Proto makes a tomb for that senior, telling him to rest in peace. And he's not very happy after doing that. So, in the meantime, the girl continues on her path and says that there is another fork in the road, thinking that it is like a maze. The ground beneath her begins to give way and the beast at its peak lunges at the girl, trying to eat her. But she manages to let go and escape from that monster. But it remains right in front of her. And she notices that this is a high-level ferocious beast, saying that it was not in the reports. Then the beast begins to gather energy in its mouth, wanting to throw it at the girl. Proto wonders outside if the fight has already started, and tells the girl from the Ion family to hold it for him, because now it is with Chaozi. And the mouse simply leaves calmly in search of the treasure. And Proto begins to think that all those caves are affecting Xiaoji's perception. He continues walking and says that he found the true path, and he thinks that he was quite fast, assuming that it is an underground river. So he says that the caves are just to confuse the introverts. But the real entrance is this discreet pond, and without a purple rat it would be easy to fall into the trap. So he thinks that the water is not a problem, and says that he will go down with Xiaozi. And the two jump into the water, going down with the whole thing. He says that he managed to do it, saying that it must be right there, seeing a cave at the bottom of the lake. And sometime later, that girl's sword is already all broken, and so is she. So she says that it is no match for her, but says that she didn't imagine that this creature would be so strong. And she continues fighting with it, until she says that it seems that she will have to use a secret treasure. Pulling a mini ball that emanates a little electrical energy, and that ball is a king-level artifact, and it tells that creature to feel the power of that artifact. And releases her power while the creature also releases its own. And she squeezes it, casting the second extreme magical murder. And that launches a straw of power so strong that it passes through the creature's head, coming out the other side. And so, from outside the mountain you can see that ray of energy. And even inside the water, the purple one tells Proto that the mine is about to collapse. And he thinks that that wave of energy is too powerful. And that doesn't seem to be something from that girl from the Yoon family. Thinking that something is wrong and they need to be quick. So he keeps going and now uses the speed talent to swim even faster. And up there the beast falls stinking with a huge hole near its head. And the girl is relieved that she received a protective artifact from the head of the family. If not, they would be in trouble. However, she doesn't seem to be doing so well either, because this hand here looks like Midoriya after using one for all for the first time. So she wonders where that final energy stone mine is. Meanwhile, Proto notices that Kara is the way out. In the Mila, and the mouse tells him to look quickly, and around him there are several crystals, and he is shocked by so many stones there, and tells the Jung family that he will accept all of them, and says that he will start with some in a corner, but the mouse says that the energy stones are very hard, telling him to be careful when mining. And he says that it's no problem using his strength talent and throwing a pickaxe tight at it, but he only manages to break a small fragment. So he tells Xiaozi that they are short on time, asking him to come and help him, telling him to group the stones he mined, and then he will store them all at once. When he gets close to the stone and smells it a little, he starts running and Proto asks where he is going. And he tells the boy to follow him quickly, because he made an important discovery. He thinks about it, wondering if these are not the most valuable energy losses there. But he says that he smelled a golden treasure and it is very likely that it is that legendary item. And getting there, there is an item on top of a platform and he says that it is the energy core and all the energy foot mines are just byproducts of it. It is the most precious treasure in the entire secret realm. And the boy is surprised by this. And the little face says that he can help the master reach the king level in the future. And the boy is shocked only by the possibility of reaching the king level. And he says that by lighting up the ranking of the strongest on the continent, he will be side by side with absurd people. So as he continues walking, he gets closer to that. But the mouse tells him not to get any closer, because the strength of the energy core is very powerful. And if he touches it directly, he will be melted until there is nothing left. So the boy thinks that it is not to be aimed, that it suddenly became so hot. And he thanks himself for having copied the resistance skill and the defense skill on the way to the Morag base, because now they will be useful. So he takes these skills and activates all of them, creating a huge shield around him. Then the mouse wonders how it's possible for the master to have so many abilities. He takes his hand to that thing and starts to disintegrate with his fingertips, getting more and more injured. He gets close enough to be able to grab it with his hand, but is thrown away. And the mouse gets worried about him, telling him not to do it, but he can't get close to the protagonist because the energy of the energy core is too powerful, and common defensive abilities can't resist it. And if it continues like this, he will be burned to ashes. But he activates his healing ability, making his arm return to normal. And he says he just needs to touch it, thinking it will only take a little longer. And so he does it, activating the space ability, personal space, and putting that thing in there. And he thinks he finally got it here. He is thrown away. Then he tells Mouse not to worry, because he is fine. And so he manages to grab the energy core in the palm of his hand. But then he notices that without the support of the core, that place will collapse, and the things that start to fall, so he calls Mouse to go away, using his speed as fast as possible. Then the girl wonders what that tremor is, noticing that the mine is going to collapse. Then she wonders if it is because of the energy core, wondering if there is anyone else in the mine. Meanwhile, Proda is there with the crystals, saying that they cannot waste these remaining energy stones. So he grabs the pickaxe once again and heads to Minecraft, mining all of them, because he will not leave any. And the lost girl up there thinks that this isn't right. After all, there shouldn't be anyone else in the mine besides her. And if the energy core was stolen, then everything will be lost. She continues up there without even knowing what's going on, going from one side to the other, but lost as she continues to be shot at, until she notices a wall and hits the wall with her hand until it breaks, and on the other side she wonders why there would be a place like that there, but she can't find anything until she a little further and picks up something on the ground, noticing that that tiny piece is an energy stone, wondering if this is where the energy stones are. But then she wonders why she doesn't see any stones there. Then she says that it smells like a human. And she notices that someone has already taken everything and goes crazy. Very upset, and she says she's screwed, because it seems like someone broke in there and stole the core and all that kind of energy while she was fighting the monster. And she falls to the ground desolate and says she's going to be killed by the master of the house for not completing her mission. She calls him a damned bastard, asking how he dares to take something that her family and one wants, and says she'll find out who's responsible behind this. If you're gonna cry, send me an audio. Meanwhile, outside, Proda is happier than a pig in shit, saying that this was incredible, telling Roxanho that it was thanks to him, that they made an incredible profit, but he says that Proda is lucky because who would have imagined that an energy core would be in there too, dear? And says that they will leave the secret kingdom together. And there is plenty of barbecue for him to eat outside. And so the mouse says that he will follow all his commands. And he says that it is time to leave. Meanwhile, at the Yui family, two servants wonder what one is doing to the other. And she says that she is bringing food to the young lady, because ever since she returned from her meeting with the ancestor, she has been locked in her room and has not eaten anything in the last few days. And the other says that Elder Ben told no one to disturb the young lady, not even if it is to deliver food. But the girl says that her body will not be able to handle it if she does not eat for so many days. But the one with purple hair asks why she is so worried, sending her on the repeated orders of Elder Ben. And in the Yui family's medicinal hall, she remains there, locked away, meditating. And she says that she used all her spiritual energy to defend herself against the ancestors' attack. But with the lack of life energy, it seems that the barrier to advancing to the next realm has finally opened. And this is the sign of a great martial warrior advancing to the realm of a grandmaster. And she says that she has already used so much high-level monster blood and consumed many treasures to help her. And she will definitely be able to advance to the next realm this time. And she says that she will finally become a grandmaster. Then she continues to sit there, cultivating with all concentration. And in the middle of cultivating, the energy fluctuation causes the candle to go out. Then the girl feels everything around her, and begins to emanate more and more power, and notices that she is there. And outside, even the butterfly manages to hatch from within its shell. Then, from the heavens a light descends, and everyone notices that this is heading towards the Yu family. And with this huge disturbance, they bet that another great master has awakened. And the Yu family is truly amazing, and it seems that there will be another famous person coming from their family. And just like that, the ancestor notices something, saying that this child really has talent and potential. And she stands up very angrily, noting that this is how it feels to finally reach the realm of a great master. And she says that there is no need to sit down and cultivate. And she can instantly absorb all the life energy from the air into her body, as if her soul is naturally resonating with nature itself. And she begins to sense everything around her, until she can even see a mosquito in slow motion next to her and thinks that her senses have become even sharper too. But she says that the most important thing is that she has the unique psychic ability that the great masters possess. And she also remembers that tomorrow is the last day before the entrance to the secret realm is closed, and says that she should go find him. And so, in the sky, the entrance starts to shake, and they notice that there is someone else coming out of there. And two crazy people come out of there, falling on solid ground. And someone says that, from their experiences, the ones who return last from the secret realm are those who obtained a lot of treasures. So they ask where they go to exchange their items, and they say that they will take a look around. But then an old man in the middle of the street says he's curious to know what treasures they got in the secret kingdom, is buying items at a high price, and they are all tradable. And he takes out one of the treasures he found there in the middle of the street, asking why he doesn't give him an estimated price for it. Then the old man notices that it is a spiritual herb that is still quite young and is also damaged, and says that the most he can offer him is 10,000 gold coins. And the axe guy asks if he's trying to trick him because this is a spiritual healing herb, 100 years old, and even if it was used to make alchemy pills, it would still be considered high quality, and he only wants to give 10,000 gold coins for it, and he says that if he is not satisfied with the price, they can still negotiate. Then he tells the second brother not to get worked up over this, and this is not the place where they can fight. So he just leaves the guy, saying that they were unlucky to encounter a dishonest merchant as soon as they left the secret realm, and if they were still in the secret realm, this guy would have died more than 800 times already. But his friend tells him to forget about it and says that they will look for other merchants, and there are many merchants around there. Meanwhile, Proda uses his spatial teleportation talent, appearing near the merchant. And so the mouse asks if this is the outside world, for there are many interesting people there. And he tells Little Purple not to leave, telling him to hide his presence properly, as his spatial talent can feel the gaze of a monarch in the city. Meanwhile, near the exit gate, they start to advertise so as not to miss the latest items as they pass by, saying that they will sell treasures from the secret realm for a fair price, and Prada wonders why a monarch-level expert would be watching the entrance to the secret realm. But he thinks he should forget about it and go to the Yui family first. And so he uses his teleportation talent to leave from there, and wonders if there was a person on the plane, and how they suddenly disappeared, and the merchant thinks he must be mistaken, and the other one with the axe says that they will definitely get rich this time, since they managed to get many valuable treasures from the secret realm, and with them they will be able to earn a lot of money. And the other one tells him not to spew nonsense, because they need to be careful, in case someone attacks them. And he really is attacked, because he steps on a magic circle, and the two disappear, and they appear somewhere else. Being thrown anyway, they notice the spatial teleportation and spatial talent. And getting there, they wonder why there are so many bodies there. And the king-level guy tells them to stop yelling, asking if he said they got a lot of treasure in the secret realm. Then he notices that it's the king's guy, King Yun-hee. Then he wonders why the expert rank monarch is there. And he says that the two of them are like very annoying flies. And so he kills the first one. And right after killing a guy, he starts drinking and laughing, and wonders what kind of treasure they brought from the secret realm this time. And Proda starts wandering around, asking where the Yui family is, considering that the Demon Sea base is very big. And he says that if he knew it would be difficult to find them, he would have asked her for her address. And maybe he should ask someone for directions, but then the girl herself uses her speed to get close to him, and he attacks without further ado, throwing the boy away, and she notices what she did and tells him that it hurts, but she doesn't remember making any enemies in the Demon Sea base. So why does he still get beaten up while walking the streets? And she asks Yetian if he's okay. He notices that Eiling and she apologize, saying that she managed to advance to Grandmaster, so she wanted to test her strength, and she says she didn't expect him to not have his guard up, so he asks if she advanced to Grandmaster, and she says she just got lucky. Test strength, next test I'll tell you where it'll be. And he says he didn't think she would become a Grandmaster so soon, and she says that she only reached this level by pure coincidence, and she only managed to advance after using a lot of the natural treasures that her family possessed. And he notices that he's talking to a bourgeois Baida, and he says he can't believe that she's completely surpassed him now, but she says that he can do it too. And Proda thinks that the Lewis family's resources are really extensive. But the main reason why Yuelin managed to advance to this level is because of her sufficient talent. And the Demon Forest base has countless experts out there, and if he wanted to establish himself well there, he would need to be quick and improve his overall level as well. Then the purple one talks to the boy, saying that he is hungry, asking when they will be able to eat meat, and then he asks why he left there. And she notices that it is the hunting mouse, the purple treasure. And Proda is surprised that she recognized it as a famous spiritual beast. She says that it is not only famous, it is also immeasurable and complex to obtain even with a lot of money, and it is not even necessary to go to the Martial Pavilion to sell it. Look, everything is fine with him, asking only for him to name his price. Then the mouse asks him not to sell it to her, and he apologizes to her, saying that it is his spiritual animal, and that is why he cannot sell it. Then she says that she is right and that he would be foolish enough to sell a valuable spiritual and so she takes him to the apartment where Yiyu lives. Then he asks if she won't visit her, and she says it's been a while since the brothers saw each other, and it wouldn't be good to interrupt their meeting, saying that she'll visit her another day, and says she'll send someone to take him to the Martial Pavilion headquarters tomorrow, and he probably got a lot of good treasures in the secret environment, saying that he'll make a good prince of association for him, and he says he'll leave it to the girl. As she leaves, he asks Yayo to open the door, because he's back, and the girl is surprised to see her brother and gets all healed, closing the door, and he wonders what he's doing, because he's her older brother. And she asks if he remembers now that he has a younger sister. And when they arrive there, he immediately let the Pre go to that secret realm and has not returned until now, asking if he knows what her life has been like, living there alone in a place where she doesn't know anyone. And he apologizes, saying it's all his fault, asking only for her to let him in. And she tells him to stay outside and never come back. And he says that if that's the case, he uses his teleportation talent and appears inside next to her, saying hi, and she asks how he got in. And he says using a skill he obtained in the secret realm, wondering the way. And she asks if this allows him to walk between walls, saying it's intriguing. And Proto thinks that the space Italian is very useful. And he says he has a gift for her, telling her not to be upset anymore. So she writes down the little purple one, asking what his name is, and tells him that his name is Little Purple, and that he has the ability to search for treasures too, saying that the animal is incredible. And she gets all excited about the little mouse. Then, Proto says that he will leave him in her care and thinks that it is very easy to cheer her up. And then, that kitten that he caught near the forest came near him, patting Proto's paw. So, he asks his sister when she started raising a pig. And she says that this sweet-smelling boy got a fright because that thing is huge, so the kitten says that his master is very cruel because he is only a little chubby because he ate too much, but he is not as fat as a pig. And he asks how the cat will get full in the future if he is so fat. And the kitten tells the purple one that from now on he will follow him and call him boss. So the mouse agrees very easily. Dude, they brought Caden to mess around. And at night, Proto takes a nice bath and thinks he'll let Ayu take care of the purple one from now on. Then he says that now he can copy the treasure hunting talent. And with that, he goes straight to copying that. And so he gets another high-ranking talent. And at the Yoon family mansion, the king calls the girl at night. Because for her to fail a simple mission and still have the courage to come back and face him is very bold. And she says she was tricked. That guy took advantage of the fight between her and that beast of a beast to get the stones and the energy core. And he asks if she even saw who it was. And she says he was too fast, so he was unable to see. What she managed to see was a trace of the completely extracted energy stones. Then he asks if she's saying that she doesn't even know the gender of the person who did this, and she says that she doesn't know. Then Flamengo grabs her by the head, asking how she dares to call herself the great promise of the younger generation of the Demon Sea base when she brings such horrible results. Who says that she was not only deceived by this person, but she doesn't even know who she is. So he asks her to tell him why he should keep her alive by his side. And she asks the ancestor to give her another chance, because he will definitely bring the energy core back. Then he just throws her aside, saying that to take something from under the nose of the Eye family, this thief, can only be from a great noble family. So he orders them to start investigating from there and see which members of the noble families entered the secret realm. And he says that she should know the consequences of failing a second time. And she says she understands, shaking like a leaf, saying that she will find that bastard. And in the morning, as the Martial Pavilion revolves, Proto is surprised that it is quite grand, and she says that it is nothing special, so he thinks that he will use this chance to test how good the little purple one's treasure hunting talent is. So when he enters there, he already notices something strange, because there are a lot of things there. And she questions what he found, saying that it is not bad at all, saying that he can test them all. And he thinks that most of them are blue and do not seem to be incredible items. And following the coloring, the gold and red are the tallest. And so he goes messing around with things until he picks up a dagger and it breaks a lot. And he wonders how it broke so easily, saying that it's better to put it back in place before anyone notices. But at that moment a person arrives, saying that he must be Xiaoling's friend, calling Yi Tian. Then she says that Uncle Ben came to see him, and she says that is Elder Yu Ben, and he is in charge of the Martial Pavilion. Then he says it's a pleasure to meet the elder, and he tells the boy to look around. If there is something he wants, he can give you a discount. And then the boy feels something, feeling a golden color in the air, getting scared, and he looks back, noticing that that egg has a transcendent aura, that when he looks, closes in on it, it is a kind of warrior dragon of celestial blood, and all the talents are an unknown that he can see. And at that, Yu Ling asks why he is so distracted, and the boy apologizes, saying that he must have gotten lost in his thoughts once again. She says that if he really has something to say, he should say it quickly, as Elder Yu is also very busy. And he says that everything is fine, and he tells the elder that all those items are low level and he wants something good and suitable, saying that money is not a problem, and he realizes that that boy has a lot of stuff. And Aileen wonders when this guy learned how to disguise himself to fool people. And Ben says that natural treasures, cultivation techniques, transcendent divine weapons, his pavilion has them all. And as long as he is willing to shell out the Martial Pavilion's money, he will be able to help obtain it. Then he asks if that's really how it is. And he asks if he can use a vitality stone to make an exchange. And the two of them there are surprised by this, And Uncle Ben says that this kind of large vitality stone is extremely rare. Then she tells Yi Tian that he actually has a vitality stone, asking where he got it from. And the boy just says that he was lucky and managed to get it from the secret realm. And Uncle Ben asks him to please tell her the details of what he's looking for, as he'll immediately go to his storage and get the best item he can. He says that he needs a cultivation technique that will allow him to reach the Grandmaster realm and a weapon similar to a sharp sword. And he says that it's perfect, saying that they'll find exactly that for him. He also says that just that one vitality stone will be more than enough, and he asks the boy to wait a moment while he finds those items. And so he keeps thinking about that stone, saying that they made a big profit. And the boy thinks that just a small vitality stone is already worth a lot of money. And that means that the core of the vitality stone is definitely a priceless treasure. And so the girl keeps pestering him, asking him to tell the truth, asking where he got that vitality stone from, because he couldn't just randomly find it on the ground. But he tells her that if he tells her the truth about how he got that stone, she'll be in a dangerous and difficult position. But she tells him that he's trying to trick her, telling her to tell him quickly. So he finally gets fed up and tells her that he stole that vitality stone from the Yoon family. Then she's shocked, asking if he's crazy, because this is something the Yoon family has been eyeing for a long time. And he asks how many he took, because if it's just one stone, he should return it quickly and he might still be able to survive. But the boy says he didn't really count how many, and it was probably around an entire mine. And the girl almost has a fit hearing this and falls down saying that they're dead. And that's it, because it won't be long before the I family investigates and finds out that they're involved. But he tells her not to worry, because he did the job very cleanly, so they won't be discovered. But she says that he doesn't know how terrifying King Yun's methods are, and that this guy isn't someone they can afford to offend. But then she notices that this won't lead to anything, telling him to do whatever he wants. And if something were to happen, he shouldn't say he wasn't warned. So he thinks he's found a gold level and transcendent treasure. As he looks at the egg, Uncle Ben arrives with the purple cloud body refining technique and the gammetists, saying that there are rumors that a monarch expert found this treasure in a tomb. So they are extremely rare and precious. And he asks if the boy is satisfied with it. And as soon as he puts his aura on the dagger, it turns red, and notices that red level items are peak level. So probably, it's true that an expert used it. Then he simply says that it will take time. And Uncle Ben says that the Oroxidant of the exchange for the Vitality Stone was stored there, saying that it is a VIP card and he will be able to enter the Martial Pavilion freely in the future with it. Then he says that he can't believe that there is still gold left. And Uncle Ben says that this VIP card is extremely precious, and he can get a 70% discount anywhere with it. He questions if that's really the case, saying that he has to keep it very well. And then he remembers asking Elder Yu how much that egg costs, and he asks to take a look, noticing that it's that, and he says that he wants this item, asking how much it costs, and he says that since he chose it, he'll just give it to him, and the boy is surprised by this, and he says that the penalty is just his way of trying to make friends with him, and just bring other treasures with the Vitality Stone to his Martial Pavilion and exchange them with them in the future. So the boy thinks that he's really giving him a transcendent level treasure for free, and he certainly doesn't know how valuable this is. And Ling says that this is a fossilized dragon egg and has always been treated as just a display item. Then the boy asks about this dragon egg, and she says yes, saying that she heard that it was sold by a cultivator without knowledge to the Martial Pavilion. They tried using various methods to hatch the egg, but to no avail. And she thinks that they were tricked by that cultivator and bought a defective item. But Proto thinks no, it is not a defective item. Treasure Hunter Talent has detected transcendent level treasures, so it must be something good, and he will try to hatch it. And he tells Yulin to get a good amount of things, thanking her for it. And she says it was nothing. Then he asks why she doesn't come to his house, and he will invite her to dinner. And Yu is really good in the kitchen, and she says that another hour goes by and she still needs to go back to her family to sort out some things. And he says that it's okay. He and his sister stayed there permanently, so they're going to bother her to help them with some more things. And she says that this is just something she has to do. After all, they're friends now. And he says that's of course, and she can count on him to help her at any time. But then that fat guy from before, he comes back saying that he never thought the boy would survive and be able to get back there, and says that he acted like a scoundrel in the Chamber of Secrets and gathered some useless items to trade with the Martial Pavilion in the hopes of earning some money. But the girl tells Wechiao that he's a guest of the Martial Pavilion, telling him to be careful with what he says, and he tells you that he's just messing around with that kid over there. But she says that if he has nothing else to do, he should go back to his family and stop causing her trouble over there. And so he says he will, but goes after Prota, saying he'll come back as soon as he gives the kid a good reception over there. And he tries to hit Prota, but he just raises his shield, stopping his attack without even moving. And the fat guy notices that Akira is a talent for defense, stopping her attack, standing face to face with Prota, and he doesn't seem very friendly, and he tells the fat guy that it looks like he really wants to die, so he starts shaking all over, seeing the face of death right in front of him. And so Ling talks to Yidima, telling him not to fight there because this is the main entrance of the series. Martial Pavilion, so he lets it go, and she talks to Yueqiao, asking if he's had enough, asking if they understood, and he says he'll go first. And she apologizes to him once more. Then she asks the fat guy what he's doing, and why is he trying to cause trouble for her friend. But he, in turn, collapses on the ground, and she is shocked, and he asks how many calamity beasts he killed, and how can he have such a strong bloodlust, strong like that. As he heads home, he talks to Yayo, and she, in turn, is calmly preparing the food and asks him to wait, as she's almost finished cooking. He says he hasn't eaten this food in a long time, and it looks like he's going to have a good dinner tonight. Man, this is so weird. It seems like I'm seeing the girl he just said goodbye to, who went home, changed her personality, deflated her chest, and is now acting like his wife. Only this is his sister, literally identical to his romantic partner from the book. I'm going crazy. And she tells him to stop saying things with such a sharp tongue, telling him to just wait for dinner to be ready. And he goes to sit down, talking here. Home really is the best place to be, and it's very comfortable to be there. And he notices Kaden and Ratinho, who are also very relaxed. He pulls the egg out and says that when the dragon egg, he's going to leave it for now, considering that not even the Yui family has been able to find out more about it after all these years. Then he notices something strange, noticing that the egg is shaking. And with the egg shaking, Proto wonders why it beat as if it had a heart. And his cat is already getting all worked up, releasing electricity everywhere. And he notices that little Jim is scared, asking if he's scared of that egg. And he asks why Proto gave him a dragon. And he says he bought it recently, and it was just a defective egg. And he has no idea why he started having a heartbeat now. And even his little face flies off. Then he asks what's wrong with him, asking if the egg is really that scary. And they say he probably doesn't know. But dragons have a natural presence similar to domination over all levels of calamity beast. So they say they are creatures above the monarch level, a type of legendary existence. And Proto is surprised that they are above the monarch level, asking if there is such a level, and he says yes, but he doesn't know what the exact name is. Then he notices that the egg has stopped moving, and he thinks that this is strange, since the people at the Martial Pavilion clearly say that this was an abandoned egg that could no longer hatch. Then he wonders why it is suddenly showing signs of life. So he thinks for a bit and decides to forget about it, since he will store it in his inventory first. And so the mouse says he knows, saying that it must be the Crystal Vitality Core. Then he asks if he is saying that the Crystal Vitality Core caused the dragon egg to suddenly awake. And the mouse says that it is definitely that. And he says that the boy put the Crystal Vitality Core of the dragon egg in that pocket inventory. While he was inside, the pure life energy from the Vitality Crystal Core caused this originally dormant dragon egg to awaken. That's why it started to have a heartbeat of its own. And Proto thinks that this makes sense. He never thought that the Vitality Crystal Nuno could have such powers. And he talks to Roxanho, telling him that he really is very intelligent. And he says that of course he is, since he is the infamous treasure-hunting rat. And Karen, in turn, starts to complain that they interrupted his dream. And Proto asks Roxanho he should do this guide to be able to hatch this egg, and he tells him not to rush. Let the vital stone core rest and regenerate once the heartbeat has fully returned. And only then can they move on to the next step. And on the day they hatch, the master will be able to obtain a spirit animal above the monarch level. And he says that he is looking forward to seeing what this animal will be like. Meanwhile, the sister says that it is time for dinner, telling him to wash his hands first. And so, after dinner, he says that the purple cloud body refining technique requires 2 conditions to advance to the Grandmaster level. First, it is a transcendent level cultivation talent, a body foundation with the refined mortal body. He wonders why the conditions for the purple cloud body refining technique are so strict, and why does it need a transcendent level talent to practice it. He says that Weiling only had 1 type of high level and still managed to advance to the Grandmaster level. And that Grandmaster of the Sun family was even less than that. He thinks that the cloud body refining technique is divided into 5 different sections. First, the blood refining technique, then the body refining technique, bone refining technique, and skin refining technique. Lastly, the body refining technique. And he says that in order to cultivate every organ and part of the body to its greatest potential, and to break through that potential and form the strongest and most mortal body type on Earth, this also requires many treasures of heaven and earth to replenish one's essence. And he thinks that this technique is truly insane. And he wonders if they gave it to him so easily because no one else was willing to buy it. Then he wonders why he feels like he has been tricked. And given the requirement of needing many natural treasures from heaven and earth to assist in cultivation, he is sure that not many people would be able to afford it. not to mention the transcendent level cultivation talent. So he continues reading and wonders why there is a spatial mark there. So he uses the perception talent and notices that that mark has something to do with it, and enters a completely dark place where he steps on something wet, and he notices here his inner spatial realm of the purple body refinement technique. Then he wonders if there is someone there, and there really is, and the person says that he has finally arrived, his successor. And the boy is shocked to see that person's status window. And here he is a divine thunder immortal human. And all of his talents are impossible to copy. Not to mention that his cultivation talent is not even possible to see. And so he kept calling her his successor. And he says he's the divine thunder immortal Proto. Meanwhile, in the middle of the night at the Sun family, the guy rides there on horseback making a big fuss. And as soon as he gets off his horse, he runs up to the young lady, saying he's finally arrived, and says he's someone from the Yui family. And he says that when the secret realm was opened, only the Yui family let a foreigner in. And his name is Yi Tian. So she starts to have a target to chase, and asks who exactly he is to have connections with the Yu family. And he says they have no idea what the connection between them is. But this guy was brought back by Yu Ling of the Yu family from the 5th Academy of the Ling High Base. He says that he also discovered something else, that Weiling reached the Grandmaster rank yesterday, and the girl almost doesn't believe that Weiling became a Grandmaster, asking if he's sure, and he says that it's true, everyone in the Demon Sea Base saying that she's the current #1 genius in the Demon Sea Base. Then the girl asks if that's true, asking if he's also happy that she advanced to a master goal, and he says no. And the girl says that she's the #1 of the new generation, telling him to remember that very well, while kicking it away, and he says that he understands. And she says that there's no need to continue investigating this, saying that she's going to go after this guy called Yetian. And if he really is the one who took the Lifestone's core, not even the Yui family will be able to protect him. And the immortal says that being able to go there means that he has some capabilities. And the current him that he is seeing is nothing more than a mirage left by his engraving talent. And even this entire space was created by his talent. And so, the boy notices that it is a mirage, wondering what this guy's ranking is, wondering if he is a monarch. But then, he tells him to forget it because he will stop bothering him. After all, it is not fun, and says that he will clarify some things. And so he puts the protagonist's face directly on the ground, and he thinks that that aura is scary, because a simple mirage seems stronger than King Yun-hee of monarch rank. And he says that now he must let him see if he is worthy or not of receiving his legacy. And so the mirage gets close to him and talks about the talent of speed, talent of defense, talent of resistance, and several other talents. Then she asks how he has so many talents, and he says he can't believe he discovered her secret. It irritates him that the ADM passed the anti-cheat and he fell, but the immortal tells him to relax because having several talents is really something unusual, but on the path of cultivation, each one has their own luck and opportunity, and he is not interested in her secret. Then Proto says he understands but asks what he means by the heir of his lineage and what his level is, saying that he doesn't seem like he is monarch level. Says he already told you, he is not interested in her secret, so he doesn't need to keep trying to find out about it. And for him to have realized early what he left in the manual, this would only be possible if he had the rare spatial talent, and he just wants to give direction to someone talented. And with all these rare talents, he is exactly to his taste. So he thought of a more suitable method to help him advance to the master level. And the boy is surprised by this, and the mortal says that he has several talents, but they are very disordered. The most serious problem is that he has low and medium level talents, and in a true battle of life or death, the strong only use high level talents. And he says that if he uses low level talents at a time like this, it will be a big problem for him. Then Prada says that, in fact, in a battle of life or death, using a low level talent can be a fatal mistake. And he thinks that he has to be more careful when copying talents in the future. The immortal says that the more low level talents he has, the more he limits his growth, so there is only one way for him to advance, which is to transform all his talents into higher level talents. Then the boy wonders if this is possible, so he says that with enough battle experience, talents can be evolved. And he says he will give him a hand, so he basically creates a huge castle around them, with the spatial seal of the reverse flow house. And Pronto is surprised that there is even a space like that. And the immortal says that inside the spatial seal, the flow of time is different from the outside world, and 1 hour outside is equivalent to 1 month there inside the spatial sky, so Proto is even more surprised. Still, and the immortal says that's right and says that he can only use it this once, and if he leaves now, he won't be able to return to this space. And the protagonist says that what matters most to him is advancing to the master level, and if what Yiling said about the energy core is true and the Yu family found out, at least at the master level he can protect Yo. So he says that he's going to stay there and evolve his talents. And so the immortal thinks that this boy really has a talent and disappears from his sight. Then the immortal says that if he's lucky, when he reaches the monarch level, maybe then he'll have the right to really see him. And the boy is shocked that he has to reach this level just to see him. And the immortal says that he sent an opponent worthy of him, and tells him to fight there to his limit, and that gigantic demon full of mouths and full of dicks all over his body is someone at the level he thinks the protagonist is. So he says that this is a master level monster. But the immortal doesn't give a shit about him, and he sends the monster up, so he can kill the protagonist with everything. And he runs away quickly from that, thinking that the monster is very fast, but he ends up being hit and thrown straight into the wall. So he thinks that that guy is very strong. The demon keeps chasing him, and the protagonist thinks that when he entered that space it was midnight, and there are still 6 hours left until dawn. And if he doesn't leave by then, Ayu will be worried if he sees him passed out. So he must defeat him in half a year. And he already takes the little dagger, very focused on making this come true, wanting to go after that demon. And so, in the real world, while the sun is rising, everyone starts to work. And at the fair, people start to sell their things, with a man selling newly collected medicinal plants, which one of them asks how much it costs. And he says it's only 5 gold coins. Meanwhile, others go after monsters, killing a silver moon wolf. And the guy who looks more like a barbarian says he did it alone. He stayed up all night to capture it. Meanwhile, at Prota's house, his sister is still sleeping, until she wakes up talking, calling for her brother. And Garfield is there, relaxed, lying down with the mouse. And in turn, Prota is lying on the floor, stiff like a beggar, having already spent a few hours in that position. But inside the scroll, where he is still training, he has been fighting that demon for a long time. So he says that that guy has entered furious mode, and he activates his top-level talent to attack directly at the base of the hand, that demon throwing it to the ground. And so he thinks it's time to end this, because his battle talent has reached its maximum and all of his talents are also very high. Only his spatial talent, which is still at a medium level, returns. So, the demon picks up a rock and starts attacking Prota, but he can only throw the sand and cut through all those rocks with his dagger. He activates the talent with the top-level dagger, sword control and chaotic cuts, cutting through everything with great ease. And he says they are screwed. So, using his maximum speed talent to get to the demon's head. And from there, he uses the shadow assassination to cut the demon completely, and finally manages to defeat him after a long time. Then, in the real world, he opens his eyes, scared by the time that has passed. Then, he notices that he has returned to reality, and his sister asks if he is awake, saying that it is time for breakfast. And she says that there is a brunch nearby that is good, asking if he wants to go there and eat with her. And he looks at Yo running and hugging her. Then she asks what happened, if he had a nightmare, but he says no, saying that it just seems like a long time since he saw her, and so she starts to blush, and talks to her brother, saying that even though they are siblings, he can't just hug her out of nowhere and say something so cheesy, asking if he's not ashamed, and so he apologizes, and she says she'll just ignore him, saying he might starve to death there, and he asks if she didn't say she wanted to eat with him, asking why he doesn't go shopping today, since he's never been able to do it in that place. And she hears the word bye and changes completely, asking if he's serious, questioning if he has time to go shopping with her, saying that this is too much. He says she can buy anything, and he earned a lot of money fighting in the secret realm, and she says that this is amazing, telling him to wait for her, because she's going to change her clothes. And he thinks to himself that a dog that had increased its battle type talent to apex level would increase its strength so much. And he says he just needs a little more to become a grandmaster. So he says it's just a little more. And so the two go out to do some shopping. And he says that the Demon Sea market is quite prosperous. And she says that he's right, asking why he doesn't ask Sister Yueling and Xiaoyu to go to the contemporary house, if he doesn't have the chance. And she says that she'll have a big banquet to thank them for their help. And he says, of course, since it doesn't seem like a problem. And he says that he was going to tell her to get acquainted with them, since they're going to stay there, in the Demon Sea. Then the girl asks how much he pays for half a kilo of apples. And the guy says it's $2. Then he sits down to have a drink. And Prota says that he hasn't had a drink in a long time. And she's too young, so she can't drink yet. And she tells him not to get drunk, because he won't get drunk. Meat carrying later. And she thinks that it really is true. It's been a long time since they were able to relax like that. And the boy thinks it's right, saying that that day was blessed and happy. But, already falling at night, that crazy Yoon shows up at Prota's house, noticing that they're not there, and she thinks about Ishin with a lot of anger. Meanwhile, the little sister is complaining a lot because her brother doesn't care about anything, saying that she can't believe he let her go home alone, and he even told the girl that the Jinzinho would protect her in case of something, and he told her that he was going to buy a few things in a row. It would be better if she went back first. And she asks if he won't accompany her there, and he says that that place is very far from his house, so she just goes home and should rest, telling her not to worry, because he'll be there soon. And with that little caress on her head, she gets all silly, agreeing with him. And so she leaves it behind and is now thinking that when he gets back home, she's going to scold him more, because it must be better to just go home soon, because it's really cold. In the middle of the road, a guy with a horrible mask notices that there's someone there, talking to the Yoon girl. But then, when looking at the little sister, they mistake her for Yu Ling from the Yoon family. But the girl says no, saying that she's just an ordinary human, that she's a martial warrior. And they notice that she really looks like him, and they don't believe that something like that would happen. Meanwhile, she talks to the little mouse in her pocket, asking why they left so suddenly, telling him to come back quickly, since her brother said that no one could see him. And Roshino didn't want to go back inside at all, until the girl Yoon saw the purple mouse in the girl's bag. Meanwhile, Proda is there in the martial pavilion, taking the bone-cleansing pill that martial warriors can consume, saying that it doesn't cost that much so they can give it to him for free. But Proda asks why. And Xiaoyu says that it's because he's a VIP of the martial pavilion, so giving it to him for free is nothing. And he says that with this, Xiaoyu's cultivation will be increased quickly. And she realizes that he's buying it for his little sister, saying that he's going to get the skill book, Martial Warriors, for him too. And so he thanks, and she sends her assistant to go to the skill book session and find the skill book of the Abyss class, which are for martial warriors, to practice. And she goes there, but then he feels the rat saying that they are in danger, saying that someone from the Yoon family is there, saying that he needs to come back quickly. Then he notices that it is the purple one dropping the pill, and says that Yi Yu is in trouble, saying that he will leave the pill and the skill book there with them and come get it later. Then she asks if Yi Yu is in trouble, asking what happened. And so he uses the spatial teleportation talent. And she notices that he disappeared, asking what kind of skill is that. And the girl even comes back with the book, but Xiaoyu tells her to go back to the clan and inform them that Etienne's younger sister is in trouble, telling her to find someone to help her. And Larinya thinks she has a bad feeling about this. Meanwhile, near Prota's house, he thinks about the Yoon family and says that if they dare to touch even a hair on Yeo's head, he will kill them all. And so, near the house, Ginzinho is really protecting the girl. So, she asks who those people are. But the guy says that it would be good for her to ask her brother. And she asks if they are looking for her brother. But the girl says no. She says no, saying that she is looking for that little mouse who stole her alcohol. And the two seem really pissed off at the girl. Everyone starts to wonder why it started raining out of nowhere, wanting to run home. Meanwhile, Prota must be coming back from Bahia because so far he hasn't been able to reach the girl having an apex talent for speed. And when he gets there, there's no one else there. And he says that's the last location of the soul's contact. And he was able to feel up to there, but he wonders where's Io. And looking to the side, he notices that the Jininho is there, fallen, all injured, and asks if everything's okay. Asks the jailer. And he tells the boy that he's very sorry, saying that it's very useless, and says that they took the young lady. And apparently things are going to get a little tight, because the way they were taking her wasn't good at all. And so the little face starts calling the boy and runs towards him, and apologizes to the boy because he is too weak and can't help in the battle. And in the end, he couldn't do anything, but he says it's not his fault, saying that he shouldn't have let Yeyu go back alone. And he says he caused all of this. Yeah, man, that's crazy. You really did. Wow, that's crazy. You mess with the strongest family in the place, and let your sister wander around the corners. For the love of God, right? I'm the idiot. So, the boy activates the spatial inventory talent and says that Ginzinho should rest and recover first. So, he thinks against the Ion family, saying that he will kill them right now, crying with hatred. But at that moment, Yiling falls beside the boy before he can run away. And he notices that she is there. She parades towards him. And so, in the Yoon family's underground prison, the girl is thrown there anyway, and asks who they are, telling them to let them go. And she asks them to open the door by knocking on those bars, saying that her brother won't leave them alone for doing this to her. And the masked man says that it seems that she needs to understand the situation, that the young lady deliberately left those two animals alive, so that they will be able to alert Yetian with his soul contract. And the girl asks what he means by that. And he says it means that this is a trap, and if her brother goes there, he will end up dead. And still there in the rain on the street, Prota is lying with his eyes open and pissed off, with his veins showing. Meanwhile, Eiling is standing next to him, and apparently put some kind of toxin in Prota, making him sleep. Good thing the chapters are over, because I can't take it, guys. What's going on? No, what's going on? I'm in a mess, man. The guy is an idiot. He lets his sister walk around alone. So Eiling probably put him to sleep because he doesn't want him to die for the king. But if the guy doesn't go, his sister dies. And this guy gets a surprise attack from this girl all the time, right? It's possible that he hasn't raised his guard yet. Dude, you have to get stronger, you have to get smarter. You're no longer that little kid who's fighting the crazy guy who's now the king. I want to see how he's gonna fight this bald guy. So leave a like and subscribe if you want more. As soon as more chapters come out, I'll release them for you. It's been a month and a half, more or less, since it was released, but when I get to chapter 110 or 120, I'll bring them to you. It might take a little while, but better late than never. See you next time. Bye.